Chapter 1430. Feng Ling soon arrived at Lin Xian's place. The moment she entered the room, she smelled a very fragrant smell. Wu Yuhan and Lin Xian were sitting there and sucking noodles. "You're here. Get it yourself." Lin Xian grinned at Feng Ling. "Is this how you treat your guests?" Feng Ling rolled her eyes. "I'm already doing a good job by making it for you, okay? Get it yourself." Feng Ling then glared at Lin Xian and walked over. She scooped a bowl of noodles and sat beside them. Looking at Wu Yuhan, who seemed to be enjoying the food, was the food cooked by this man really that delicious? Wind Chimes tentatively took a bite. Damn! She could not help but exclaim in her heart. This taste was so delicious. She was a person who liked to eat noodles. This noodles even made her feel that it was the best noodles in her memory. "How's the taste?" Lin Xian asked with a smile. "It's so-so," Feng Ling said indifferently. Then she lowered her head and continued sucking noodles. "Don't eat it if it's a so-so," Lin Xian said as he was about to snatch it. "Go to hell." Feng Ling rolled her eyes at Lin Xian. Then she lowered her head and sucked the noodles crazily. After a while, the soup was gone. It must be very delicious. This was Lin Xian's treasure. He relied on this seafood noodles to pick up girls. Just ask, how many girls did he pick up with this seafood noodles? "Do you still want to eat?" Lin Xian asked with a smile. Feng Ling paused for a moment. "Then give me another half a bowl." Feng Ling handed the bowl over. "Is one bowl okay?" "It's quite a lot." "Then it's barely okay." Feng Ling licked her lips. Lin Xian held back his laughter in his heart. "You don't say, although this chick is rude and unreasonable, her tsundere is also quite interesting." Lin Xian brought her another half a bowl. "When are you going back?" Feng Ling sucked the noodles and asked. "In 2 days. I'll go back after I'm done here." "I knew you were here for something." Lin Xian smiled and said, "Didn't I ask you to help me?" Wind Chime's noodles hung there and did not suck in anymore. Then she bit off the noodles. "Bastard. I knew you were up to no good." "Ha, you've already eaten the noodles. Aren't you embarrassed to not help?" Lin Xian laughed. Feng Ling snorted and asked, "What help?" "Use the law of creation to create something with me. Then at night be my hired thug." "Hit who?" "The person who destroyed the Wu family back then." Feng Ling was speechless. "You came here to..." Suddenly, Feng Ling realized something and turned her beautiful eyes to Wu Yuhan. "That's right. Wu Yuhan was a member of the Wu family." "Lin Xian." Feng Ling looked at Wu Yuhan with her beautiful eyes and said, "You don't say, it's quite difficult to guess. Even though we're both surnamed Wu, I never expected that someone from the Wu clan would survive. I'll help you but..." Feng Ling looked at Lin Xian and said, "Do you know who destroyed the Wu family?" Lin Xian shook his head. "We should know tonight." "Alright. Actually, I'd like to know too." Feng Ling nodded. The day passed just like that. Late at night, Lin Xian, Feng Ling, and Wu Yuhan arrived at the Wu family's old residence. "What should we do?" Feng Ling asked. Lin Xian glanced at Wu Yuhan. Wu Yuhan nodded and focused her eyes. The power of the dark fog rose from her body. In the void, a terrifying black fog power entangled, exploded, and condensed. Even though it was night, the phenomenon attracted a lot of attention. In the Feng family, Feng Qingyang was drinking tea in the courtyard and enjoying the night breeze when he suddenly saw the scene in the distance. "That's the Wu family?" Feng Qingyang's eyes focused. Could this be the Wu family's secret? Why did it appear? Feng Qingyang was extremely puzzled. "Should we go and take a look?" Feng Qingyang was in a dilemma. He had a rough understanding of what happened in the past, but he didn't know much. The Wu family had a good relationship with the Feng family. The main reason was that Wu Yuhan's father had a good relationship with Feng Qingyang. They weren't close friends, but they were really good friends. Therefore, Feng Qingyang had investigated a little over the years. Although he couldn't find much, he had locked onto some forces. However, he didn't have the capital to do anything. He didn't have the obligation to do so. Moreover, he had the entire Feng family. He wouldn't take such a risk. Now, such a force had appeared above the Wu family. He was curious. At this moment in another place in Feng City. It was a mysterious place that was relatively difficult to discover. This place was located in a remote suburb. It was a mountain that had been renovated. In the eyes of others, this mountain was very famous because it was called Dragon King Mountain. There was a temple on the mountain, a temple for monks. There were quite a number of monks in the temple, about 100 of them. During festivals, some rich and powerful people would come to the mountain to pray for good luck. However, there were a few forces that knew that this mountain wasn't what it looked like on the surface. In fact, the true power of this mountain was called the Dark Alliance. What did the Dark Alliance mean? It was the strongest assassin organization in the continent. Although it didn't have the most members, its assassination success rate was the highest. The Chu family and the Feng family used to be members of this organization. Later on, the Feng family and the Chu family grew stronger and left the Dark Alliance. To be precise, the ancestors of the Chu family and the Feng family were among the founders of the Dark Alliance. One of them was the current leader of the Dark Alliance. Therefore, the members of the Dark Alliance also knew some of the movement techniques of the Chu family and the Feng family. Later on, they didn't know anything about the Dark Alliance because they no longer had any contact with each other. After destroying the Wu family, Feng Qingyang went there a few times. He vaguely saw a few traces of battle on the ground and walls. Based on these traces, he felt that it might be the Chu family and the Dark Alliance. However, he didn't investigate further. There was no need for that. The Chu family and the Feng family were about the same size, but the Dark Alliance had more experts. Moreover, the leader of the Dark Alliance should be the Tian Dao. This was the reason why Feng Qingyang didn't dare to provoke them. His ancestor was still around, but it had been 1,000 years since his ancestor broke through to the Tian Dao. He didn't know if his ancestor had reached the Tian Dao because his ancestor hadn't come out for 100 years. This was the difficulty of reaching the Tian Dao realm. Your talent might not be weak, but you might not be able to reach the Tian Dao realm. At this moment, an old man in the Dark Alliance suddenly opened his eyes. His figure disappeared on the spot and appeared on the mountain peak, looking in the direction of the Wu family. Dark fog? The dark fog has appeared? A look of surprise and confusion appeared on his face. Men. Chapter 1431. At this moment, in the messy courtyard of the Wu family, Lin Xian, Wu Yuhan, and Feng Ling were waiting in the dark. They would definitely come. As expected, in about 5 minutes, a few figures appeared in the sky above the Wu family and landed in the courtyard. The dark fog had already dissipated. It was kept by Wu Yuhan. Swish, swish, swish. The three of them landed in the courtyard and scanned their surroundings. Where's the dark fog? Wasn't it here just now? Why did it disappear? I can't feel any aura at all. Strange. Could it have been taken away by someone else? Impossible. To take away the dark fog, one must absorb it before taking it away. Otherwise, no one can take the dark fog away. It's impossible to absorb it in a short 5 minutes. Biu, at this moment, Lin Xian and Winqim, who were hiding in the shadows, shot out silver needles at 2 of the 3 people. In fact, this was something they created from the law of creation. It was similar to a pistol, but it did not seem powerful. In fact, even a level 10 great virtual realm would die instantly. Did you think that the things they created after spending more than a day creating the law of creation would be simple? Moreover, it was absolutely silent and had no aura. So, thud, 2 of the 3 figures fell to the ground and died. Whew! There was only one left. He suddenly showed a horrified expression and his aura exploded. He subconsciously lowered his head to take a look. How did these 2 people die? How did they die? Swish, swish, swish. In the next moment, Lin Xian and the other 2 appeared beside him. It's really not easy to find you. Lin Xian stretched and looked at the man in front of him. Who are you? The man's eyes narrowed as he looked at Lin Xian. He was ambushed. However, did that mean that the dark fog was in their hands? Lin Xian and the others clearly heard the conversation between these 3 people. They must be the people from that year. Moreover, they came here with a purpose. They came here to talk about the dark mist. They also knew about the dark mist. Lin Xian then released a spatial lock, sealing the space around him. As for the realm of this person, he was at the 8th level of the Great Void Realm. To be honest, he was already a top-notch expert. However, in front of Lin Xian, he was nothing. Tell me who you are. Lin Xian sat there, then stretched out his hand and made a gesture. The two women behind him remained indifferent. Hey, give me a light. You guys are making me very embarrassed. Lin Xian said. Wind chimes rolled her eyes. Wu Yuhan obediently lit a cigarette for Lin Xian. So, the dark mist is in your hands? The man narrowed his eyes and asked. Law of destruction. Bang. Ah. In the next moment his arm exploded, and a scream pierced through the air. Please pay attention to the situation now. You are a prisoner. Who are you to ask questions? Lin Xian smirked. Speak. Who are you? Lin Xian took a puff of his cigarette and asked calmly. Wu Yuhan stood there with her fists clenched. Was this the culprit who massacred the Wu family back then? She really did not know what she was feeling now. She did not expect him to be standing right in front of her. Ha! You are not worthy. In the next moment he bit the poison pill in his mouth. Blood flowed out from the corner of his mouth and he died. Lin Xian, damn. It can't be? Men of sacrifice? Lin Xian's head hurt. They are assassins. Wind chimes stared at the three corpses and said, Assassins? The rule of an assassin is to not become a prisoner and not expose any information. This is the rule that has been trained since young. They are even willing to die to not expose themselves. Wind chimes said, Feng family and Chu family too? No, not anymore. Feng family and Chu family are assassin families. Everyone knows that there is no need for this. Moreover, Feng family and Chu family's assassins are from their own families. Our rule is to try our best to preserve our lives even if we are exposed. Except for that place. Wind chimes' eyes narrowed. What place? Dark Alliance. Have you heard of it? Lin Xian shook his head. Dark Alliance? I know. Wasn't it disbanded? Wu Yuhan nodded and looked at Wind chimes doubtfully. Feng Ling shook her head. No, many years ago, Feng family and Chu family's old ancestor was one of the founders of the Dark Alliance. Later, the two families left the Dark Alliance and established Feng family and Chu family. With the help of their deep foundation, they became the top families in Feng country. However, the Dark Alliance still exists. Wind chimes then said, the Dark Alliance has always maintained some of the rules. Of course, we can't rule out the possibility that other forces are the same. This is a relatively common situation. Actually, I have also suspected the Dark Alliance. After all, the Dark Alliance has the capital to do so. However, there is no evidence. Lin Xian walked over to investigate. It's useless. It's impossible for them to leave behind anything that could expose their identities. But it's precisely this point that makes me suspect the Dark Alliance, said Wind chimes. Where is the Dark Alliance? Asked Lin Xian. Wind chimes pointed in a direction. There's a monk temple on that mountain. On the surface, there are some monks inside, but in fact, it's the Dark Alliance. Lin Xian, let's take a look. Wind chimes hurriedly shook his head. Don't go. If it's the Dark Alliance, it's best we leave first. That's because the Dark Alliance's leader is at the Heavenly Dao realm. Gasp, Lin Xian drew a gasp. That was a little exaggerated. Heavenly Dao realm. Wu Yuhan clenched her fists. At that moment, a figure suddenly landed. Father? Wind chimes saw Feng Qingyang. Feng Qingyang was taken aback when he saw the three of them. Nonsense. Quickly return. Let's go. We'll talk at home. Feng Qingyang hurriedly said. Following that, they vanished from the spot. Among the Dark Alliance, a figure came in front of the man. Alliance leader. Speak. They're dead. The man frowned. Is it a trap? Looks like it. The Dark Alliance's alliance leader would normally head there himself, but if this matter was exposed, he would be in danger. The Dark Alliance appeared to be very powerful, and he was a Heavenly Dao. However, if the three factions had evidence, even if it was the Dark Alliance, someone at the Heavenly Tao realm would come to end him. What about the target? Have you locked onto them? Asked the Dark Alliance's alliance leader. The fog of darkness was too powerful. He had to obtain it. Not at the moment. When I went over, I happened to see a few figures vanish. There were a total of 4 of them, but I can't be sure. Space? Yeah, that's relatively easy to find. Investigate. Alliance leader. And on the other side, Lin Xian and company were sitting in the living room of the Feng family's villa. Chapter 1432. Feng Qingyang had smoked 2 cigarettes in that short period of time. Other than the 4 of them, there was no one else in the living room. They had all been sent away by Feng Qingyang. Dad, do you know something? Feng Ling asked with a frown. That's right, Uncle Feng. Actually, I'm not afraid to tell you that Xiao Yuhan is from the Wu family. Feng Qingyang nodded. I know. When he went over and saw Lin Xian and the others, and also learned of Wu Yuhan's name, he knew that Wu Yuhan was definitely a member of the Wu family. This was likely the reason why Lin Xian was here. I guessed it, so I asked you to come back quickly, Feng Qingyang said. Dad, is the faction that you are so afraid of the Dark Alliance? Feng Ling asked. Feng Qingyang took a puff of his cigarette and nodded. Yes. I've done some research over the years, and I'm basically certain that it's the Dark Alliance. He looked up at Lin Xian and said, I'm quite familiar with the Dark Alliance. Although I can't tell anything from the 3 corpses, the location of the calluses on their hands convinced me that they are from the Dark Alliance. Is that so? Feng Ling frowned slightly. That'll be troublesome. She looked at Lin Xian. Feng Qingyang said, the most powerful thing about the Dark Alliance is that they have a Heavenly Tao realm. In this world, there are many Heavenly Tao realm demons, but most of them are neutral or even friends of the human race. Only a few are enemies. As for the human race, there aren't many Heavenly Tao. One Heavenly Tao is already a heaven-defying existence. Actually, that's not necessarily the case. We don't know the existence of so many Heavenly Tao, but the number of Heavenly Tao is definitely beyond our imagination, Lin Xian said. Yes, that's true. But there's no doubt that the Heavenly Tao is extremely powerful and terrifying. That's why I'm worried that someone saw you. Hurry back. Feng Qingyang said. So it's the Dark Alliance. Lin Xian pondered for a moment before looking at Wu Yuhan. Don't worry. Even if there's a Heavenly Tao, I'll avenge you. Wu Yuhan looked at Lin Xian with her beautiful eyes. Lin Xian, your strength is heaven-defying. You can even kill more than 20 higher void stage experts. However, the Heavenly Tao is terrifying beyond your imagination. Don't be reckless. Feng Qingyang hurriedly reminded. I understand. The gap between the Heavenly Tao and the 10 stars of the Great Void Stage was truly unimaginable. To put it simply, Lin Xian had personally witnessed the scene of Linglong Shui ascending to the Heavenly Tao. That scene was simply unimaginable. Just that lightning was too terrifying. Even if it was Lin Xian, he wouldn't be able to reach the Heavenly Tao unless he could use his domain to pull the other party's cultivation level down to the Heavenly Tao. However, Lin Xian was only at the Great Void Stage 3 stars. He definitely couldn't do it. However, don't forget that Lin Xian has someone backing him up. Can we ask the 3 major forces for help? Wu Yuhan asked. No. There is no evidence. Feng Qingyang said. Moreover, the 3 major forces will have to pay a huge price. The Dark Alliance is also an organization of humans. They operate on the same principle as the assassins. Since the assassins are allowed to exist, the 3 major forces will also allow them to exist. Even if they have killed innocent people, the 3 major forces will turn a blind eye to it. As long as they don't threaten the civilians, they won't take action. The 3 major forces won't easily take action against any forces with the Heavenly Tao. Wu Yuhan bit her red lips. Lin Xian smiled and said, Don't worry, I'll call for help. Feng Qingyang looked at Lin Xian. Could it be that you know the Heavenly Tao? Lin Xian nodded. Of course. Wu Yuhan's beautiful eyes lit up. Then, a worried expression appeared on her face. There won't be any danger, right? Since the enemy already knows about it, it's fine to drag it out. There's no hurry to wait until we grow stronger. Wu Yuhan said. But what if by the time we grow up, they are gone? Don't worry, she's not an ordinary heavenly Dao. Lin Xian smiled. Since there's a heavenly Dao, I won't interfere in this matter anymore. The Wu family is a tragedy. The head of the Wu family is also my friend. Therefore, I've been secretly investigating this matter all these years. If I can take revenge, that's what I hope to see. Feng Qingyang nodded. Then we'll take our leave first. Lin Xian stood up and said, Stay at the Feng family tonight. Feng Qingyang said, It's safer. Even if the heavenly Dao comes, the Feng family is not to be trifled with. The Feng family has a powerful formation that can at least block the heavenly Dao for a while. I'm worried that you'll be exposed, Feng Qingyang said. Lin Xian was very grateful. Thank you, Uncle Feng. All right. Lingling, go and tidy up a room for Lin Xian and Yuhan. Got it. Feng Ling glanced at them and said, Follow me. The three of them went to the third floor of the villa. Feng Qingyang was secretly amazed. This kid actually knows about the existence of the heavenly Dao. He even has the confidence to ask the heavenly Dao for help. He's really not simple. If Lingling has anything to do with him, it'll be good for the Feng family. Feng Qingyang muttered to himself. Go to this room. Feng Ling looked at Lin Xian and pointed at a room in front of him. Yuhan, you go to this room. Feng Ling pointed at another room. There's no need to trouble yourself. I'll share a room with Xiaoyu. Lin Xian hugged Wu Yuhan's slender waist. Feng Ling said, Lin Xian? Feng Ling was stunned for a moment. Then she coughed and said, The room is very small. The bed is especially small. It can't fit 2 people. Lin Xian, Yuhan, why don't you sleep with me? I have a lot to talk to you about. Wu Yuhan nodded. Feng Ling glanced at Lin Xian. Then, she held Wu Yuhan's arm and led her away. You want to have sex with a girl in front of me? Dream on. I won't give it to you. I'll piss you off. That was Feng Ling's thought. Lin Xian. He shrugged helplessly and walked into the room. The bed was more than 2 meters long. Why the fuck did you say that it could only fit 1 person? Lin Xian lay on the bed and took out his phone. Xiao Linglong, DDD. Are you asleep? Are you asleep? Lin Xian sent a message to Linglong Shui. At home, although it was late at night, Linglong Shui and the rest were finally free. Little Shi and little Tianyi were asleep. Linglong Shui, Yi Renbing, Linglong Yue, Bing Ling Yue, and Huang Shi were eating hot pot in the living room. Huang Shi realized that although this place was a little boring, it was really good. It was much more interesting than her place. Moreover, these 2 babies were so cute. Linglong Shui saw the message. Wow. This bastard actually knows how to contact you, sister, Linglong Yue mumbled. Chapter 1433. Linglong Shui sat there elegantly before accepting the video call. Xiao Linglong, I miss you. The first thing she saw was Lin Xian's despicable look. Why did she want to slap him so badly? Is there something? Linglong Shui asked lightly. Can't I video call you if there's nothing? What's the matter? Lin Xian asked with a smile. Let's eat. Hapa. Everyone is here. Then, Linglong Shui picked up her cell phone and pointed the camera at Yi Renbing, Linglong Yu, Bing Ling Yue, and Huang Shi. Ahem, then let me repeat myself. I miss you. Lin Xian grinned. Sure enough, people change. Huang Shi ate a mouthful of beef and said lightly. What? Pretend I didn't say anything. Huang Shi said lightly. Lin Xian then said awkwardly, It looks delicious. Then I'll wait for you to come back. Linglong Shui said. Why don't you eat at my place? Lin Xian said with a smile. I knew you had something to do. Linglong Yu rolled her eyes at Lin Xian. Ahem, it's a trivial matter. What is it? Yi Renbing asked lightly. Help me kill a heavenly Dao realm. The girls, how could killing a heavenly Dao realm be a trivial matter? If my realm was slightly higher, reaching the great void realm 7 stars, I would dare fight a heavenly Dao realm. Unfortunately, I'm only at the Great Void Realm's 3 stars. Lin Xian. You're at the Great Void Realm? Bing Lingyue asked in pleasant surprise. That's right. I accidentally absorbed 10,000 evil bolts of lightning and advanced to the Great Void Realm. 10,000 evil bolts of lightning from one of the 12 demon gods? Linglong Shui pondered slightly. All right. Linglong Shui asked. Tomorrow or the day after? Linglong Shui nodded. Under normal circumstances, they wouldn't help Lin Xian. Under normal circumstances, Lin Xian wouldn't need their help either. That was because he wouldn't be able to improve himself. However, he had no choice but to ask for their help. Lin Xian really couldn't do it. The Heavenly Dao Realm. See you tomorrow then. Linglong Shui said. Wow. Bring little Tianny and little Shirshir over tomorrow. I want to spank them. Lin Xian said with a smile. The corners of the girls' mouths twitched. How could there be such a father? Then, Lin Xian video chatted with them all the way until little Tian woke up and wanted to drink milk. Yi Renbing wanted to feed him, but Lin Xian kept shouting that he wanted to watch. Then, Linglong Shui turned off the video. Lin Xian, holy shit. It seems like they're not afraid of me even though we're not at home. Lin Xian turned off his cell phone and said sadly, then when I come out of the door of God's awakening, wouldn't they turn the world upside down? No way. I have to establish my dominance. The next day, Linglong Shui and company arrived in Wind City. They didn't need to take a plane or anything. They could just use Linglong Shui's spatial jump to easily arrive here. Holy shit. Where did this beauty come from? Heavens. Beauty? Beauty, you are humiliating them. She should be a goddess, right? That bearing, that looks. Holy shit. She's invincible. How can there be such a level of woman? When the few of them walked on the streets of the city, the number of heads turning was definitely incomparable. They were already keeping a low profile. The clothes they wore were rather ordinary, but could anyone withstand this bearing? This bearing was enough to make people fall deep into it and unable to extricate themselves. However, this group of noble and beautiful women were all stinky hooligans. They didn't know where they got their luck from. Linglong Shui carried little Shirshir while Yi Renbing carried little Tianny. The two little brats looked at the bustling surroundings with their big eyes. Mommy, what? Little Shirshir looked at the cotton candy with her big eyes and then pointed with her cute little finger. This little Shirshir was already 8 or 9 months old, and she was extremely smart. Basically, she could already say some simple things. Moreover, Linglong Shui really never taught her how to speak. She didn't even teach her how to call her mommy. She really called it by herself. Little Tianny still couldn't speak, but his little finger also pointed at the cotton candy with an excited look. Linglong Shui rubbed little Shirshir's little head dotingly and then carried her over. You can't eat it yet? Yi Renbing looked at little Tianny's desire and said with a smile. Oh, little Tianny immediately pulled his little head. Then, little Shirshir raised the cotton candy and ate happily. Little Tianny looked at the cotton candy in her hand longingly. Little Shirshir handed the cotton candy to little Tianny. Little Tianny happily reached out his hand and then she pulled her hand back and ate happily. Her beautiful big eyes were filled with slyness. Little Tianny, the few women couldn't help but laugh. When little Tianny and little Shirshir grow up a little Tianny will probably be bullied to death by his sister. Yi Renbing couldn't help but laugh. Huang Shi looked at them with her beautiful eyes. To be honest, she was a little envious. She never thought that she would be envious of these things before, but after staying with them for a long time, she really liked and envied them. Anyway, I'm the boss. Linglong Shui wrinkled her cute little nose. You have to listen to me in the future. The surrounding people looked at them enviously. What kind of person could have such a woman? They were so envious that they even had a baby. Let's go. Lin Xian is waiting for us. Linglong Shui said. Following that, they walked to a private room in a particular hotel. Hey, are you saying that a Heavenly Dao Realm expert will be here for a meal in a while? Feng Ling asked while swinging her legs. Lin Xian nodded. That's right. A Heavenly Dao Realm expert. As the host, shouldn't you express your sincerity? Feng Ling grunted. All right then. After all, it's a Heavenly Dao Realm senior. I'm still very careful. What sort of person is he? Heavenly Dao Realm. He should be very famous, right? Logically speaking, I should have heard of his name. Lin Xian pondered slightly. He's not very famous, but he's very beautiful. Very beautiful? That can't be, right? Shouldn't Heavenly Dao Realm experts be old men with white hair and beards? Lin Xian, who told you that? I've seen a few of them. Furthermore, all I know are like that. In that era, one had to be very old to reach the Heavenly Dao Realm. Only in our era can there be a young Heavenly Dao Realm expert. Feng Ling refused to believe it. You'll know when you see him, said Lin Xian with a smile. As for Wu Yuhan, she was puzzled as well. She knew of the existence of Linglong Shuer and company, but she did not know that they were at the Heavenly Dao Realm. To be precise, few people around Lin Xian knew that they were at the Heavenly Dao Realm. Don't. There was a knock on the private room's door. Coming. Feng Ling excitedly ran over to open the door, and then, she was dumbfounded. Chapter 1434. Feng Ling's mouth was wide open as she looked in front of her. Why was she so stupid? Too beautiful. Every sister in front of her was so beautiful, so noble. She had never seen such a beautiful sister before. More importantly, it didn't seem like anything to see one, but why were they all so? For super beautiful, super noble immortal sisters and a young girl, but also very pretty. I knew it, there must be girls. Ling Longyue looked at Feng Ling and said with a pout. Hello, we're here to look for Lin Xian. Ling Longxue said. Okay. Feng Ling nodded in a daze, then hurriedly made way for them to walk in. Wow. Why are all of you here? Lin Xian looked at the group of beautiful and noble women, and he really wanted to have some group sports. We're here to play. Yi Renbing said indifferently. She hugged little Tian-Yi and sat down. Lin Xian laughed awkwardly. Wu Yuhan looked at them in shock. So beautiful, so noble, and was the Tendo that Lin Xian was talking about really her? She didn't look at Ling Longxue, who she knew. Feng Ling came back to her senses. They shouldn't have much of a relationship with Lin Xian, right? Although they were very beautiful, it was obvious that such a noble woman must have a special identity. Moreover, if she was the Tao of Heaven, how could she have a relationship with Lin Xian? How could Lin Xian be able to pursue such a woman? Also, they were all carrying babies. It couldn't be Lin Xian's baby, right? Unless he was the one who took over, it was impossible. Sisters, you're all so beautiful. Feng Ling sat down obediently and looked at them with her beautiful eyes. Really well. All of them were super beautiful, so beautiful that it was sickening. You're also very beautiful. Ling Longxue smiled at Feng Ling. Wow, they were even more beautiful when they smiled. Even a woman like her was about to fall in love with them. Wow, so cute. Feng Ling's beautiful eyes looked at Xiao Shishir and little Tianyi, and couldn't help but exclaim. Do you want a hug? Ling Longxue asked with a smile. Wind Chimes blinked her big eyes and asked in anticipation. Of course. Yeah. Then, Feng Ling hugged little Shishir, and little Shishir obediently reached out her hand to let her hug her. She's so obedient. Feng Ling's impression of children was that once they left their mother's embrace, they would make all sorts of fuss. However, this beautiful little girl actually took the initiative to reach out and let her hug her. She's actually not a good girl, Ling Longxue said with a smile. Good girl. Feng Ling hugged little Shishir and swayed her gently. Do you want this? She took a piece of watermelon. Shika looked at the watermelon expectantly. Sister, can she eat it? A small piece will do. Before Feng Ling could react, little Shishir took a bite and ate it happily. He hadn't grown teeth yet, but watermelons were fine. So cute. I like you so much. Feng Ling rubbed little Shishir's cheeks. Wu Yuhan really liked these two children very much. She was carrying little Tianyi. Sister, what's his name? Little Shishir. Ling Longxue said. Sounds good. You'll definitely be super beautiful when you grow up. Lin Xian coughed dryly and said, "Well, let's eat." Then, as they ate, they introduced themselves to each other. Ling Long Shui and company knew that this beautiful girl would probably be one of Lin Xian's bed members in the future, so it would definitely be very special to her. They were also used to Lin Xian's fickleness. Only Huang Shi needed some time to get used to it. She still didn't know of the existence of many other girls. Ling Long Shui ate a mouthful of food and looked at Lin Xian with her beautiful eyes. A heavenly Dao realm, Feng Ling. How many heavenly Dao stars does she have? Lin Xian asked Feng Ling. Probably 2 stars at most. Feng Ling said before looking at them with her beautiful eyes. Don't tell me. Sister is really at the heavenly Dao realm? Feng Ling looked at Ling Long Shui in astonishment. So beautiful, so young. But it can't be, right? Lin Xian said with a smile. Guess how many heavenly Dao there are among these few? Feng Ling? And there's more than one? She gaped her tiny mouth. When do we take action? Ling Long Shui said lightly. Since we're here, let's do it tonight. Okay, sure. Feng Ling looked at them in astonishment. What sort of man was worthy of such a woman? Furthermore, it was a heavenly Dao. Then, shall we go out and have some fun after dinner? Lin Xian asked. Anything is fine. After dinner, they had fun the entire afternoon. Then they booked 2 rooms and went in to rest. Lin Xian, Lin Xian, Lin Xian. Feng Ling secretly called Lin Xian out. What's the matter? Poor they. Feng Ling asked curiously. She was too embarrassed to ask while eating and going out to have fun. Just, bastard. Tell me. She glared at Lin Xian. My wives. Pfft. Feng Ling felt like she had heard the world's greatest joke. Quick, tell me. In this day and age, no one believed the truth? Guess for yourself. Lin Xian then walked into the room. If you don't want to tell me, I'll ask. Feng Ling then went to another room. On the bed, little Shirshir was extending her hand to Tiany's mouth. The silly Tiany was still moaning with his tiny mouth. Wu Yuhan was sprawled there as she looked at them curiously. Lin Xian and Huang Shi were in another room. As for what they were doing, it looked like they were chatting. Sister Ling Long Shui, how did you get to know Lin Xian? Feng Ling asked out of curiosity. It's been quite a while. As for how we got to know each other, I guess you won't get to know each other without a fight. Ling Long Shui said. It's quite fascinating. He actually knows several heavenly Dao realm existences. Furthermore, all of you are willing to help him. Feng Ling said. Bing Ling Yue said with a smile, it's nothing if we're a family. A family? Feng Ling was taken aback. Don't you know? Bing Ling Yue looked at her. Feng Ling shook her head in a daze. Actually, when Lin Xian invited them over and even allowed them to take care of the baby, they knew that Lin Xian wasn't afraid of her finding out. Then take your time to figure it out. Bing Ling Yue said with a smile. Feng Ling, it can't be, right? It can't be, right? It can't really be, then this baby, it's his. Yiren Bing said with a smile. Feng Ling? Wu Yuhan? That's right. Even Wu Yuhan was dumbfounded, much less Feng Ling. This? Hey. What's the matter? Lin Xian looked at Huang Shi in front of him. Nothing. Let me see the myriad evil lightning. Huang Shi said. Lin Xian then extended his hand as black lightning coiled around his palm. Why are you looking at it? Huang Shi shook her head. It's nothing. Let's go to the other room. Lin Xian? Baffling. Chapter 1435. There was nothing wrong with Huang Shi asking this question. It was just that the demon god who controlled the 10,000 demonic lightning was a friend of hers. This friend of hers, how should she put it? She had gone astray, but there was nothing she could do about it. She had only heard that Lin Xian had obtained the 10,000 demonic lightning, so she came over to take a look and reminisce about it. In the other room, Feng Ling was dumbfounded. They were all Lin Xian's women. They really were. These beautiful sisters were all so noble and powerful. They were all Lin Xian's women? This might not be a big deal, but they had all given birth to a beautiful daughter and son for Lin Xian. Wow. But she did not understand where Lin Xian got his charm from. How could he attract such women? Oh my god. Hello, beautiful ladies. Lin Xian and Huang Shi walked into the room. Little Shir hug. Lin Xian smiled and carried little Shir. Little Tian Yi blinked his eyes as he watched Lin Xian carry little Shir. Then he stretched out his hand and asked for a hug. You don't want to hug? Lin Xian glanced at little Tian. Then little Tian Yi pouted. Wow. It can't be? He's so young. Why do I feel like he can understand Lin Xian's words? Feng Ling and Wu Yuhan were shocked. It was true. He acted as if he could understand everything. They're very smart. Yi Renbing looked at her precious son and said, Little Tian Yi, do you like him? Yi Renbing pointed at Lin Xian. Little Tian Yi shook his little head. Feng Ling? Oh my god. This is too scary. He can really understand? He's only a few months old. This? It's too scary. And they were already used to it. Big brother, little Tian ate little Shir's cock just now. Dragoni flew out from Ling Longyue's embrace and said. Feng Ling and Wu Yuhan also saw Dragoni. They didn't see her earlier because she was sleeping in Ling Longyue's arms and in her backpack, so they didn't notice her. When Feng Ling saw Dragoni, she was even more dumbfounded. Dragons, these are dragons. Oh my god. Just what kind of monsters were by Lin Xian's side? Dragons and little girls? She was stunned. Really? Did you put your foot there on purpose again? Lin Xian pinched little Shir's cheeks. Little Shir snorted proudly. Feng Ling secretly opened her small mouth. It was too frightening. Seriously? His worldview was about to collapse. The two little ones looked like they were 5, 6, 7 or 8 years old, or maybe even older. Feng Ling, can we kill anyone from the Dark Alliance? Lin Xian asked. Feng Ling thought for a while and said, according to father, although the Dark Alliance isn't an evil organization, but 90% of them are puppets. They have lost their souls and only have battle power. They listen to orders and are death warriors. Only a small number of them still have their own consciousness and can be killed. Then there's no problem. Let's rest and set off at night. Wu Yuhan stood up and bowed to them. Thank you for your help. The corners of Yi Renbing's mouth curled up as she said, then you should properly serve this person on the bed. Lin Xian, Feng Ling was shocked. These beautiful and noble sisters were Lin Xian's girlfriends. She could accept it for now, but they all accepted Lin Xian having multiple wives? Is this world crazy? Late at night, in the Dark Alliance, did you find anything? The leader of the Dark Alliance sat there and asked. Leader, we haven't found anything yet, but we have some clues. We've narrowed it down to a small area. We should be able to find the target in less than a day. If you suspect anyone, capture them all. As long as they have the fog of darkness in them, there shouldn't be a problem. At this moment, Lin Xian and his group walked up the mountain in the middle of the night. Leader, there's a group of people walking up the mountain. Another person ran over and said, Are they here to pay their respects? Don't they know that it's forbidden to pay respects in the middle of the night? You can settle this small matter. The leader of the Dark Alliance didn't take it to heart. Actually, many people came because of the reputation. Some people didn't know the rules here and might come at night. To him, this was normal and didn't need to be too concerned. Leader, they don't look simple. The leader of the Dark Alliance frowned. Not simple? No, there are a few women who are especially beautiful and noble. They don't look like ordinary people. They probably have cultivations too, and not too low. For example, why would some martial artists with high cultivation come here to pay their respects? Be careful. Yes. Outside, they walked up just like that. Gentlemen, you're not allowed to pay respects in the middle of the night. Halfway up the mountain, a few people who looked like monks stopped them. I'm not here to pay respects. Lin Xian looked at them and said, Who are those people? In the next moment, they fell to the ground. Lin Xian smirked, I'm here to kill. Xiao Linglong. Linglong Shui's delicate body exploded with a powerful force. Her eyes focused and her hair danced wildly. Then, a terrifying spatial seal completely sealed this place. If you want to break through the seal of the Void Fox, you'll need to be much stronger than her. Or you'll need to spend a lot of time and energy. What? Wu Yuhan, who was hugging little Shirshir, seemed very excited at this scene. She clapped her tiny hands happily. Little Tianyi, who was in Feng Ling's embrace, was the complete opposite. He looked a little scared. Lin Xian expressed his helplessness. Bro, you're a man. Although you're the younger brother, why do I feel like the two of you have opposite personalities? It was probably as Renbing said. When they grew up, little Tianyi would be bullied to death by little Shirshir. And this aura was sensed by everyone in the Dark Alliance. A strong enemy has arrived. The leader of the Dark Alliance narrowed his eyes. And it was a strong enemy with spatial attributes? Whoosh! More than 100 Dark Alliance experts leaped up in the night and stood in the void. Wu Yuhan's eyes focused as she stared at the people above. She secretly gritted her teeth. She did not know who did it, but there was definitely an enemy of hers here. The enemy who killed her parents, her entire family's enemy. Gentlemen, what's the meaning of this? As a heavenly Dao realm existence, the leader of the Dark Alliance naturally sensed that the spatial seal was a heavenly Dao. To be honest, he did not expect a heavenly Dao realm existence to come to his Dark Alliance. It was best if he did not take action. Even if he admitted defeat, he would not take action. The spatial heavenly Dao was too powerful. Chapter 1436. Lin Xian looked up at the person who spoke. You're the leader of the Dark Alliance? That's right. And you are? Lin Xian asked. Were you the one who wiped out the Wu family? The leader of the Dark Alliance frowned. Were they here to investigate the Wu family? Hehehe, I'm a heavenly Dao realm cultivator. Why would I touch the small Wu family? Are you guests from the 3 major factions? The leader of the Dark Alliance said with a smile. The people who were here to investigate were likely from the 3 major factions. However, the possibility wasn't high. Because the fog of darkness appeared yesterday and they were here today. Could it be that the fog of darkness was in their hands? If that was the case, he was willing to fight this battle. It was just Tian Dao. Although he was very strong, he should not forget where he was. This was the headquarters of the Dark Sect. This was his territory. The Dark Sect had existed for so many years. It was not as simple as just having a few experts and some people. We're not from the 3 major factions. We're here for revenge. You're here for revenge with your entire family? Interesting. But what feud do we have? The leader of the Dark Alliance laughed. Xiao Yuhan. Wu Yuhan nodded and her aura exploded. The fog of darkness exploded. So now, do we have a feud? The leader of the Dark Alliance's eyes lit up the moment he saw the fog of darkness. Ha! Fog of darkness? You were the people from last night? So, you admit it. To the leader of the Dark Alliance, the temptation of the fog of darkness was too great. They should be the heavenly Dao. How could a heavenly Dao be so easily obtained? Did they think that one heavenly Dao with the space attribute was enough? In fact, everyone thought so too. But it wasn't that simple. Ha! Activate the array. The leader of the Dark Alliance sneered. The next moment, the entire mountain lit up with a powerful array. This array trapped them all. This is the spirit-devouring array. Huang Shi smiled in her heart. That's great. Bing Lingyue glanced at her. What a pity. If it was the complete Great Spirit-devouring array, we might have died here. As the most terrifying array for the heavenly Dao, we still have to pay attention to it. But what a pity! In this world, other than me, no one else knows the complete Great Spirit-devouring array. Huang Shi said. Then it's fine. Renbing said lightly. However, the leader of the Dark Alliance didn't know anything. That's right. Back then, the Wu family was indeed exterminated by this old man personally. So what? You are a surviving member of the Wu family? The Dark Alliance master looked at Wu Yuhan. Wu Yuhan put away the dark mist, and Bing Lingyue took little Shirshir and held her in her arms. Tonight, I will have my revenge for the extermination of my sect. Haha. Just a spatial heavenly Dao realm? You guys are thinking too simply. Have you heard of the Great Spirit Devouring Array? Not to mention one heavenly Tao, even if there were 5 heavenly Tao in this Spirit Devouring Array, all of you would still die. The leader of the Dark Alliance laughed out loud. Is that so? Huang Shi curled her lips and came to a spot as her aura surged. Boom, she threw a punch at that spot. At the same time, the leader of the Dark Alliance's pupils constricted. What the hell? What the hell was that? Your incomplete version of the Great Spirit Devouring Array is gone. What about now? Huang Shi looked up at him with a curl of her lips. How can that be? How is that possible? How can you know of the Great Spirit Devouring Array? In this world, other than me, how can anyone else know of the Great Spirit Devouring Array? He roared in horror. Then, do you know that the person who created the Great Spirit Devouring Array is a person named Linimo? Huang Shi curled her lips. Lin Xian scratched his head and glanced at her. She looked strangely familiar. I see. Yiren Bing curled her lips slightly. Bing Lingyue also glanced at Lin Xian. Everyone. The next instant, his gaze landed on Ling Long Shui. Let this sovereign experience the strength of a heavenly Tao realm's spatial expert. Lin Xian secretly shook his head. My wives, do your best. Lin Xian sat there. So, Yiren Bing, Huang Shi, and Bing Lingyue charged forward together. Wawa. Dragoni and Xiao Shishir were clapping their hands excitedly while Ling Longyue and Bing Lingyue were standing there. Bing Lingyue had yet to reach the heavenly Tao realm, and there was no need for her to do anything. What? Sensing the 3 auras, the Dark Alliance experts were dumbfounded. 3 heavenly Tao? 3 heavenly Tao? Soaring phoenix wings. Roar? A phoenix let out a long cry. Dragon roars to the 9 heavens. Roar. The illusory image of a black dragon also appeared. The dragon and phoenix merged into one, spiraling as they charged straight up. Spatial blast. Boom. The crowd that rushed over was easily killed by the spatial blast. Spatial seal. The next instant, Ling Long Shui released a spatial seal on the heavenly Tao. He had no way to dodge. Boom. The dragon and phoenix slammed into his body. A phenomenon appeared in the sky, attracting the attention of many commoners in Wind City. At the foot of the mountain, Feng Qingyang stood there with his mouth agape at the scene. These are the people Lin Xian found? He was dumbfounded. The fact that Lin Xian could find a heavenly Tao was already shocking enough. Furthermore, there was more than one heavenly Tao? The reason why they had to attack in the middle of the night was because Feng Ling said that there would not be any ordinary people near the mountain. Otherwise, it would not be easy to attack in the day. Plop, the Dark Alliance leader's charred body fell to the ground. It was that simple. It was really that simple. Actually, it was not simple. The main reason was that they were too strong. They were not ordinary heavenly Tao realm experts. Furthermore, the main reason was that they had space. Otherwise, he would have been able to dodge. Seriously, this sucks. Yiren Bing landed and clapped her hands. Feng Ling? The heavenly Tao was gone just like that? Fascinating. Fascinating. Lin Xian clapped his hands. To think you can escape from Sister's spatial seal. How young. Ling Longyue grumbled. Lass, I'll leave it to you. Huang Shi landed and glanced at Wu Yuhan with her beautiful eyes. Shua, Wu Yuhan conjured her spirit artifact. Cough, cough, cough. The Heavenly Tao's Dark Alliance leader coughed out a mouthful of blood as he lay there with heavy injuries. He attempted to struggle up, but he had no strength at all. He could not even open his eyes. There was nothing he could do. Huang Shi and Yirenbing's realms were above his. It was normal for their combined attack to injure him to such an extent. Spare me. The Dark Alliance leader said in a muffled voice. Shua, Wu Yuhan's eyes turned red as she slashed off his arm. With another slash, his other arm was chopped off. Shua, another strike. Left leg, right leg, shua shua shua. Die. Wu Yuhan roared as tears streamed down her face. She constantly slashed at his body in a frenzy. Chapter 1437. Wu Yuhan slashed the corpse with all her might as if she had gone mad. The corpse was already beyond recognition from her slashes. Lin Xian and the rest stood not far away, not making a sound. Lin Xian knew that Wu Yuhan was venting her anger. After so many years of hatred and searching, the culprit who had annihilated the Wu family was here. The anger, hatred, and grievances that she had suppressed in her heart for too long all exploded at this moment. They all understood. After a long time, Wu Yuhan stabbed the sword in her hand into the ground. She half knelt there and panted heavily, tears dripping down her face. Feng Ling bit her red lips and looked at her. She couldn't understand Wu Yuhan because she had never experienced this before. However, she could understand and understand. At this moment, Lin Xian walked over and gently patted her on the shoulder. "It's over." Wu Yuhan stood up and wiped her tears. Then, she buried herself in Lin Xian's arms and sobbed. Lin Xian patted her back lightly. "Let's go back first," Yirenbing said. "Okay." Ling Longshui looked at Lin Xian with her beautiful eyes. "We'll go back first." After speaking, they disappeared on the spot, leaving Feng Ling alone. "Okay." Lin Xian smiled and wiped the tears on her face. "It's over." Wu Yuhan nodded. "Yes, it's over. Sorry, I forgot myself." "On the contrary, I'm more relieved now." Lin Xian smiled and hugged her shoulder as he looked into the distance. "Come here." Lin Xian waved at Feng Ling, and Feng Ling walked over. "What? Shouldn't we hug at this time?" Lin Xian smiled and hugged Feng Ling with his other hand. Feng Ling was speechless. "Go to hell." She stomped hard on Lin Xian's foot. "Xiao Yuhan, you haven't paid your respects to your parents since you came here. As their son-in-law, I should go, right?" Lin Xian said as he looked at Wu Yuhan. Let's go then." Then they walked down. Below them, they saw a stunned Feng Qingyang. Cough, I'm just here to take a look. Have you taken your revenge?" Feng Ling nodded. "Yes, the Dark Alliance is gone from today onwards." "All right." Feng Qingyang glanced over. "What about the seniors?" "They left," Lin Xian said. "So be it. Go back and rest," Feng Qingyang said. "I will go with Lin Xian and the others to visit Wu Yuhan's family." Feng Ling said, "Okay, go ahead." After paying their respects, the three of them went to a 5-star hotel and ordered a bunch of delicious food. Wu Yuhan seemed to be in low spirits. Even though she had taken her revenge, she still needed some time to get over it. "It's on me tonight," Feng Ling said. "Oh, needless to say, you actually took the initiative to treat me. I'm Qing Jie." "Get lost, I'm treating Yuhan. It's none of your business. Also, I'll settle the score with you for hugging me earlier." Feng Ling glared at Lin Xian. "Alright, I'll wait." Lin Xian nodded. "Xiao Yuhan, cheer up." Lin Xian looked at Wu Yuhan. Wu Yuhan nodded. "Smile." "I won't. If you don't smile, I'll kiss your lips until they're swollen in front of everyone." Wu Yuhan was speechless. "Get lost." She rolled her eyes at Lin Xian. "I'll tickle you." Lin Xian smiled and stretched out his hand. "Pa, don't tickle me, don't tickle me." Wu Yuhan couldn't help but laugh. Feng Ling looked at this scene and sighed inwardly. "This is good, right?" Lin Xian pinched her pink cheeks. "Hey, Lin Xian, how did you get to know Sister Ling Longshui and company? They are so beautiful and noble. Furthermore, they are very powerful demons at the Heavenly Dao realm. Not only did you woo them, you even little Tianyi and little Shirshir." Feng Ling was truly dumbfounded. Lin Xian shrugged his shoulders. "It's fate. It's really fate. Scram. You managed to woo so many noble sisters just because of fate? Quick, tell me." "It's really fate. It's mainly shamelessness," Wu Yuan said. "That makes sense. I think shamelessness is definitely an important factor." Feng Ling nodded. "If I woo you, won't you know how I woo them?" Lin Xian smiled at Feng Ling. "Scram. Darn scumbag. Yuhan, I don't know what you're thinking. This person probably has many women. Can you accept it?" Feng Ling looked at Wu Yuhan. "It's all the same," Wu Yuhan said. Feng Ling gaped her tiny mouth. How did Lin Xian train them to be so reasonable and magnanimous? Lin Xian really didn't do anything. If anything, it was his charm. He got them to be willing. Sigh, charm sure is troublesome. Lin Xian, tell me. How many women do you have? Feng Ling asked. Lin Xian, how many? That was really too many. 20? If you asked Lin Xian to think now, Lin Xian might even want to forget some people. Ling Ying Han Chu Xue, Ling Long Shui, Yiren Bing, Huang Shi, Bing Ling Yue, Murong Yu, Wu Yuhan, Lan Xingxing, Lu Yufan, Miao Xiao Miao, Bai Xian Xian, Luo Chenxi, Wang Xintong, Leng Wushi. They could be counted. Xiao Runing should be counted too. Then, there were some who were predetermined but not counted. Li, Xiao Xinyue, In Xian, Murong Qing, Zi Chiyue, Ling Long Yue, Zhao Yunqi. That should be enough? Anyway, there were too many. Alright, there was Feng Ling. Alright, there was one more. Wu Yunhua should be counted too, right? There were two more. Yirenbing's Palm, Xue Bingxin and Xue Binglan. Alright, there was also little fairy Linya. What? Little longer? No. She was too young. Damn. 20 was not enough. There were more than 20. Feng Ling, Wu Yuhan. To be honest, when Lin Xian thought about it, he was dumbfounded. Damn. So many? Does this mean that all the beautiful girls I know are the same? Wu Yuhan glanced at Lin Xian. Did this mean that all the 6 girls in her team who were participating in the Tianwu conference were the same? What the heck? Cough cough. Lin Xian coughed dryly. Feng Ling? Why? Was this Lin Xian really that good? Can your body do it? Feng Ling looked at Lin Xian in shock. Xiao Yuhan, tell him if my body can do it? Lin Xian smiled. No. Wu Yuhan shook her head and said, Lin Xian? Ha! Feng Ling could not help but laugh out loud. So it can't, huh? Feng Ling laughed until she was convulsing. Just you wait. Lin Xian glared at Wu Yuhan. However, Feng Ling was really shocked. This Lin Xian was simply invincible. Are you going back tomorrow? Feng Ling asked after she finished laughing. Chapter 1438. The matter here was already over. Lin Xian really didn't come here to play. It was really for Wu Yuhan's matter. Go back. I'll go back tomorrow. Lin and City still has a group of beautiful girls waiting for me. Every day they say they miss me. Sigh, being too charming is really a troublesome matter. Lin Xian sighed. Get lost. Feng Ling rolled her eyes in displeasure. The most displeased person was actually the happiest man. Are you going? Lin Xian asked. I'm going. You said you would treat me to a meal. Feng Ling said. Of course, I'll introduce you to a friend. Feng Ling also wanted to know. She wanted to see if the girls around Lin Xian were all beautiful. Anyway, Murong Yu, Ling Ying, and Han Chu Xue were all super beautiful. Humph. Feng Ling snorted. On the other side, Duan Ling Xiao couldn't contact Chu He anymore. However, the matter in Feng Nation had already happened. It was impossible for him to know instantly unless it was reported on the news. What's going on? Why isn't Chu He replying? Duan Ling Xiao frowned and kept pacing. He was even a little scared. He was worried that something had happened to Chu He. If something happened to Chu He, something might happen to him too. Although he was already very careful to contact Chu He and didn't leave any loopholes, he didn't use the method of chatting. Instead, he used a voice message. Unless Chu He recorded it. So he was worried. If this Chu He wasn't human, if he was caught and something happened to him, if he was exposed, would he be in danger? The key point was that it was very strange that he couldn't contact Chu He. It made him feel uneasy. Young master, young master. At this time, a young man ran into his villa. What's the matter? Duan Ling Xiao asked. Young master, quickly look at the news. Duan Ling Xiao then opened the news. Today's report, Feng Nation's Chu family's head is suspected of attempted murder and has been arrested by the temple. What? Duan Ling Xiao frowned. Such a big matter actually happened to the Chu family? Could it be Lin Xian? What about Chu He? Did you find out anything? Duan Ling Xiao hurriedly asked. Young master, we don't have anyone over there and we haven't received any news. Unless we go over there or if someone over there knows about it, then we will know about it. Ha! Son, good news, good news. At this moment, Duan Tianming walked in with a smile. Father! Duan Lingxiao stood up. What good news? You've entered the God's awakening door. Duan Tianming looked at Duan Lingxiao and said. Duan Lingxiao's eyes suddenly lit up. What? Is Lin Xian dead? Duan Lingxiao asked excitedly. It's not Lin Xian. Duan Tianming frowned when he heard Lin Xian's words. That is? Chu He. Duan Lingxiao, Chu He is dead? Yeah, Lin Xian killed him. Duan Lingxiao. To be precise, Chu He and more than 20 great void stage experts from the Chu clan tried to assassinate Lin Xian, but they were all killed by Lin Xian alone. Duan Tianming said. What? Duan Lingxiao revealed an expression of disbelief as his eyes widened. How is that possible? It's impossible. Someone else might have interfered, but Chu He's death is a fact, and the Chu clan is basically finished. Duan Tianming said. Because Chu He is dead, and the one handling this matter is coincidentally the sacred temple, the news came quickly. There are 10 spots in the God's awakening door. Since he is dead, you are naturally the 11th to enter the 10th place. Duan Lingxiao took a deep breath. It was a pity. It wasn't Lin Xian who was dead, but Chu He was dead. He was also in the top 10. It was a pity that it wasn't Lin Xian who died. But he was already very satisfied. It was just that, damn it. Was this Lin Xian really that hard to kill? I got it. I will prepare for the God's awakening door and try to step on Lin Xian when I come out. Duan Lingxiao clenched his fists and said. Did you interfere in this matter? Duan Tianming asked. Duan Lingxiao quickly shook his head. Why would I interfere in this matter? I guess there was some conflict between Lin Xian and Chu He. Coincidentally, Lin Xian went to Feng Nation and gave Chu He this opportunity. And it's best if it wasn't you. Remember, don't provoke that Lin Xian. He's definitely not as simple as he looks. Moreover, he has advanced to the absolute void stage. You are not his match. Advanced to the absolute void stage? Duan Lingxiao clenched his fists. I don't care what happens to you in the future, and I don't care what you can obtain in the God's awakening door. Once you enter the God's awakening door, you must remember not to make an enemy of that Lin Xian. Of the 10 people who enter the God's awakening door, 6 of them are women, including Zhuge Feng and Feng Ling. They are basically Lin Xian's friends, and you will be alone and helpless. Duan Lingxiao nodded. I know. After I go, I will do everything to improve myself. And you must remember, no matter where you are, you must control your emotions. If you can't endure small things, you will mess up big plans. Understood, Father. And prepare for the God's awakening door. During this period of time, see if you can break through to the absolute void stage. If you can, I will be more at ease when you enter with your absolute void stage cultivation. But Duan Tianming then walked away. Duan Lingxiao clenched his fists. Lin Xian, this young master doesn't believe that you will survive in the end. He really wanted to kill Lin Xian. However, he felt that this person was a fucking cockroach. He felt that if it were him, he would have died a long time ago. However, Duan Tianming was completely fine. Everyone, stop for a moment. Lin Xian is coming back. Let's make a feast together. In the Gale mercenary group, Lu Yufan clapped her hands and said, they did a lot of things together now. They leveled up together, ate, drank, and had fun together. In any case, Lin Xian's women were divided into a few groups. They played with each other the most and were often together. Lu Yufan's group, Ling Longshue's group, Ling Ying's group, Bai Xuanxuan's group, Murong Qing's group, and so on. Lan Xingxing was, of course, in Ling Ying's group. However, she often came here to play because there was a big celebrity that she liked very much. Zi Qiue really liked this kind of life. As their big sister, she also got along very well with them. But Lin Xian is coming back? Zhao Yunqi's beautiful eyes lit up. Then I'll go buy ingredients. Yi said. I'll accompany. Zi Qiue smiled. Then what should I do? An Exine asked. Big sister and accompany me to knead the noodles. Lin Xian likes to eat handmade noodles, Zhao Yunqi said. Okay. An Exine nodded happily. Miao Xiao Miao, Lu Yufan, and the others also began to practice. Chapter 1439. Lin Xian brought Feng Ling and Wu Yuhan here. The group of beautiful girls had already prepared a meal and were waiting for Lin Xian's arrival. Hello, everybody, I'm back. Lin Xian ran in. Then all the girls were pleasantly surprised. Feng Ling and Wu Yuhan, who were behind Lin Xian, appeared. It wasn't that they were hostile. Damn, he brought beautiful girls back again. When Feng Ling walked in, she was dumbfounded. So many beautiful girls, so many. At first, she thought that Lin Xian wanted to bring her to see Ling Ying, Han Chuxue, and the others. Only now did she realize that there was another group? Wait, you're an Exine? Feng Ling opened her mouth and looked at an Exine. I remember you. I saw you when I watched the live broadcast of the Tianwu conference. An Exine looked at Feng Ling and said, Wow, it's really an Exine. At this moment, Zichiyue walked out with soup. The soup is here. Heavenly consort Zichiyue? Feng Ling opened her mouth wide. An Exine and heavenly consort Zichiyue were here too? Could they also be Lin Xian's women? Impossible, right? What the fuck? Zichiyue smiled and nodded at an Exine. Heavenly consort, you're also Lin Xian's woman? Everyone was stunned for a moment. Zichiyue smiled and said, No, I'm here to play. I'm temporarily staying here and improving my realm with everyone. After all, if I don't improve, I'll be old. Fortunately. Feng Ling let out a long sigh of relief. She was almost scared to death. However, if someone is willing, I can consider it, Zichiyue said as if she was joking. Feng Ling? Cough. Let's eat, Lin Xian said with a smile. Then, Lin Xian looked at Feng Ling and said, This is the meal I'm treating you to. Feng Ling? Bastard. She pointed at Lin Xian. There will be a next time anyway. Lin Xian smiled and nodded. Yes. There will be a next time. Next time? The next time this young master brings a dozen or so girls to eat together, you still have the nerve to order a bunch of expensive things there? You still want to trick me? Maybe in the next life. They then sat together. Who made this seafood noodles? Lin Xian asked with a smile. Me, little Miao Miao, and Sister Chiyue. Zhao Yunqi said with a red face. Not bad. The handmade noodles are chewy. You put a lot of effort into it. Tisk, who made it for you? We knew that a friend was coming over, so we made it for our friend and gave it to you to eat. Miao Xiao Miao said with her cute little nose wrinkled. Lin Xian couldn't help but laugh. Then, Lin Xian glanced at everyone's cultivation. They had all improved quite quickly. Feng Ling was scared to death. An Exen was also here, Zichiyue was also here. Oh my god. Lin Xian, are you bringing us to grind levels tonight? An Exine asked. I'll pass. Let her bring us. Lin Xian pointed at Feng Ling. She's an expert who's almost at the virtualization stage. Moreover, she has the spatial attribute. She can protect you guys. Lin Xian smiled. Wow. Is that okay? An Exine looked at Feng Ling. Feng Ling nodded repeatedly. Of course, no problem. I'm also here to make friends. Let's go together. But we won't bring this stinky hooligan. Even if he wants to go, we won't let him go. Lu Yufan glared at Lin Xian. Yi held back her laughter. They then chatted happily. It was even difficult for Lin Xian to interrupt. By the way, Lin Xian, do Sister Ling Long Shui and the others also live in Lin and City? Feng Ling suddenly asked. Lu Yufan nodded. Feng Ling, you know them too. Let's go play with them tonight. We haven't seen them for a long time, but we often play games together. Lin Xian, damn. Oh no. Lin Xian hurriedly said. Feng Ling knew that they had given birth to his baby. Lin Xian didn't care about it. Even if he didn't pursue her, Lin Xian didn't think it was a problem. However, if these girls knew, then... Why? They looked at Lin Xian in confusion. They went on a trip. Months. Yesterday, Sister Ling Long Shui said that she welcomed me to her place as a guest. I just forgot to ask her where she was. Since she said so, how could she go on a trip? Feng Ling rolled her eyes at Lin Xian. I know why this person is here and is afraid to let us go. Miao Xiaomiao said. But they all looked at Miao Xiaomiao curiously. Because this person made Sister Ling Long Shui pregnant. She even gave birth to a baby. So it's because of this. Damn hooligan, scumbag, Tui. Lin Xian, damn. Why did it feel like they all knew? You're still hiding it from us? Damn scumbag. Lu Yufan glared at Lin Xian. No, Lin Xian touched the tip of his nose. Last time, Sister Ling Long Shui and the others went out to play. Coincidentally, we also went out to play and bumped into them. Everyone knows, Miao Xiaomiao said unhappily. Seriously, why did you tell us such a big thing? We didn't even have time to buy gifts. The baby is already so big, and we only know about their existence. But they're so cute. They're really cute. It's true. Little Shirshir is so smart. Little Tianyi is also super smart. I was shocked at that time. Zhao Yunqi nodded and said. Then Ling Ying and the others, Lin Xian coughed dryly and asked. We all know. They rolled their eyes. How could they not know why Lin Xian didn't tell them? But many of them actually knew some things in their hearts. For example, those girls might be Lin Xian's women. Since they didn't choose to leave even though they knew, it meant that they had thought it through and didn't care about these things. Lin Xian, damn. He's really a scumbag. Feng Ling mumbled. But didn't these girls blame him? Actually, if there were fewer girls, they might blame Lin Xian. But if there were more girls, they wouldn't blame him. But they would think that if so many girls could accept this, why couldn't she? Moreover, they were all good friends and played very well. Therefore, Lin Xian didn't do anything at all. It was all these girls' own strategies. Ahem, Lin Xian was indeed embarrassed and coughed dryly. Then let's find a chance to gather everyone together. Lin Xian said. Then tonight? Zi Qiue asked with a smile. Okay. Lin Xian nodded. Since everyone knew, what was there to be afraid of? In the afternoon, Lin Xian played with them for the whole afternoon. At night, he went to Ling Long Shui and the others' place. Chapter 1440. Ling Ying and the others were basically at home and had not returned. Originally, they didn't plan to go home. However, since that bastard Lin Xian went somewhere else, they felt that it would be better to stay in Lin and city for a while. After all, they would be away from home for 3 months. 3 months in the God's Awakening Door, so it was better for them to accompany their family. Xiao Xinyue, Xiao Runing, and the rest also went back. Wu Yuhan was the only one here. Wang Xintong also went to accompany Qin Feng. Where's that Huang Shi? Lin Xian asked in surprise. She went back. Bing Lingyue said. She went back? Isn't it good to stay here? Lin Xian touched the tip of his nose. Maybe she still likes that place. But she said that she would come here often. It's easy for her to come here. Okay then, let's go out for dinner. Lin Xian laughed. But my little sweetheart. Lin Xian carried little Shirshir. Hey, little Tianyi, aren't you going to carry her? Yi Renbing glared at Lin Xian. I like daughters. Lin Xian scratched little Shirshir's nose. Little Tianyi pouted. You favor girls over boys. Lin Xian laughed. Not really. I like all of them. How can I not like my baby? It's just that girls need to be spoiled while boys need to be independent. Little Dragoni thinks that little Tianyi needs to be spoiled. Little Dragoni flew to Lin Xian's shoulder. But little Shirshir bullies little Tianyi every day. Ha! Lin Xian couldn't help but laugh. You're not tough at all. Next time little Shirshir sticks out her tongue, bite her. Lin Xian pinched little Tianyi's cheeks. Even if I bite her, she has no teeth. Ling Longyue said. That's true. Lin Xian laughed. Let's go out and play. Chenxi, Lin Xian wants to have dinner with us. Let's go. Murong Qing put on her coat. Luo Chenxi closed the contract and nodded. I'll be there soon. Let's go and get Bai Xianxian and Leng Wuxin. Bai Xianxian and Leng Wuxin were in charge of the Azura Palace, while Murong Qing and Luo Chenxi were in charge of the Art Xian group. There was a huge connection between them. Although they were in charge of two departments, they were a family. In a huge private room, among a group of beautiful girls, there was only one man, Lin Xian. Oh no, there was one more person, little Tianny. Order. Feng Ling, you're the guest. You order first. Lin Xian smiled and handed the menu to Feng Ling. All right. Feng Ling glanced at it and thought about it. Damn you bastard, Lin Xian. This was indeed a 5-star hotel. It was true that there were many expensive things, but, looking at the dozens of beautiful people around her, who were all Lin Xian's friends or women, how could she have the nerve to cheat him like this in front of this group of people around Lin Xian? She was completely embarrassed. Wait, were they sure that some of them were Lin Xian's friends? Were they sure that not all of them were women? That was not the case. After all, there were still some that were not in her hands. Not in her hands did not mean that she could not get them, but Lin Xian had not confessed yet. Or rather, he had not really made a move yet. Whatever. You can order. I'm fine with anything. I'll just order the dishes and soup. Feng Ling handed the menu to Lin Xian and then secretly glared at Lin Xian. Lin Xian laughed in his heart. How dare she fight with him? Lin Ya and the others were in a room. Their team had already expanded to 5 people, and all of them had the power of a demon god. However, there were 3 demon gods on Lin Xian's side. Myriad evil lightning, void killing eyes, and dark mist. Their side could only have 9 at most. Zhao Mengyue walked over and looked at Lin Ya, who was sitting at the side and seemed to be in a completely different world from the other 4. Let me tell you a piece of good news. Zhao Mengyue's lips curled up as she looked at Lin Ya and said. Lin Ya opened her beautiful eyes. I also received the latest news. Your precious little brother already has a daughter and a son. Lin Ya's delicate body suddenly trembled. Little Xian is already a father? I want to go see them. Lin Ya hurriedly stood up and said, I'm already being extremely benevolent by telling you this news. You still want to see them? Lin Ya secretly clenched her fists. Work hard. The 2 of you will go with Lin Ya to search for the next demon god's power. As for the person who will inherit this power, I'll bring them over. Zhao Mengyue said lightly. Yes, boss. Zhao Mengyue then tossed 2 photos to Lin Ya. Work hard after you're done looking at them. Don't say that I'm not attentive to you. Zhao Mengyue left after saying that. She was only trying to win over Lin Ya's heart. At the very least, it would give her some motivation to continue working, right? Lin Ya hurriedly picked up the 2 photos. They were obviously secretly taken at a certain location. There were several people in the photos. Linglong Shui was hugging Shika-chan, and Yiren Bing was hugging little Tianny. It wasn't very clear, but there were 2 photos that were especially clear. So cute. Lin Ya lightly rubbed the photos as a smile appeared on her face. Is this Ling Long? I see. Lin Ya nodded slightly. That very, very beautiful Linglong Shui. But who was the other one? She should also be very beautiful. On the other side, Xiao family. Lin Xian is back? Xiao Yan asked. Yes, young master. He just came back during the day. Xiao Yun lightly rubbed his chin. Since he's back, then the people from Evil God Fire Palace should let him come over. At this time, Xiao Yun's father walked in. Father. Yes, that Lin Xian is back. I reckon that Evil God Fire Palace will let him come over in the next few days. Xiao Yun said, then how do we make a move? Lin Xian's value would be higher than theirs. At that time, regardless of whether Lin Xian had a higher position in Evil God Fire Palace or not, their Xiao family would no longer have much value to Evil God Fire Palace. Their ending would only be that their position in Evil God Fire Palace would become weaker and weaker, and they would gradually be squeezed dry. This was one of the consequences of Lin Xian joining the Evil God Palace. Therefore, to them, only Lin Xian's death would be good news for the Xiao family. and the normal method of killing Lin Xian no longer existed. It was too difficult. However, since Lin Xian wanted to come to the Xiao family, then it wasn't necessarily impossible. Below the Xiao family was the Evil God Fire Palace. There were also members of the Evil God Fire Palace above them, but there were more Xiao family members above them. At the very least, they could make contact with Lin Xian before he went down, and that was their chance. Don't worry, he will meet us when the time comes. You and he can be considered old acquaintances, so let him die in the Xiao family. Won't the Evil God Fire Palace blame us? Then they have to have evidence that we were the ones who did it, right? Even if they know in their hearts, they won't do anything without evidence. After all, Lin Xian is dead, so our value is still very high. Chapter 1441. During this meal, Feng Ling witnessed what it meant to be surrounded by beauties. Oh my God! It was too scary. In addition to the sisters she had seen before, there were actually a few more sisters. Moreover, they were especially beautiful and had a special flavor. She was really going to be scared to death. Could it be that all of them were? Moreover, Ling Ying and the others were not here yet. Damn. Feng Ling pointed to a few more sisters. It was Murong Qing and the others. The hotel was also stunned. People who didn't know would think that it was a director choosing his concubines. But it was too beautiful. This meal lasted for a long time. They talked about a lot of things and everything. Everyone drank a lot. Little Shir and little Tianyi fell asleep in their arms. After that, everyone went back together. Lin Xian, Feng Ling didn't care if she cheated Lin Xian of his money. Now, those beautiful women. She, as the daughter of the Feng family, had never seen so many beautiful women. What them? Stop pretending. Are they all your women? Lin Xian shook his head. Not all of them. Phew, Feng Ling took a deep breath. Fortunately, it wasn't all of them. If it was all of them, it would be too exaggerated. But I heard that you have a sister? Which one of them is your sister? Feng Ling suddenly thought of something and asked. Lin Xian sighed. My sister is somewhere else. Ah. Lin Xian smiled and said, It's okay. It's late. Go back and rest. You can go to little Meow Meow and the others. But where are we going tomorrow? Aren't you going to farm with them tomorrow? But then get lost, scumbag. Feng Ling glared at Lin Xian and ran away. Lin Xian smiled and shrugged. Then he walked away. Lin Xian went to Bai Xuanxuan's place. Bai Xianxian and Leng Wuxin had just finished drinking. The two of them sat in the courtyard and enjoyed the night breeze. They drank tea and ate fruits while chatting. Now that you mention it, it's a little unbelievable. Bai Xianxian sat there with her hands on the ground. What happened? Leng Wuxin glanced at her. That Lin Xian is already in the great virtual realm. Thinking about it, I feel like time really flies, but I also feel like it hasn't been that long. The current era is the golden age of the human race. In the next 100 years, the human race will reach a peak. This will also be an opportunity for the human race and the demon race to determine the final victor. Leng Wuxin said calmly. But speaking of inconceivable, she should be the one who found it most inconceivable, right? The first time she had met Lin Xian was in the Great Hall of the Tianhua Academy in Tianhua City. At that time, Qin Shaotian had been exposed by Lin Xian. She had wanted to save him but had been stopped by a woman, the woman she had seen at dinner tonight. At that time, Lin Xian was only at the profound heaven realm, right? How long had it been since then? 2 years. Back then, a group of them had all reached the heavenly venerable realm and the great virtual realm in such a short time. It was somewhat unbelievable. Yes, the human race and the demon race will probably erupt into the second large-scale war soon. Even if the demon race doesn't make a move, the human race will definitely make a move. The human race may not necessarily want to destroy the demon race, but they definitely need to suppress the demon race's arrogance. At least make sure that the demon race doesn't have the energy and capital to attack the human race for many years. Bai Xianxian sighed. It couldn't be helped. This was the current situation of the continent. The war will probably start in at most 5 years, right? Leng Wuxin said. It's about time. Lin Xian's generation has already risen. When they reached the heavenly venerable realm, they were already rising. It won't be long before everyone in this generation reaches the great virtual realm. The weaker ones will stay in the heavenly venerable realm, but that's enough. The next generation will also rise in 5 years. The human race is almost there, but before that. Bai Xian looked at Leng Wuxin with her beautiful eyes and said, the human race must eliminate the internal threat and eliminate the evil fiend temple. The evil fiend temple was indeed a big threat. If the human race and the 3 major forces fought the demon race with all their strength, and the evil fiend temple took advantage of the situation to do something, it would be very troublesome. Isn't Lin Xian going to deal with the evil fiend temple? Leng Wuxin said. Yes. At this moment, Lin Xian walked over. Hey, good evening. Lin Xian giggled as he sat between them. Then he reached out and hugged both women. Bai Xian was used to it, but Leng Wuxin was still very unhappy. There are so many beauties here. Why did you come to accompany us? Bai Xian said with a smile. Because I like you guys the most. Lin Xian grinned. Perhaps he was a scumbag. It was mainly because Lin Xian had accompanied Lu Yufan and Xian and the others during the day. He had also accompanied Ling Long Shui and the others previously. Therefore, he decided to come here tonight. On the other hand, Luo Chenxi and Murong Qing. Let's talk about it next time. Oh right, tell me more about the evil god Fire Hall's forces. Lin Xian said to Leng Wuxin. Leng Wuxin then told Lin Xian. This is only what I know, but there may be some deviations. However, there is only a possibility of more and not less. You have to grasp it yourself. Leng Wuxin said. Lin Xian nodded. All right, I got it. Are you going to make a move? Leng Wuxin asked. It's about time. Tonight, Lin Xian received a message that he did not know who it was, but it was definitely from the evil god Fire Palace. Since he had returned from the Wind Empire, he definitely had to make a trip to the evil god Fire Palace, which was also the Shao family. They still foolishly thought that they still had their poison in their bodies. In fact, it had long been cured. Moreover, the Yaxian group was secretly developing an antidote for the poison pill. When the time came to cooperate with the 3 great forces, they would definitely be prepared to destroy the evil fiend hall. Bai Xian looked at Lin Xian with her beautiful eyes. Be careful. Yeah, I'll probably be leaving tomorrow. Let's have a chat before I leave? Lin Xian smirked. I'm on my period. Bai Xian stood up and silently walked away. Lin Xian then looked at Leng Wuxin. He didn't leave. After saying that, she got up and walked away. Lin Xian? Fuck you. Lin Xian had gone to look for Luo Chenxi. As for Murong Qing, he had not gotten her yet. In fact, Lin Xian really wanted to look for little Bing Bing and Xiao Linglong. However, after thinking about it, it was also good to accompany Luo Chenxi. Well, that woman would probably be resentful. The next morning, Lin Xian was awakened by the sound of his phone. He pulled his hand out and Lin Xian answered the call. I'm already in Lin and City. A voice came from the phone. I'll be there later. After saying that, Lin Xian hung up the phone. Luo Chenxi opened her beautiful eyes. Who is it? She also heard the voice on the phone. It did not sound like a good person's tone, and it sounded very careful. Chapter 1442. Lin Xian smirked and stretched out his hand. It hurts. She glared at Lin Xian. I'm from the evil fiend hall. Luo Chenxi was stunned. Why are you contacting the evil fiend hall? Because I'm a member of the evil fiend hall. Lin Xian smiled. Luo Chenxi? Fake, it must be fake. Don't worry, I'm not a bad person. Lin Xian smiled. I'll make you some noodles. Do you want to eat? Eat. Lin Xian pinched her hand and walked into the kitchen. Bastard, it hurts. Luo Chenxi gritted her teeth and looked angrily at Lin Xian's back as he walked away. As for the evil god Fire Palace, they probably wouldn't make a move this time. The evil god Fire Palace thought that Lin Xian was poisoned, so they definitely wouldn't dare to disobey him. They definitely wouldn't have thought that the poison pill that made the entire human race and the 3 great forces helpless would actually be cured. Eat, I'll be leaving first. Lin Xian looked at Luo Chenxi, who walked out in her pajamas, and put the noodles on the table. You're not eating? I'm not eating, I'm leaving. Lin Xian opened the door and walked out. He could go to Tiandu and meet Ling Ying, Han Chuxue, and the others. He wanted to see if there was a chance to trick them into sleeping on the same bed. And then there was Murongyu. Exciting. Soon, Lin Xian arrived at the coffee shop. Young Master Lin. A man stood up with a smile. Lin Xian walked over and sat down. I've ordered the coffee for you. Thank you. Lin Xian took a sip of coffee. Let me introduce myself, I'm Xiao Zhan. Xiao Zhan stretched out his hand to Lin Xian. Xiao Zhan? From the looks of it, this person should be from the Xiao family. This evil god fire palace was in the Xiao family, so it was normal for them to send the Xiao family to find him. Lin Xian nodded. Why are you looking for me? Let's talk about this when we get there. I don't know the details. I'm just someone who's going to bring you there. Xiao Zhan said. Let's go then. All right. Then, the two of them boarded the plane and headed for Heaven Capital. The evil fiend palace didn't send anyone around me over, did they? In the first-class cabin, Lin Xian asked calmly. We respect young Master Lin. Since young Master Lin said not to contact them before this, we will definitely not contact them, let alone let them go. Lin Xian was referring to Ling Ying and the others. Lin Xian nodded and didn't say anything. It didn't take long for the plane to land at the airport. There was already a car waiting for Lin Xian outside the airport. Young Master Lin, get in the car. Lin Xian walked in. Young Master Lin, long time no see. Xiao Yun sat in the back seat and smiled as he looked at Lin Xian, who was sitting over. When Lin Xian saw Xiao Yun, he revealed a shocked expression. So the Xiao family is also related to the evil god Fire Palace. Lin Xian knew about this, but the Xiao family thought that Lin Xian didn't know, so Lin Xian would definitely pretend that he didn't know. What's wrong? Young Master Lin seems to look down on us. Aren't we the same now? Xiao Yun said with a smile. That makes sense. Drive. Soon, the car arrived at the Xiao family. Xiao family? The Xiao family is the evil god Fire Palace? Lin Xian asked in surprise. You can say that. But you didn't expect it? That's indeed unexpected. Lin Xian said indifferently. Previously, this young master and young Master Lin had some grudges, but since everyone is a family now, I think this grudge should be resolved, right? Xiao Yun said with a smile. As long as you want to resolve it, then it doesn't matter. Lin Xian said. Ah, that's good. Then they got out of the car. Xiao Yun's father and no less than 10 people were waiting in front of a villa. Since the Xiao family could be in this manner, then they must be from the evil god Fire Palace. Ha, young Master Lin, your presence brings light to my Xiao family. Xiao Zhengwo smiled and walked towards Lin Xian. Patriarch Xiao, this should be the first time we meet. Nice to meet you. Lin Xian said with a smile. Haha, nice to meet you. Come in and have a seat. Xiao Zhengwo said with a smile. Lin Xian glanced around and said, So, Patriarch Xiao is the master of the evil god Fire Palace? Lin Xian pretended not to know. Of course not. I'm also a member of the evil god Fire Palace. There's no hurry. Lin Xiaozhou must be tired from the journey. He can go to the living room to rest and have a cup of tea before going to the evil god Fire Palace. Xiao Zhengwo said with a smile. Lin Xian nodded and walked in. Xiao Zhengwo exchanged glances with Xiao Yun and the others. Patriarch Xiao, the palace master, said to bring Lin Xian over when he arrives. An old man whispered to Xiao Zhengwo. Xiao Zhengwo said, Lin Xiaozhou must be tired from the journey. Are you sure it's normal to bring him to the evil god Fire Palace? Can't you give him 10 minutes to rest and drink tea? The old man hesitated for a moment. What Xiao Yun said seemed to make sense. It's best to hurry up. It's just a cup of tea. Moreover, my son and this Lin Xian have known each other for a long time. There are still some things to discuss. We have a good relationship with each other. In the future, the palace master and the others should be able to negotiate better terms with Lin Xian. Xiao Zhengwo rode. Patriarch Zhao's words make sense. And what was their plan? Kill Lin Xian? How could this cup of tea be simple? There was poison in it. Of course, Lin Xian wouldn't die in the Shao family like this. He would either die in the evil god fire palace below or die outside. At that time, even if they suspected him, what could he do? Who knew that the cup of tea was poisoned? Couldn't he have been poisoned on the way or at some point in time? And even if for some reason they found out about it, Xiao Zhengwo and Xiao Yun had already prepared a foolproof plan. They would bring out a cannon fodder. This cannon fodder would say that he had a grudge with Lin Xian. He couldn't wait to kill Lin Xian and so on. As long as he could kill Lin Xian, he would be willing to die. In any case, Lin Xian's death had nothing to do with the Shao family. And Lin Xian's side wouldn't make a move against the evil god fire palace for the time being. The purpose of Lin Xian's trip this time was to go in and take a look at the general situation inside the evil god fire palace. After understanding it, he wouldn't be in a hurry to make a move next time. There was no need to coordinate with the three major forces on his first time here. Poor tea, poor tea. Xiao Zhengwo walked in and said with a smile. A beautiful girl poured tea for them. I heard that young Master Lin has advanced to the virtualized stage? Xiao Zhengwo took a sip of tea and asked with a smile. And the news spread so fast? Who in the major families doesn't know about young Master Lin's matter in the Wind Empire? Lin Xian picked up the teacup and took a sip. The moment he drank it, Lin Xian knew that there was poison in the tea. Chapter 1443. Lin Xian's medical skills were simply too strong. It wasn't that he had learned medical skills himself, but that the system had given him this top-notch ability. It was a fusion of ancient and modern medical skills. Basically, he had everything he could possibly have. Therefore, when Lin Xian drank this cup of tea, he also roughly knew how poisonous this poison was. The poison was very strong, but it wasn't intense. With his cultivation, even if he couldn't cure the poison, it would take at least 2 to 3 hours for there to be a reaction. So, this Shao family wanted him to die outside, so it had nothing to do with them, right? Lin Xian laughed in his heart. Then how could he let them do as they wished? The matter of the Wind Nation is also a farce. Lin Xian then drank the tea in one gulp and said, "This tea is pretty good." Xiao Yun laughed in his heart. It was very good. A tea that could make people die was definitely very good. If young Master Lin likes it, I'll bring you some when we go back. Lin Xian smiled and nodded, "Sure." Xiao Zhengwo laughed in his heart. It seemed that this Lin Xian didn't have any suspicions. Did he think that since they were all members of the evil god fire palace, everything would be fine? What is the approximate strength of this evil god fire palace? Lin Xian asked. This. They looked at each other. Well, I'm also one of them. Am I not qualified to know? Or does Patriarch Xiao think that I can't get any position with any status? Lin Xian said with a smile. Xiao Zhengwo laughed. Of course not. This evil god fire palace is right below the Xiao family. Is it a cave? Lin Xian asked. Of course not. It's a secret realm. Lin Xian suddenly realized. No matter how big the hole was, it would never see the light of day. It was a bit exaggerated for the evil god fire palace to live in a place where they couldn't see the light of day. Leng Wuxin actually didn't tell him. However, she didn't say it because she felt that there was no need to say it, because it wasn't important at all. Cultivating in the secret realm? Not bad, Lin Xian said with a smile. Of course. Moreover, there is a teleportation array in the secret realm that leads directly to the demonic beast domain. Actually, our evil fiend temple doesn't mainly kill people to increase our cultivation. We mainly kill demonic beasts to increase our cultivation. They often go out to increase their cultivation. Xiao Zhengwo said. Lin Xian muttered to himself. Inside, there was a passage that led directly to the demonic beast domain. In other words, this was also their escape route. If he encountered any danger, he could directly enter the demonic beast domain through the teleportation array. This was something that Lin Xian had to resolve. The secret realm was a good thing because everyone could fight in the secret realm. They didn't have to worry about the explosion of power that would harm the lives of the people around them. However, the premise was that Lin Xian had to cut off their path of retreat. This should be easy because Lin Xian had the law of destruction. When the time came, they would work together from the inside and outside. The evil fiend temple definitely couldn't be dealt with in a short period of time, but the evil god fire temple had to be dealt with. However, to Lin Xian, he had to play a bigger game of chess, and that was to find the evil fiend temple, not just deal with the evil god fire temple. And Lin Xian had the capital to do so, as long as he was doing well. Therefore, at least during this period of time, he would listen to the evil god fire temple and win their trust. Then, he would find the location of the evil fiend temple. That's good. Where are we going to the demonic beast domain? Lin Xian asked. Young Master Lin can go and ask. What I say here is not as clear as what the people of the evil god fire temple can say. Xiao Zhengwo laughed. Alright, then I'll go. Young Master Xiao, let's drink together when you're free. Lin Xian laughed. Xiao Yun smiled and nodded. Of course. Drink when you're free. Men, please bring young Master Lin to the evil god fire temple. Young Master Lin, please follow me. Xiao Zhan said to Lin Xian. Following that, Lin Xian followed him and walked away. Father. Xiao Yun looked at Xiao Zhengwo. Xiao Zhengwo laughed and said, when the time comes, wait for the good news. That Lin Xian will at most stay in the evil god fire temple for an hour or two. At that time, he will probably die outside. There is absolutely no one in the entire Sky Capital who can cure this poison. Even if there is someone in this continent who can cure it, it will be too late. Xiao Yun sneered in his heart. This time, could this Lin Xian still be fine? Could he still not die? Why didn't he die this time? His performance just now was that he didn't realize that he was poisoned at all. It was also because this poison was more powerful. On the other side, Lin Xian was brought by Xiao Zhan to a seemingly ordinary back garden of the Xiao family. Then he walked in front of a rockery and pressed on a stone. The entire rockery, including the pool below, moved backwards and revealed a passage that led downwards. Young Master Lin, go down and you will reach the evil god fire temple. Someone will receive you below. Xiao Zhan said to Lin Xian. Got it, thank you. Lin Xian then walked over. He remembered all of this in his heart. As for obtaining evidence, there was no need. At least, there was no need for it now, nor did he dare to. No matter what method he used, they would be able to detect it. After all, this was the evil god fire temple. However, in their eyes, Lin Xian had eaten the poison pill, so there was nothing to worry about. This passage was about 20 meters underground, and then there was a straight underground passage. Soon, Lin Xian arrived at a space. In this space, there were about 20 people sitting there eating. They seemed to be a small team. When they saw an unfamiliar person walk in, they put down the food in their hands and looked at Lin Xian. You are? Lin Xian, I am here to find your hall master. Lin Xian said indifferently. Lin Xian? You are looking for the hall master? Or you? One of them frowned and looked at Lin Xian. Shut up. At this time, an old man sitting in the corner opened his eyes and looked at Lin Xian. Then he bowed slightly. Young Master Lin, this old man is the evil god fire temple's fifth elder. Lin Xian cupped his fists. Greetings, fifth elder. Then young Master Lin, please follow me. Then he waved his hand and opened a teleportation door in front of him. Following that, the two of them stepped in. Who is this Lin Xian? Why is the fifth elder personally receiving him? The fifth elder has been here for half a day, right? Just to receive him? Those people discussed animatedly. That Lin Xian from the Xian group. Someone said, it's him. First place in the Sky Martial Assembly. Hissed at hearing this, they took a deep breath. That is to say, he has joined the evil god fire temple. The evil god fire temple will definitely nurture him. Don't talk nonsense. His Xian group is extremely useful to the evil god fire temple. At the same time, there is also a very strong Azura palace. With this Lin Xian's potential, I'm afraid it won't be long before he becomes a member of the main hall. Chapter 1444. Lin Xian arrived at the evil god Fire Palace. Needless to say, this secret realm was really not bad. In the entire secret realm, there were mountains, rivers, lawns, and birds singing and flowers fragrant. As far as the eye could see, there were many people sitting in certain corners and cultivating on certain mountains. This secret realm wasn't big, it was about the size of a small county, but the spiritual energy of heaven and earth here was still relatively dense. Although warriors could level up by killing monsters, they could also absorb the spiritual energy of heaven and earth and meditate to increase their experience points. Otherwise, many years ago, when there was no God's child system, how could they cultivate? The entire space was relatively beautiful. There were more mountains, but they weren't too tall. One could see that there was basically a person sitting there cultivating on top of every mountain. Then, there was the most eye-catching existence that was similar to an ancient castle. About 20 to 30 meters tall, that was about 10 floors, but each floor should be very big. The fifth elder said to Lin Xian, "This is our secret realm, and at the same time, it is the headquarters of the evil god Fire Palace. There are many spiritual items of heaven and earth in the secret realm, so the spiritual energy here is relatively dense." "Not bad," Lin Xian said indifferently. He. Indeed, young Master Lin's Azura Palace is probably not bad either. More or less. The Azura Palace was relatively small, and the 9-colored Holy Lotus had already given birth to its own intelligence. That was why the Azura Palace's spiritual energy was so dense. Although the spiritual energy here might not be as strong as the 9-colored Holy Lotus, there should still be an existence similar to the 9-colored Holy Lotus. Thinking about it, the evil god Fire Palace was very strong, so it was reasonable for them to have such a thing. Normally, you can just find a place with no one around to cultivate, as long as you don't disturb others. There is a special martial arts arena there, and there are many rules in the evil god Fire Palace. However, young Master Lin probably won't stay here for long, so these rules aren't important. Over there. The fifth elder pointed to the castle in the distance and said, "This is the real evil god Fire Palace. Only a few special people and elders can enter the castle, and my evil god Fire Palace's hall master is inside." "So are you going to bring me to see the hall master now?" Lin Xian asked. Of course, with young Master Lin's talent and status, not to mention the evil god Fire Hall, he might even have quite a bit of status in the evil god hall's main hall. Naturally, the hall master should be the one to receive him. The fifth elder smiled and said, "Come with me." Then they walked into the castle. The first floor was a very large hall, but there was no one in sight. "Hallmaster, Lin Xian is here," the fifth elder said as he clasped his fist in the air. "Yes, let him come up." A voice came from an unknown place. "Yes." Then, the fifth elder looked at Lin Xian and said, "Young Master Lin, go straight up. The hall master is at the top." "All right." Lin Xian nodded and walked up. On the top floor, there were 2 beautiful girls wearing revealing clothes standing there, smiling at Lin Xian. "Young Master Lin, please come in." They guided Lin Xian before pushing open a huge door. Lin Xian walked in. The entire space was very large and magnificent. A table was filled with food, and beside it stood a few beautiful women. On the other side sat a middle-aged man, and then there were 3 people, 2 men and 1 woman. The 2 men were old men, and the woman looked relatively young and somewhat seductive. She glanced at Lin Xian and licked her scarlet lips. Lin Xian gave them a cursory glance. He could not see their realms clearly. Lin Xian was now at the 3rd level of the Great Void Realm, which meant that they were at least at the 9th level of the Great Void Realm. They might even be at the Heavenly Dao Realm. Yes, the possibility of them being at the Heavenly Dao Realm was rather high. Lang Wuxin told herself that the evil god Fire Hall's hall master was at the Heavenly Dao. As for the others, she wasn't sure. There weren't any in the past, but it had been 2 years. Therefore, Lin Xian felt that the evil god Fire Hall might not be just that. "Haha, I've been waiting for you for a long time." The evil god Fire Hall's hall master smiled as he looked at Lin Xian. Lin Xian said with a smile, "I made a trip to the Wind Nation for some matters." I heard that you went to the Wind Nation and nearly wiped out the Wind Nation's Chu family. You're really young and promising. The hall master said with a smile, have a seat. Thank you. Young Master Lin, come sit with me. The charming woman winked at Lin Xian. Ahem, Lin Xian coughed dryly before sitting beside her. She casually placed her leg on Lin Xian's lap. Lin Xian, young Master Lin, don't mind her. Mei Yang is just like that. She can't move when she sees a handsome man. Lin Xian pushed her leg down with a smile and nodded, I'm flattered. Let me introduce myself. I'm the evil god Fire Hall's hall master. You can call me hall master from now on. Lin Xian nodded. This one. The hall master pointed to the old man beside him and said, he's our great elder. Lin Xian nodded, greetings, great elder. The old man nodded, young Master Lin, you don't have to be so polite. This is the second elder. The hall master pointed to another person. Greetings, second elder. N. The second elder nodded. Mei Yang, this is the third elder. Lin Xian glanced at the woman beside him. She was a bit powerful. These two were old men, and this woman was at most in her early 30s. Moreover, she was actually the third elder. Greetings, third elder. Lin Xian nodded and said, just call me Mei Yang. She took off her high heels and rubbed her leg against Lin Xian's leg. Lin Xian. Then, a beautiful girl walked over and poured a glass of red wine for Lin Xian. This red wine is good. It's something that the great elder has kept for decades. Today's reception of young Master Lin can be considered to have made the great elder bleed. The evil god Fire Hall's hall master said with a smile. The great elder nodded and said, good wine is used to entertain capable people. I don't think it's a big deal to entertain little brother Lin. Then, thank you, great elder. Lin Xian took a sip and nodded. It's indeed a good wine. Let's eat. Then they ate the food. Lin Xian, what do you think of my evil god Fire Hall? The hall master cut the steak and asked. Not bad, it's better than I imagined. I originally thought that this evil god Fire Hall was hidden under the Shao family's ground. Lin Xian laughed. After all, it's the evil god Fire Hall, how could it not see the light of day? This sovereign knows that you have resentment in your heart for joining the evil god Fire Hall. After all, in everyone's eyes, the evil god Fire Hall is an evil sect, and in fact, it is indeed so. But it's just a difference in philosophy, I believe you can understand. Lin Xian nodded his head. Of course I understand. Anyway, I don't think it matters. I won't kill people for fun. Evil god Fire Hall won't force me to kill people, give me freedom, and I can even get resources. To me, strength is everything, nothing else is important. Chapter 1445. Lin Xian's words were rather pertinent, and in their eyes, Lin Xian had been poisoned by the poison pill, so they believed him. The main thing was that he was not hypocritical at all, and felt very sincere. Because this was the truth, but the most important prerequisite for this truth was that Lin Xian did not sincerely want to join the evil god Fire Palace. Although you are a member of the evil god Fire Palace, you have the freedom of an elder. The evil god Fire Palace won't interfere with what you do outside. You just have an additional identity. You should grasp your own freedom. Our evil god Fire Palace will also give you the resources you deserve. Moreover, the evil god Fire Palace will train you to enter the evil god main palace for the purpose of feeding you. Lin Xian rubbed the tip of his nose. Why should I go to the evil god main hall? I'll just stay in the evil god Fire Palace. I don't need any power or status, so troublesome. The evil god Fire Palace's hall master laughed out loud. Lin Xian, oh Lin Xian, it's really hard to find a second person with your mentality in this world. Others do everything for power and status, but you don't want it. Lin Xian shrugged his shoulders and said, that's what I think. To me, this is nothing, isn't it? Even if it's the evil god Fire Palace's hall master, to me, is this position very high? The evil god Fire Palace's hall master laughed and said, what you said is not without reason. To you, in the outside world, your position is indeed not too low, but if The evil god Fire Palace's hall master looked at Lin Xian and said, "What if one day, the evil god Fire Palace becomes the overlord of this continent, and the three great forces all bow their heads and submit to them?" Lin Xian shook his head. "Although I am also a member of the evil god Fire Palace, I only want to say that this is impossible." "Haha, is it impossible? Then do you think that my evil god palace exists on this continent just to survive in the shadows among the three great forces? Just for this?" Lin Xian glanced at him. Could it be that the evil fiend temple has some powerful plan? The hall master of the evil god Fire Hall smiled and said, "You should know once you enter the main hall. To be honest, you've already been noticed by the people in the main hall. It might even be the hall master of the main hall. He might try his best to nurture you." Everyone had seen Lin Xian's heaven-defying prowess. In fact, many people were well aware of his ranking among all the young geniuses on this continent. Even if he wasn't at the top of the list, he was close. In some people's eyes, the first place of the Sky Martial competition didn't mean anything, and that was indeed the case. However, Lin Xian's strength wasn't limited to the first place of the Sky Martial competition. How much potential did he have? What were his attributes? How many realms could he cross? These weren't big secrets to those who had deliberately investigated him, unless Lin Xian hadn't revealed them to the world. For example, the space attribute, the time attribute, the creation law, and the destruction law were all in one body. Just this reason alone was enough for any force to use all their resources to nurture him. Under normal circumstances, Lin Xian could directly go to the main hall and become a core member of the main hall. However, they would first leave Lin Xian in the evil god Fire Hall to train and at the same time check his loyalty before making a decision. Lin Xian nodded. "All right then. Do you have any other requests for the evil god Fire Hall?" the hall master asked. "Previously, you didn't restrict my freedom, didn't force me to do some missions that I didn't want to do, didn't kill people, and so on. I still have one last request." "Speak." "I hope that the evil fiend temple will not disturb the people around me, including Ling Ying, Murong Yu, and the others who have already become members of the evil god Fire Hall. Even if they are now members, I hope that the evil fiend temple will not have any contact with them." Lin Xian. "That's not a problem." The hall master of the evil god Fire Hall nodded without hesitation. Although there were people like Murong Yu, Ling Ying, and Han Chu Xue, and the others who represented great forces behind them, if they could obtain them, it would be of great help to the evil fiend temple, but the time was not ripe. Whether it was the Ling family or the Han family, they were not under their control, so they could not give the evil fiend temple any benefits now. For example, Murong Yu, although her father was the master of the temple and seemed to feel that it was very powerful to turn the master's daughter into a member of the evil fiend temple, what could he do? At most, he could let her steal some things from the temple. However, even if she was Murong Fang's daughter, it was impossible for her to know the secrets of the temple. Therefore, even Murong Yu could not help the evil god Fire Hall much right now. Thus, they might as well agree to Lin Xian's request. In any case, they could not help the evil god Fire Hall right now, but they would be able to help one day. Good. If I hear any of them tell me that the evil fiend temple has asked them to do anything, then the evil fiend temple will deceive me. Even if I die, I will never compromise on anything for the evil fiend temple." Lin Xian said. "Ha, no problem." The evil god Fire Hall master laughed. "Then, it's time for my evil god Fire Hall to raise the conditions, right?" the evil god Fire Hall master said. Lin Xian nodded. "Speak." "The Ye Xian group has the most abundant capital in the entire continent. Even if it's not the case now, it will be in the near future. No matter what force it is, it cannot escape the need for abundant capital. Therefore, the evil fiend temple needs the capital injection of the Ye Xian group." Lin Xian pondered for a moment. "How much?" "It's not a question of how much, but when we need to do something and lack money, we need the Ye Xian group to pay." Lin Xian nodded his head. "Paying is a small problem, but there might not be a way in the near future. After all, you should know that the Ye Xian group has taken out almost all of their money to buy over Lin and City, so they don't have a lot of money for the time being." I've heard about this. so there's no rush. So now, there's the second thing. Since Lin and City has become your territory, then I just happen to need to make Lin and City the second headquarters of the evil god Fire Hall. With you here, this shouldn't be difficult, right? It shouldn't be difficult to protect them. Lin Xian nodded. It's not difficult. To Lin Xian, this was a good thing. He could also grasp the whereabouts of the evil god Fire Hall in Lin and City, so why not? Alright, the third thing is, can your Azura Palace be used by the evil god Fire Hall? He asked. Lin Xian frowned. Chapter 1446. Lin Xian pondered for a moment, then said, The Azura Palace is mine, and I am a member of the evil god Fire Palace. Of course, there's no problem, but there's a prerequisite. I have many friends in the Azura Palace. If I do anything, I need to know first, and I have the right and qualifications to decide whether or not to do it, including the Yashen group. I will help, but there are some things that I will weigh and how much I will help. Although I am a member of the evil god Fire Palace, at the same time, those are my lifeline. The evil god Fire Palace master nodded. Of course. Including, I don't want anyone from the evil god Fire Palace to enter the Yashen group, enter the Azura Palace to take charge of anything and operate anything. No matter what the Yashen group is like now, it's up to whoever manages it. The evil god Fire Palace master hesitated for a moment, then nodded. Originally, this was his next condition. Although the Yashen group belonged to Lin Xian, he still hoped that there would be his own people in charge of the Yashen group. However, since Lin Xian had said so, he could only do so. What about the shares? You should at least give me some shares, right? I want it too. Mei Nyang's feet rubbed against Lin Xian. Lin Xian said, There's no problem with the shares. I will give you a portion of my shares, but it will not exceed 20%. 20%, isn't it a bit too little? Any more and you'll have real power. Lin Xian said. Then there's still no trust between us. Lin Xian shrugged his shoulders and said, What do you think, Palace Master? Straightforward. All right, 20% is 20%. 20% of the Yashen group's shares is not a small amount. The evil god Fire Palace master nodded. Men, bring the contract. Then he looked at Lin Xian. You should have the company seal with you, right? Lin Xian nodded. All right. Don't worry, I'll leave a portion of the shares in my hands. I won't interfere in anything, and I won't sell these shares that will be more valuable in the future. Lin Xian nodded. Lin Xian didn't care. In any case, Murong Feng had already said that no matter what, he would first rely on the evil god Fire Hall if he could accept it. Finding the evil god Fire Hall's main hall was the most important thing. The temple would reimburse him for any losses. After signing the contract, the rest was up to them. It wasn't difficult at all. Is there anything else? Lin Xian asked. That's all for now. Happy cooperation. Lin Xian nodded. It's a pleasure working with you. From today onwards, you are the sixth elder of the evil god Fire Palace. That's right. The sixth elder has fallen, and it just so happens that it's empty. Then, you'll be the one to sit in this position. You'll enjoy top-notch privileges and freedom. With your strength, you're qualified to sit in this position. Lin Xian nodded. Sure. Here. Then, he threw a token to Lin Xian. This is the symbol of your identity. From today onwards, you need to keep your identity a secret from everyone. This shouldn't be too difficult, right? Of course, if you don't keep it a secret, the poison in your body will detonate. You must keep it a secret as well. The evil god Fire Palace master laughed. Then when can the poison in my body be removed? Lin Xian asked. Wait until you've obtained complete trust. This order needs to be given by the main hall master or the elders. This sovereign also doesn't have the qualifications to remove your poison. Lin Xian nodded. Understood. Then, there's nothing else I need to do next, right? No, you just need to focus on raising your cultivation. Lin Xian stood up. Don't touch Lin and City for the time being, because I'm about to go to the God's Awakening Door. I'll be able to make it in time after I return from the God's Awakening Door, right? Anything is fine. Your cultivation is the most important thing. The evil god Fire Palace Master said. Lin Xian nodded. Then, do you have any other questions about the evil god Fire Palace? Lin Xian pondered for a moment, then shook his head. Just as Lin Xian finished speaking, Lin Xian spat out a mouthful of black blood. Then he clutched his chest and staggered backward. Zinged at this moment, the three of them stood up. What's going on? They suddenly frowned. He's poisoned. Mei Yang glanced at him and said, What? The evil god Fire Palace Master frowned. Lin Xian then sat down cross-legged, as if resisting the poison. That's right. This was the poison that Xiao Yun and the others had put in the tea. Lin Xian had deliberately not removed the poison. Damn it. You poisoned me, do you think I'll let you live? Dream on. Quickly get the antidote. The evil god Fire Palace Master shouted. Then, Mei Yang hurriedly ran out. Nothing must happen to Lin Xian. After the antidote entered his stomach, Lin Xian's condition immediately improved. When Xiao Zhangwo and the others took action, they must have thought that the evil god Fire Palace would definitely detoxify Lin Xian. Then, the poison they used was definitely not something the evil god Fire Palace could detoxify. However, at this time, the poison seemed to have been detoxified, but it was actually removed by Lin Xian himself. Lin Xian wiped the black blood from the corner of his mouth and stood up. How is it? The evil god Fire Palace Master asked. Lin Xian chuckled and said, Oh Master, this is a good show of strength. You must have poisoned the food, right? How is that possible? I came to negotiate with you with infinite sincerity. How could I poison you? And even if I could poison you, why would I detoxify you? The evil god Fire Palace Master said. Not you? Then it must be outside. Let's cancel our cooperation. What do you mean? The Palace Master frowned. Lin Xian said with a mocking smile, The evil god Fire Palace can't even guarantee my safety. There are even people in the evil god Fire Palace who want to kill me and poison me. How do you expect me to cooperate with you with peace of mind? You mean to say that you were poisoned here? Lin Xian nodded. Since I came here, I haven't eaten anything. Other than this meal, I only drank a cup of Xiao family's tea outside. So, since it wasn't you who poisoned me, I have reason to believe that I was poisoned when I was in the Xiao family. Tell me, how can I cooperate like this? How would I dare to cooperate? Don't worry. The evil god Fire Palace Master said, Leave the Xiao family's matters to me. I definitely won't let them live. Give me some time and I'll give you an explanation. The evil god Fire Palace Master said. To them, the Xiao family was no longer of any value. Furthermore, they had almost ruined their plan and almost killed Lin Xian. If Lin Xian hadn't been poisoned here, he would have been doomed if he went out. Therefore, he was very angry at this moment. Alright, then I'll wait for your good news, Palace Master. I'll take my leave first. Lin Xian smiled in his heart and turned to leave. Chapter 1447. Lin Xian walked out of the evil god Fire Palace's secret realm and arrived at the Xiao family. When the Xiao family saw Lin Xian, they were not surprised at all. It would be best if he didn't get poisoned in the evil god Fire Palace. As long as he got poisoned outside, no matter how he died, they wouldn't be able to link it to them, right? Even if they did, what evidence would they have? And how could Lin Xian let them have an easy time? How could Lin Xian not know that benefits were the most important to the evil god Fire Palace? Now that he had joined the evil god Fire Palace, the benefits that the Xiao family brought to them were no longer important. The benefits that the Xiao family gave to the evil god Fire Palace were the Xiao family's huge businesses, and no matter how big they were, could they be bigger than the Yaxian group? However, having a Xiao family was better than not having one. But since that was the case, he had to make a choice. It was impossible for him to kill everyone in the Xiao family, but at the very least, Xiao Zhangwo and Xiao Yun, who Lin Xian had mentioned, would definitely die. Lin Xian obviously knew that killing them was too easy for the evil god Fire Palace's hall master. However, he told him that if he gave him some time, he would definitely kill them. Why did he need time? That might be because he wanted to use a more silent method to kill them, and at the same time, not attract the attention of the Shao family. Then, the other members of the Shao family would take over, and he would still be able to control the Shao family's business. Young Master Lin, are you done chatting? Xiao Yun saw Lin Xian walk out and asked with a smile. He felt so comfortable in his heart. There was nothing more comfortable than Lin Xian dying. And I'm done. How was it? Xiao Yun asked with a smile. It's all right, I was only given the position of sixth elder. Nothing else. Lin Xian shrugged his shoulders and said, Xiao Yun. Xiao Zhengwo. As expected. Sixth elder. This sixth elder had almost all the power in the evil god Fire Palace. Just like his Shao family, who had worked hard for so many years and brought so many benefits to the evil god Fire Palace, Xiao Zhengwo had only become the 18th elder. What was the status of the 18th elder? To give the simplest example, the 6th elder had the qualifications to order some members of the evil god Fire Palace to do something, and the 18th elder might be the one who was ordered. Xiao Zhengwo let out a long sigh of relief. As expected, this evil god Fire Palace was indeed going to put Lin Xian in an important position. It could be seen from the power and status they gave him. Fortunately, they had poisoned him. Once Lin Xian died, the Shao family would be fine. If Lin Xian didn't die, the Shao family's status would definitely be suppressed. The 6th elder is already very good. Xiao Zhengwo smiled and said, I think so. If there's nothing else, I'll take my leave first. I still have some things to do. Lin Xian said. See you later, Xiao Yun said. All right. Lin Xian nodded and walked out. Xiao Yun snorted coldly. The next time they met would be when they saw his corpse. Father, it's fortunate that we poisoned him. Otherwise, with his immense power, our Shao clan would be in grave danger. Xiao Yun said, I don't think he has more than 2 hours to live. As long as he leaves the Shao clan and gets poisoned again, he can't blame it on our Shao clan. Xiao Zhengwo sneered. Go, send someone to keep an eye on him. Xiao Zhengwo rode. Yes. On the other side, Lin Xian was happily walking on the bustling streets of Tiandu. He had only been to Tiandu 3 times. The first time was when he visited the Ling family and the Han family during the New Year. The second time was when he went to the Divine Domain and passed by this place on his way to the Sanctum. Lin Xian didn't have much interest in big cities. Damn it, he couldn't even find a remote place to pee at night when he had to hold his pee. It was really annoying. Lin Xian then took out his phone and sent a message in the group. He at Di Ling Ying, Han Chuxue, and Murongyu. Little Ying, little Chuxue, little Yu, I'm in Tiandu. Come out and play. When the other girls saw this message, they were all very unhappy. They at Di Lin Xian and sent him emojis. For a moment, the group was in an uproar. What are you playing? Ling Ying then asked in the group. I'm not going. Family gathering. Murongyu sent a message. Han Chuxue also replied, family gathering. Lin Xian? Damn. What day is it? Why are you all having family gatherings? Little Ying, why aren't you having a family gathering? Lin Xian asked. Today is the Qingming festival. I'm going to pay my respects. Lin Xian touched the tip of his nose. Ling Ying said, I've already paid my respects. I'm almost done with my lunch. If it's not enough, I have to chat with Grandpa and Grandma for a while. That's why I have time at night. Lin Xian sat on the street. So boring. Then, Lin Xian raised his eyebrows slightly. Little Yu, can I go to your house? Murongyu frowned slightly. She really didn't want Lin Xian to come to her house right now. But her mother seemed to have discovered something a while ago and kept talking about the problem between her and Lin Xian. She kept trying to get information out of her. In the end, she had no choice but to tell her about the relationship between her mother and Lin Xian. Now, her parents were looking at Lin Xian as if he was their son-in-law. But she had a headache. Don't come. What are you doing here? Murongyu refused. Lin Xian scratched his head. Damn. Little Yu actually refused him? Something was wrong. Little Yu, is there a man visiting your house? Tell me. Murongyu, yes. Murongyu replied. Damn. Wait for me. I'll go over right now. Murong Yu, she sighed helplessly and glanced upstairs. There was indeed a man visiting downstairs. Then do as you wish. Murong Yu shook her head helplessly. I don't know if it's true or not. Lin Xian rubbed his chin. It didn't matter if it was true or not. Lin Xian also wanted to tell Murong Feng about the situation in the evil god Fire Palace. Then why don't you come over tonight? Ling asked. I'm not coming. I'll see tomorrow. I'll stay on little Yuyu's bed tonight. Murong Yu, you're dreaming. I don't care. Tonight, your bed belongs to me. Murong Yu. She then helplessly sent a I'll strangle you to death emoji and walked downstairs. In the living room downstairs, Murong Yu and Murong Feng's mother, Lin Yu, were sitting on the sofa. On the other side, there were two men. One of them looked to be around 26 or 27 years old. He was very handsome. Moreover, he also displayed a kind of superior quality. Beside him was a middle-aged man who also didn't look simple. We haven't seen each other for several years. Yi Haitao smiled as he looked at Murong Feng. Murong Feng nodded, that's right. Brother Yi, we haven't seen each other for several years. What have you been doing these past few years? Yi Haitao smiled and said, developing human forces in the demon beast domain. Chapter 1448. This Yi Haitao was a bit powerful. He was Murong Feng's cousin. He was a distant cousin. However, anyone who could establish a relationship with Murong Feng would definitely not be simple. On the continent, the three major forces were the pinnacle. The three major forces controlled the continent and ensured the safety of the people. Simply put, the three major forces were the national departments. Although the five major empires were five empires, they were actually one family. However, other than the three major forces and some individual forces, there were certainly other national forces that were similar to the three major forces. However, they were not as strong or as large as the three major forces. Yi Haitao's force was called the Anti-Demon Alliance. It was not under the jurisdiction of the three major forces and was an independent organization. It might be under the jurisdiction of the ultimate ruler behind the three major forces, such as the Radiant Association. The Anti-Demon Alliance could be understood as the most dangerous organization in the entire human race. This was because the responsibility of the members of their organization was to infiltrate the demon race. Simply put, their members might be in the demon beast domain every day. They might even steal information from demon beast organizations. They were dancing on the tip of a knife every day. It was indeed worthy of admiration. Oh, the human race is planning to establish a force in the demon race? How do they do it? Murong Feng asked curiously. If the demon race can rope in the human race, can't the human race rope in the demon race as well? Currently, the main mission of the Anti-Demon Alliance is to rope in some demon clans in various places in the demon beast domain and use them to form our organization. Murong Feng slightly muttered, is it that easy to achieve? It's not easy. However, it's slowly becoming a reality. Even if the probability is small, the reward is small, it's still useful. Yi Haitao said. Actually, I feel that sometimes, there's no need to do things with small rewards. Yi Haitao laughed and said, we need to eat. After all, there are so many people in the Anti-Demon League that need to be fed. Fortunately, everyone is in the demonic beast domain every day. Although it is more dangerous, the improvement it brings is also great. Fifen has also joined the Anti-Demon Alliance? Murong Feng smiled and looked at the 26 or 27-year-old Yi Fifen. Yes, I feel that this is something I want to do. Good. As expected of an expert from the God's awakening door. Fifen, you should be about to break through to the heavenly Tao, right? Yi Fifen nodded. But the heavenly Tao realm is too difficult. I don't know when I'll be able to break through. It's only a matter of time. You can advance to the way of heaven. The human clan will soon have another way of heaven. Congratulations. If you advance to the way of heaven, you will become one of the youngest people in the history of the human clan to advance to the way of heaven. Murong Fong nodded with satisfaction. Those are all false reputations. The most important thing is to improve myself. Fifan said. Ha, you're right. Wife, go make some food. Lin Yu nodded. Have some tea, I'll go cook. Brother, Murong Yi Murong Fong Yi Hai Tao looked at Murong Fong, then took a sip of tea and said, Brother Yi, please speak. Murong Fong nodded. My son. Yi Hai Tao patted Yi Fifan's shoulder and said, You also know that my son has liked Xiao Yu since he was young. After so many years, he still hasn't forgotten Xiao Yu. In order to be worthy of her, Fifan has been cultivating with all his might. He's preparing to break through to the heavenly Dao realm at such a young age. Murong Fong nodded. That's right. No wonder this kid can break through to the heavenly Dao realm at such a young age. Fifan has liked Xiao Yu since he was young. After so many years, he's not young anymore. He's already 27 years old. Xiao Yu, that girl, should be 22 or 23 years old, right? Murong Fong nodded. So, I don't know what Brother Murong means. Today, I've brought Fifan here to propose marriage. I also hope to give Fifan and Xiao Yu a better family. Yi Haitao said. Uncle Murong, I really like Murong Yu. Yi Fifan looked at Murong Fong and said. Ha. Murong Fong smiled and said, It's an open society now. It's not like the ancient times where parents' words were spoken. Children's matters should be decided by children. As a father, I don't care. I only care about one thing, and that is Xiao Yu's future husband. Whether he's a good person or not, I won't meddle in other matters. However, this girl Xiao Yu should be very obedient to you, Brother Murong. Murong Fong nodded. Yes, this girl is indeed very obedient. However, this kind of matter depends on the children's own choice. I won't meddle. Fifan is also very outstanding. If my daughter likes him, I'll be very happy. Then I'll work hard. Yi Fifan said. Ha, good. At this time, Murong Yu came down from upstairs. Yi Fifan looked at the extremely beautiful Murong Yu. He was so excited that he couldn't express it with words. Too beautiful. If his wife was her in the future, he would have enough in this life. Please, cousin. Murong Yu shouted and then sat beside Murong Fong. Ha, Xiao Yu is becoming more and more beautiful. Yi Haitao said with a smile. Many thanks for Uncle Ye's praise. What realm is Xiao Yu in? She just reached Taisu. Murong Yu said. Not bad. It's very good. You're stronger than my Fifan. When you come out of the God's awakening door, I'm afraid you'll be in Tiandao. Yi Haitao said with a compliment. Murong Yu said, That won't happen. It's already very good to be able to improve a little. Unfortunately, although I came out of the God's awakening door, I already forgot what happened inside. Otherwise, I could give you some reminders. Yi Fifan said. It's all right. It's all the same. On the contrary, the unknown is a kind of experience. Murong Yu said indifferently. Ah, Xiao Yu's realm is still very high. At this time, Murong Yu's phone rang. Dad, I'm going to pick someone up. Murong Yu said. Soon after, Murong Yu walked out. Brother Murong, do you have a guest today? Yi Haitao asked. Murong Fong said with a smile, Xiao Yu just told me that a friend is coming over as a guest. Xiao Yu's friend? Murong Fong nodded with a smile. Then he must be a very rare genius. Outside, Lin Xian waved at Murong Yu. Murong Yu walked out and opened the manor's door. You really came. Of course I came. I said that I want to sleep on your bed, so I will definitely sleep on it. Lin Xian grinned. Chapter 1449. Murong Yu felt helpless. Actually, under normal circumstances, she wouldn't have thought much of it. But now that her parents knew about her relationship with Lin Xian, Murong Yu felt very awkward. She didn't know what kind of feeling this was. She felt that Lin Xian was a taboo that couldn't be mentioned or seen. Hey, what's with that look? Lin Xian looked at Murong Yu, then reached out and pulled her slender waist into his embrace. Murong Yu broke free. Wow. You despise me. Murong Yu, no. Then you won't let me hug you. I'm not your girlfriend. Why should I let you hug me? She asked. You are. Yes. Murong-yu then walked in. Hey, wait for me. Lin Xian followed with a grin. Wow, your house is so big. Lin Xian glanced at it and was stunned. It was really big. Previously, Lin Xian had only been to the temple. This was the first time Lin Xian came to Murong-yu's house. Murong-yu couldn't be bothered to answer Lin Xian's question. Damn, don't you know that you're rich? How dare you praise someone else's house for being big? Then, Lin Xian's next sentence made her stumble. The bed is probably big too. Murong-yu, there's a guest here. I'll take you to the other house first. If you're looking for father later, I'll get him to look for you. Murong-yu stopped in her tracks and turned to look at Lin Xian. What guest? I can't go? It's nothing. An old friend of my father's. Old friend? Then why can't I go? They can talk among themselves. I'll go to your room and chat with you. Lin Xian said with a smile. Then I'll go to another room with you, Murong-yu said. Lin Xian touched the tip of his nose. Something's wrong. Lin Xian said. You're hiding something from me. Murong-yu, well, she was indeed hiding something from Lin Xian. Wasn't it Yi Fifan? It wasn't that she didn't want Lin Xian to know, but she was worried that there would be some conflict. She couldn't agree to be another person's girlfriend behind Lin Xian's back. She just said that she felt that if Lin Xian knew, Lin Xian would be unhappy. Nothing. Murong-yu said. You stole a man. Lin Xian said. Murong-yu was confused. Scram, she said coldly. Then what are you afraid of? Lin Xian then walked towards the largest villa. Hey, Murong-yu quickly chased after him. Click. Lin Xian opened the door and walked in. Let me tell you, I'm very polite. Lin Xian said to the worried Murong-yu behind him. Then the few people inside all looked at Lin Xian. Murong-yu truly believed that something might have happened between Lin Xian and Yi Fifan. After all, Lin Xian was simply too good at causing trouble. Even if he didn't cause trouble, he was still a hothead. Moreover, he was especially impulsive. Therefore, she didn't want Lin Xian to know about it. In fact, it was a small matter. Lin Xian glanced at them. This is? When Yi Haitao saw Lin Xian, he frowned and showed some interest. They knew Murong-yu quite well. Originally, when Murong-yu said that she was going to pick up a friend, they all thought that it was a girl. After all, they had never heard of Murong-yu having a male friend. However, when Lin Xian appeared, they were very surprised. This Murong-yu was actually picking up a male friend? Murong-yu actually had a male friend? Yi Fifan frowned. Something was wrong. Lin Xian, why didn't you tell me that you were coming? And Xiao Yu, why didn't you tell me? Murong Feng stood up with a smile. He suddenly said that he was coming. Murong-yu said indifferently and then sat on a separate sofa. Sit. Murong Feng said with a smile. Thank you, Uncle Murong. Lin Xian smiled and then sat beside Murong-yu. Murong-yu moved her butt to the side. Yi Fifan frowned suddenly. Little Xian, come, have some tea. Murong-yu's mother, Lin Yu, walked out with a smile. Hello, Auntie. Lin Xian stood up and greeted her obediently. This was the first time Lin Yu saw Lin Xian. However, Murong-yu had shown her a picture before. He wasn't very handsome, but he was quite good-looking. She could see that her daughter was also thinking about him. She had also done her research on this person's character. There was no problem with his character, potential, and background. He was just a bit lecherous. However, her position was also very high. Her husband, Murong Feng, was very single-minded. However, she had also seen many passionate people. It was very normal for them to have 4 or 5 or even more than 10 wives. Because she had come into contact with them many times, she was able to accept it. As long as her daughter was able to accept it, as parents, they wouldn't say anything. The main thing was that this person was good. Because the more outstanding girls liked him, the more outstanding he was. It was impossible for every girl's eyes to be wrong, right? Okay, sit, have some tea. Lin Yu smiled and poured a cup of tea for Lin Xian. Thank you, Auntie. Lin Xian said sweetly. I'm going to cook. You guys can chat. Today, I'll let you try Auntie's cooking. Lin Yu finished speaking and walked into the kitchen. Murong Feng then said to Yi Haitao, "This is my daughter's friend, Lin Xian. He was the champion of the Tianwu tournament and also the champion of the martial arts academy. So he was the champion of this year's Tianwu tournament. I've heard of him." Yi Haitao smiled and nodded. "My son was also the champion of the Tianwu tournament. You guys can interact with each other," Yi Haitao said with a smile. "That's really amazing," Lin Xian said with a smile. "It's nothing. I was just lucky," Yi Fifan said. Murong Feng said with a smile, "Your luck isn't enough. Brother Yi, let's go drink and chat." Yi Haitao nodded, "Okay." Then they walked away, leaving only the three of them in the living room. Murong Feng was helpless. If Lin Xian and his daughter were in a relationship, he would have directly rejected him. He would have said that his daughter had a boyfriend and she liked him very much. However, his precious daughter said that they weren't boyfriend and girlfriend. At most, they were just friends. Then what could Murong Feng do? He couldn't do anything about his arrogant daughter. "Young Master Yi, do you smoke?" Lin Xian took out a cigarette and handed it to Yi Fifan. Yi Fifan glanced at it and said, "Yes, but Auntie doesn't like the smell of cigarettes. So I won't smoke." Lin Xian nodded and lit a cigarette for himself. Yi Fifan frowned. Did this person have no EQ or what? He even lit a cigarette for himself. Chapter 1450. Lin Xian puffed out a cloud of smoke and then leaned back on the sofa. The way he behaved made it seem as if he was at home. Murong Yu felt helpless. Lin Xian crossed his legs and asked, "What are you doing here, young Master Yi?" "I'm here to play." Yi Fifan smiled and said. Suddenly he frowned. "Damn you! Why are you asking me questions like the owner of this place?" "What about you, young Master Lin?" Yi Fifan asked with a smile. "Me too." "I see. I was surprised when I heard that Xiao Yu's friend was a boy. You guys should be in the same team in the Tianwu competition, right?" Lin Xian nodded. "Yes, is young Master Yi going back tonight?" Yi Fifan was speechless. That's right, Lin Xian's sudden question had stunned him. Going back tonight? Isn't that nonsense? Is he not going back? Yi Fifan smiled and nodded. "I should go back." "Why are you asking this?" Murong Yu was speechless. She knew it. She knew that Lin Xian would be smug and cause trouble. "Oh, I was thinking that if young Master Yi didn't go back, we could play cards tonight. Since young Master Yi is going back, forget it," Lin Xian said with a smile. Murong Yu was speechless. "Lin Xian?" Yi Fifan's eyes narrowed slightly. What did he mean? Did he mean that he wouldn't go back tonight? But why didn't he go back tonight? Wasn't he just friends with Murong Yu? Play cards? Sure, I haven't played for a long time. I won't go back tonight. Yi Fifan smiled. Forget it. I suddenly remembered that I have something to do with Xiao Yu tonight. Let's play another day. Yi Fifan was speechless. Xiao Yu? He called her Xiao Yu and you called her Xiao Yu? Ha ha, if there is anything I can help you with, Yi Fifan said with a smile. No, you can't help. Tell me what it is. Lin Xian smiled and said, Little Yu, did you not tell young Master Yi? I'm in a hurry to make a baby with her. After saying that, Lin Xian smiled and hugged Murong Yu's slender waist. Yi Fifan? Murong Yu was confused. Fuck you. Murong Yu knew that this bastard would do this. But Yi Fifan narrowed his eyes. He didn't believe in creating humans, but Lin Xian's hand was wrapped around Murong Yu's waist, and Murong Yu only subconsciously struggled a little before she allowed his hand to touch her. This proved that the relationship between Murong Yu and him was not ordinary, but the struggle made him understand that they were not a couple. But why? Murong Yu actually let him hug her? Murong Yu actually wanted to remove Lin Xian's hand. She was not used to it, but she knew that if she removed Lin Xian's hand, Lin Xian would lose face. She sighed helplessly in her heart. Yi Fifan smiled and said, Young Master Lin, it seems that your relationship with Xiao Yu is not ordinary. You should be good friends. Are young Master Yi and Xiao Yu friends? Yi Fifan nodded, yes. But I'm here to propose to Uncle Murong. He had to lay his cards on the table. What right did this person have to compete with him for Murong? In fact, Lin Xian had already guessed that even if he was not here to propose, he must like Murong. So, why did Lin Xian directly reach out and hug Murong? I see. Lin Xian withdrew his hand, took a drag of the cigarette, and said, "Young Master Yi, you can go now." Yi Fifan frowned. Why do you say that? Yi Fifan smiled and said, "Because Xiao Yu already has a boyfriend." Young Master Lin, are you talking about yourself? Lin Xian nodded. Yi Fifan smiled and said, "But Uncle Murong just said that Xiao Yu has no boyfriend. So I'm here to talk to Uncle Murong about this." Yi Fifan smiled disdainfully. "I'm here to talk about this too. So, let's see what Uncle Murong says." Lin Xian scratched his head. Why should we see what Uncle Murong says? Shouldn't we see what Xiao Yu says? Lin Xian said. Yi Fifan glanced at Murong Yu. He knew that even if Murong Yu didn't choose Lin Xian, she wouldn't choose Yi Fifan. Yi Fifan even suspected that this Lin Xian was Murong Yu who knew that he was here to propose marriage, so she specially asked him to help her put on an act so that he would back off? It was possible. Otherwise, it wouldn't be so coincidental. The most important point was that when Lin Xian hugged Murong Yu was obviously uncomfortable. If they were boyfriend and girlfriend, would she be uncomfortable? However, Lin Xian knew that if they were boyfriend and girlfriend, she would still be uncomfortable, especially when there were other people around. Because this was Murong Yu. She had never thought about what it would be like to have a boyfriend one day, let alone being intimate with her boyfriend when there were other people around. In her opinion, it was simply unacceptable for her to see couples hugging and holding hands on the road. Haha, it's fine, it's fine. Yi Fifan smiled and nodded. I'll get some fruits for you. Murong Yu quickly walked away. What do you think, daughter? Which one do you choose? In the kitchen, Lin Yu looked at her daughter with a smile. Murong Yu bit her lips. My head hurts. Murong Yu shook her head and then cut the watermelon. You're not young anymore. It's time to decide who you want to be with. Although it's easy for you to find a boyfriend, you have to like him. That Lin Xian is not bad. Choose him. Lin Yu said. Mom, you've had sex with him in the divine realm for half a year. What's wrong? Do you not like him or what? If you don't like him, then forget it. If you like him, then why are you still hesitating? Lin Yu smiled and rubbed Murong Yu's hair. Got it. Murong Yu muttered. Outside, Lin Xian and Yi Fifan didn't say anything. The two of them leaned on the sofa and played with their phones. Murong Yu brought the fruits and said, I'll help you cook. After saying that, she slipped into the kitchen. Soon, a table of delicious food was placed there. Everyone, it's time to eat. It smells good. Murong Fong took a breath and then nodded with satisfaction. Honey, I don't usually see you cook so much for me and Xiao Yu. Murong Fong said with a smile. Aren't we guests? Lin Yu said with a smile. Xiao Xian, Fifan, you two quickly take a seat. Coming, Auntie. Lin Xian ran over with a smile. Auntie, your cooking is so good. Uncle Murong is so happy. Auntie is beautiful, good at cooking, and virtuous. Uncle Murong is so lucky. Lin Xian said with a smile. Bootlicker. Yi Fifan gritted his teeth. Chapter 1451. A bootlicker? Yes, that was true. However, there were times when one couldn't bootlick. There were times when one could and needed to bootlick. For example, right now. A junior was praising his mother-in-law and his elder for being beautiful. Everyone knew that he was bootlicker, but the other party would be very happy. The other party knew that he was bootlicker, but he was happy. This was different from bootlicker, especially in front of other people. Of course, there was a prerequisite. The other party had to have a good impression of you for the bootlicker to be effective. Murong Yu shook her head helplessly. This Lin Xian, Murong Fong smiled in his heart. This Lin Xian was quite sensible. Ah, little Xian, what you said is quite reasonable. He is indeed very lucky. Lin Yu said with a smile. Then, she handed Lin Xian a pair of chopsticks. Yi Fifan? How could this be? Lin Xian said with a smile. Auntie, do you know? What? Lin Xian said with a smile. The first time I saw Murong Yu was at the Martial Arts Academy. At that time I was curious. This woman is so beautiful. How beautiful must her mother be to give birth to such a beautiful daughter? When I saw Auntie for the first time today, I wanted to say that Auntie is really beautiful. Uncle Murong being able to marry Auntie is simply a blessing of 8 lifetimes. Isn't that right, Uncle Murong? Murong Fong, fuck. He was unhappy with this sentence. However, he still had to say yes. Pious. I must have accumulated the good fortune of 8 lifetimes to be able to marry such a beautiful wife and have such a beautiful daughter. Murong Fong said with a smile. It's good that you know, Lin Yu said with a smile. Come. Little Xian, have a drumstick. Lin Yu smiled and gave Lin Xian a drumstick. Thank you, Auntie. Auntie, your hands are so beautiful. Lin Xian's eyes lit up. Haha, is that so? Lin Yu smiled. Yes, like mother like daughter. Murong Yu's hands are also beautiful. Sure enough, Auntie's hands are very beautiful. Although Murong Yu is already beautiful, in my opinion, there is still a gap between her and Auntie. Lin Xian laughed. Murong Yu, damn bootlicker. Ha, she is my daughter after all. Come. Little Xian, try this red braised meat. Lin Yu smiled and gave Lin Xian another piece of braised pork. Originally, Lin Yu liked Lin Xian a lot. Although they didn't have any contact with each other, she found that this person was really good except for being a little lecherous. This person was even willing to sacrifice himself for some things. The simplest example was when Tianhua City fell into enemy hands. How many people had he risked his life to save? This kind of righteousness was something that very few young people possessed nowadays. At least she could be sure that if her daughter were to follow him, this person would not abandon her daughter and run away if they encountered any danger. Yi Fifan snorted coldly. Why did he feel that this Lin Xian's bootlicker was actually effective? How is the taste? Lin Yu asked with a smile. It's delicious. Murong Yu cooked for me before. I thought that the taste was very good. But now, I feel that her cooking is just so. She and Auntie still have a lot to learn. Lin Xian laughed. Murong Fong couldn't stand this Lin Xian anymore. How could he be like this? Lin Yu beamed with joy. Yi Fifan clenched his fist tightly and lowered his head to eat there. How could this person be so thick-skinned? Auntie, when you go shopping with Murong Yu, do people think that you are sisters and try to hit on you? Lin Xian asked with a smile. There have been a few times. Lin Yu said with a smile. I guess so too. Lin Xian nodded. Cough. Murong Fong coughed and said, Little Xian, have you made preparations for the God's awakening door? Lin Xian shook his head. Not yet. Anyway, we don't know what's going on inside. We'll talk about it when the time comes. I say, Murong Fong, I'm having a good chat with Little Xian. Why are you interrupting? Lin Yu was unhappy. Murong Fong, cough, you guys talk. Murong Fong was helpless. Yi Haitao glanced at his son and realized that his son didn't seem to want to talk. He quickly gave Yi Fifan a look. Yi Fifan obviously saw that Lin Xian's bootlicker was effective. But he didn't know how to do it. Moreover, he was very embarrassed, okay? He clearly knew that what he said wasn't true. Or, it could be said that he was exaggerating. He couldn't adapt to what he said. Murong Yu lowered her head and ate. She was also helpless and didn't care about what Lin Xian said. Auntie, I have a pill here. Lin Xian handed over a pill to Lin Yu. What kind of pill is this? Lin Xian, this is called the face retaining pill. Although Auntie is very beautiful and young, she might be angered by Uncle Murong every day. It will definitely have some effect on her skin. This face retaining pill can let Auntie retain her youthful appearance. Although it can't be said to achieve the so-called eternal appearance, it can definitely let Auntie not have to worry about the so-called things that women worry about for 10 years. Although Lin Yu's realm wasn't too low, it was obvious that she had advanced her realm later on. For example, If you reached the Empyrean realm at the age of 22, then you would still look like a 22-year-old at the age of 80. But if you reached the Empyrean realm at the age of 40, then you would look like a 40-year-old at the age of 80. To put it simply, the earlier one ascended to a higher realm, the more perfect one's appearance would be like that of a 20-year-old. Therefore, Lin Yu was still worried about things like eye bags, small crow's feet, and skin that wasn't as tender as before. Can it really be done? Lin Yu was stunned for a moment. Lin Xian smiled and nodded. Yes, after Auntie takes it, Auntie's appearance will definitely crush Murong Yu's and let Auntie return to her 27 or 28-year-old appearance. Yi Fifan smiled and said, I say, young Master Lin, have you been deceived by someone? Lin Xian glanced at him. I've lived for so long, but I've never heard of the face-retaining pill in reality. Those are all imaginary things on TV. Did young Master Lin see a leaflet somewhere in the supermarket and mistake it for real? That's definitely not something good. Yi Fifan smiled and said, Motherfucker, I finally found a chance to speak and fight back against this Lin Xian. Murong Feng also glanced at Lin Xian. Yi Haitao said, This is very normal. This kind of thing is a gimmick. It's used to cheat those ignorant girls of their money. In fact, it doesn't have any effect. Instead, it may be harmful. Chapter 1452. There were very few dawn in this world. Some dawn were used for healing and detoxification. Other dawn were basically non-existent. However, Lin Xian was different. Lin Xian's medical skills were all-encompassing. He had all kinds of dawn. Lin Xian had taken time to refine these dawn. In any case, he had to give them to his mothers-in-law, right? Lin Xian smiled and said, You two don't need to worry about this. These dawn were personally refined by me. Therefore, I know very well whether they are real or not. You can refine dawn? Murong Feng froze for a moment. Haha, but I have never heard of the face-preserving dawn in this continent. Yi Fifan said with a smile. Therefore, if you have never heard of it, it can only be said that you are ignorant and inexperienced. However, you cannot deny everything just because you have never heard of it. You are not the heavens. Your words do not count. Lin Xian said with a smile. Ka. Yi Fifan clenched his fist. Whether it is real or not, Auntie, you can try it now. There will be an effect soon. Lin Xian said with a smile. But Lin Yu nodded. To be honest, she had never heard of it. However, she felt that this Lin Xian was not ordinary. Moreover, her husband, Murong Feng, had emphasized to her many times that this Lin Xian was indeed very good. In any case, she did not care whether she believed it or not. As long as she ate it, it would not be harmful. Okay, then I will try it. Lin Yu smiled and directly swallowed it. In fact, she did not have much expectation. However, everyone had been staring at her skin. Lin Yu did not wear makeup at home. In fact, she did not need to wear makeup. She was very beautiful. However, if you looked carefully, you could see some traces of age on her face. It was very light, but it could be seen. Although it was very light, as a woman, especially a beautiful woman, she cared too much. Murong Feng had told her many times that she was very beautiful and that it was nothing. However, she understood in her heart. He could only blame himself for not raising his realm when he was younger. Therefore, she had always taught Murong Yu to work hard if she could. Since she had this talent, she should try her best to reach the heavenly venerable realm in her 20s. However, in the next moment, they revealed shocked expressions. Wife, your face? Murong Feng opened his mouth. What happened? Lin Yu asked doubtfully. See for yourself. Murong Feng was shocked. Lin Yu was a little worried and hurried to the bathroom. Then, her surprised voice came from inside. Actually, there wasn't much of a change. Normally, one wouldn't be able to feel anything. However, if one looked closely, they would realize that her skin had become as tender as a woman in her 20s. Furthermore, the faint crow's feet from before had completely disappeared. Lin Xian, your pills are quite powerful. Could it be a new product of the Xian Group? What? Our Xian Group? Yi Fifan frowned. You guys didn't talk about it? Xiao Xian is from the Yaxian group. I see. Yi Fifan secretly clenched his fist. Damn it. At this time, Lin Xian smiled and said, it's not a new product. However, it will definitely develop in this direction. When the time comes, the effect won't be as strong. However, it will definitely not be like those so-called skincare products on the market. The effect won't be obvious. When the time comes, it will be launched. After all, the materials used were relatively common. Haha, this Yaxian group will really become the gospel of the common people. Murong Feng said with a smile. Lin Yu ran over. My skin has become better. Lin Yu was extremely excited. Your skin has always been very good. Murong Feng said. Nonsense. Lin Yu hurriedly said, Xiao Yu, come here. What? Come here quickly. Murong Yu stood up and walked to Lin Yu's side. Then, Lin Yu put her face close to hers. Hubby, look, whose skin is better? Murong Feng. He had to admit that he really could tell that his wife's skin was absolutely as tender as when they first met. He really needed to thank Lin Xian. It's just as good. Murong Feng said. Mom, your skin is really very tender. Murong Yu glanced at him and said indifferently, don't worry. Right? Lin Yu smiled and pushed Murong Yu aside. Then she looked at Lin Xian and said, Xiao Xian, Auntie really doesn't know how to thank you. Lin Xian said with a smile, it's my duty. Quickly, eat. Fifan, you eat too. Yi Fifan nodded. I say, honey, stop looking. It's so beautiful. Murong Feng said helplessly when he saw Lin Yu looking at the mirror. Lin Yu put down the mirror. Soon, the meal was finished. It could be said that this meal was very enjoyable. However, there were two people who were not very happy. Of course, they were Yi Fifan and Yi Haitao. It's getting late, Brother Murong. I'll leave with Fifan first. I hope Brother Murong will take the matter I told you before to heart. We'll come again in 2 days. Yi Haitao said. Brother Yi, take care. Then, the two of them walked away. Dad, that Lin Xian. Yi Fifan clenched his fist. You, can't you learn to be a little more eloquent like him? Yi Haitao said. Dad, you know that I don't know much about this. And that Lin Xian is simply too hypocritical. I can't say anything about it. Yi Fifan said. Sigh, that Murong family seems to like that kid Lin Xian very much. Moreover, he's actually a member of the Yaxian group. It seems that he might be at the helm of the Yaxian group. He's really not simple. Then what should we do? I really like Murong Yu. Yi Fifan said. When we go back, bring the Yi family's treasure to propose marriage. I don't believe that the Yi family's treasure can't be compared to a small elixir. Xiao Xian, why don't you stay here tonight? On the sofa, the few of them were sitting together and chatting when Lin Yu suddenly popped out a sentence. She was simply too satisfied with Lin Xian. You're not going back? Isn't that not very good? Lin Xian scratched his head. Mom, he still has something to do. Murong Yu said. Lin Xian shook his head. Actually, it's nothing much. If I leave, I'll stay in a hotel. Actually, staying in a hotel is fine, as long as Uncle and Auntie don't mind. Murong Yu was speechless. Of course, we don't mind. Xiao Yu, go and tidy up your room. Oh. Murong Yu got up. I'm saying that you should tidy up your room. Murong Yu was speechless. Lin Xian was speechless. Damn. Did this mother-in-law know about the matter between him and Murong Yu? It seems so. Damn. This mother-in-law was great. Lin Xian's mothers-in-law are all great. But Murong Yu asked. Didn't Xiao Xian say that he wanted to play games with you? Then let's go to your room. Lin Xian, nice. Chapter 1453. Under normal circumstances, Lin Yu wouldn't bring a boy to her daughter's room, right? However, this Lin Xian was different. He had already done so many things with her daughter. Moreover, as Murong Yu's mother, Lin Yu could see that her daughter liked Lin Xian. It was just a matter of how much she liked him. Since it was already like this and she also liked this boy, it was fine. This boy was her son-in-law. I don't play games. Murong Yu shook her head and said indifferently, Little Xian wants to play. He is a guest. Even if you don't want to play, you still have to play with him. Do you understand? How did I teach you etiquette? Lin Yu looked at her daughter and said, Murong Yu, how could her mother be bought over by Lin Xian? Okay, I'll go with you to tidy up the room. When the time comes, the three of us can play together. Lin Yu smiled and looked at Lin Xian as she said, Okay, then I'll have to trouble Auntie. Let's go. Lin Yu pulled Murong Yu's hand and walked upstairs. Only Lin Xian and Murong Feng were left in the living room. Murong Feng handed Lin Xian a cigarette. Thank you, Uncle Murong. Lin Xian then snapped his fingers and the two people's cigarette butts were lit. Murong Feng paused for a moment. This thing is very useful. Lin Xian nodded, it is very useful. Regarding the matter between you and little you, what do you think? Murong Feng asked. Cough cough cough, Lin Xian dryly coughed. Uncle Murong, what do I think? I'm already here, don't you know? Murong Feng took a puff and said, But as far as I know, you have more than one girlfriend, right? Cough cough cough, Lin Xian awkwardly coughed again. Uncle Murong, I'm a man. Please understand. I can't understand. After all, your aunt is my only woman. Murong Feng said. Lin Xian scratched his head. However, it's rare for little you to fall in love with someone. As for you, I can be considered to understand. Although you're fickle in love, other than that, there's nothing else. Moreover, this fickle in love is actually a responsible person. Lin Xian nodded repeatedly. That's why you're auntie and I don't care about the matters between you and Xiao Yu. Otherwise, with this girl's character, I'm really afraid that she won't find a boyfriend for 10 or 20 years. Wouldn't your auntie and I feel terrible? Lin Xian laughed. 10 or 20 years. Uncle Murong, you might be thinking too little. Anyway, Murong Yu's realm was right there. Even if another 100 years passed, she would still be so young and beautiful. She was not willing to find a partner, but she had the capital to not find one. Therefore, Murong Feng and Lin Yu were also anxious. Therefore, since they saw that Murong Yu liked this brat, Lin Yu would work hard to see if they could give birth to this baby. It was not important whether they got married or not. It was more important to have a baby first. All right, let's not talk about this person first. How's the evil god Fire Palace? Murong Feng's expression also became serious. Of course, he knew that Lin Xian came here partly because of Murong Yu and partly because of the evil god Fire Palace. Lin Xian nodded. I've been there. The evil god Fire Palace is in the Xiao family. There's a fake mountain in the backyard of the Xiao family. There's a passage under the fake mountain. After entering the passage, there's a door. However, to open this door, one needs a special secret technique. I haven't learned this secret technique yet, so I can't use it for the time being. After opening it, there's a secret realm inside. This secret realm is the evil god Fire Palace. I see. How strong is it? Lin Xian pondered for a moment and said, I'm not too sure either. However, what I'm certain of is that with 3 Heavenly Dao Realm experts as the foundation, the other Great Void Realm experts will naturally not be in the minority. In this secret realm, there's a place that leads to the demonic beast domain. They can directly enter the demonic beast domain to grind levels. At the same time, it will become a passage for them to escape. Murong Feng pondered for a moment. That's very normal. As the evil god hall, they will definitely use all sorts of methods to leave a way out for themselves. Then, did they say anything to you? Lin Xian said, they said that the main hall has taken a fancy to me and wants me to temper myself here. When the time comes, if I can, they will send me to the main hall. Murong Feng's eyes lit up. Yes, if you can, you must obtain the position of the main hall. However, don't be anxious. If 1 year isn't enough, then 2 years. If 2 years isn't enough, then 5 years. Murong Feng said, we have already searched for the location of the evil god hall for nearly 100 years. Haven't we still come up empty-handed? And this time, you are the closest we have come in history, so you must not be anxious. Don't fall short of success. Lin Xian nodded, I know. Also, You must pay attention to your own safety. Even if they think that you have taken a poison pill, they may not completely trust you. Those people are a group of very sneaky people. Yes, I have come into contact with them. They are indeed very sneaky. However, I am still quite useful to them right now. If what they said is true and the main hall has taken a fancy to me, then the small evil godfire hall won't be able to make any decisions. As long as I don't reveal any flaws and continue to increase my strength, they will eventually be able to see my potential. Lin Xian. That's right. What price did the Xian group pay? Murong Feng asked. Lin Xian, it is only 10% of the shares. I will try my best to suppress the rest. In addition, they want to make Lin and City the next headquarters of the evil godfire hall. Naturally, there will be some impact on the industry. For now, I can accept it. At present, they cannot do anything that I cannot accept. Murong Feng nodded. Yes, the three major forces will reimburse the Xian group for their losses. Lin Xian slightly muttered, Uncle Murong, I suggest that you don't tell this news to the Trial Union or the Bounty Hunter Guild. I don't trust them. Don't worry. You already know about this matter. The Trial Union and the Bounty Hunter Guild also don't know about it. I only said that the temple will reimburse you for now. When this matter is completely resolved, the temple will look for the other two major forces to share. Murong Feng laughed. Okay. Then I will go find Xiao Yuyu. Lin Xian finished speaking and ran upstairs with a smile. Murong Feng, this brat. He helplessly shook his head. After chatting with me for a bit, he impatiently went to find my daughter? Damn, he really is a pervert. Xiao Yuyu, I am coming to find you to play games. Lin Xian grinned as he rubbed his hands together and arrived at the door of a room. Through the crack in the door, Lin Xian could smell a fragrant smell. Chapter 1454. Murong Yu was chatting with Lin Yu. What were they chatting about? Lin Xian, of course. Lin Yu was having a heart-to-heart talk with Murong Yu. She knew that her daughter was very tsundere. Although Murong Yu repeatedly emphasized that she wasn't being tsundere, as a mother, how could she not know? She clearly liked Lin Xian, but she didn't know how much she liked him. However, she didn't even let Lin Xian touch her. She had done it so many times, but still, anyway, as a mother, she knew. You two play the game well. Lin Yu heard the noise outside and opened the door with a smile. Auntie. You two play the game. I'm going to sleep. There's a place to shower in the room. Okay. Good night, Annie. Lin Xian smiled in his heart. Lin Yu then walked away. Lin Xian closed the door and rubbed his hands together as he walked toward Murong Yu, who was sitting on the edge of the bed. Her room was really quite ordinary. There weren't any dolls or anything fun. Most of it was just books. However, this bed was definitely soft and there were even dolls on it. Little Yu, I'm here. Lin Xian then sat beside Murong Yu and hugged her waist. You can sleep here, but you're not allowed to do anything else. Murong Yu said lightly. But Lin Xian nodded obediently. Murong Yu? Agreed? No. It wasn't that simple. What did Auntie say to you? Lin Xian asked with a smile. Then, he placed his hand on her leg and touched it. Murong Yu's hand pressed down on Lin Xian's hand. Nothing. I'm going to sleep. Murong Yu then crawled under the blanket and lay on her side with her back facing Lin Xian. She had already changed into her pajamas. Lin Xian touched the tip of his nose and glanced at the bed. There was actually a second blanket. She wanted him to cover himself with another blanket? You wish. Lin Xian then crawled under her blanket and hugged her from behind. Murong Yu's body trembled. Don't move. I didn't want to move at first, but I couldn't help it when I hugged you. Murong Yu was confused. And then, she really couldn't stand Lin Xian's shamelessness. This person was equivalent to raping her. The next morning, Murong Yu was the first to open her eyes. She nestled in Lin Xian's arms. Her beautiful eyes glanced at the bloody teeth marks on Lin Xian's shoulder. That's right, she bit him last night. However, this bastard still wouldn't let her go even after being bitten and bleeding. In the end, she compromised. Bastard. Murong Yu gritted her teeth. Lin Xian opened his eyes and turned to look at her. Morong Yu quickly averted her gaze. Hee hee, little Yu, it's daybreak. It's time to do it again. Morong Yu was confused. Get lost. She kicked Lin Xian out of the room, then wrapped herself in the blanket and turned around. Lin Xian touched the tip of his nose. I'm going to take a shower. Lin Xian walked into the bathroom. Morong Yu opened her beautiful eyes and sighed helplessly. Was that it? That should be it, right? After all, when Lin Xian slept with her, she actually didn't put up much resistance. She was also catered to Lin Xian later on. She knew it in her heart. She just didn't feel good. She wasn't in a relationship, and she didn't do anything. Then she was slept with by him so many times. She was a very traditional person. She yearned for love. Her concept of love was very beautiful and sweet. However, when she met this bastard Lin Xian, what kind of sweet feeling was there? He had sex with her the moment they met, and they had sex for half a year. Then, when she came back, she had sex with him several times for no reason. Let's not talk about sweet in love, right? At least we should go shopping alone, right? Not good. Not good at all. After a while, Lin Xian walked out naked. Morong Yu glanced at him and blushed. She quickly turned away. Can you keep your clothes on? She gritted her teeth. I'm not wearing anything. I just want to show you. Lin Xian laughed. Shameless. Go take a shower. Lin Xian then used his mind to clean himself and crawl under the blanket. Morong Yu quickly ran into the bathroom. Soon she finished bathing. She walked out smelling good. She glanced at Lin Xian, then opened the door and walked out without saying anything. Lin Xian touched the tip of his nose. He was still thinking about playing with her. Baby, you're taking a shower early in the morning. Downstairs, Lin Yu saw Morong Yu drying her hair and walking down in her pajamas. He smiled and said, Morong Yu's face slightly reddened. As an old couple, they naturally knew why their baby daughter wanted to take a shower early in the morning. Morong Feng was not happy. Thinking about how his beautiful baby daughter was taken by that pig Lin Xian, his heart ached as a father. It couldn't be helped. All fathers in the world were like this. They doted on their daughters, and their daughters were treasures. Where's Lin Xian? Lin Yu asked. I don't know. He's dead. Morong Yu sat on the sofa and drank tea. The two of them, what's there to be angry about between boyfriend and girlfriend? Can't that brat do it? Lin Yu smiled. Morong Yu, Mom? Okay. Mom won't say anything. Then I'll go take a look at that brat. Then Lin Yu walked upstairs. Morong Feng smiled and sat beside Morong Yu. He rubbed her hair and said, What's wrong? Daughter, do you like Lin Xian? Morong Yu shook her head. Not really. Then what's wrong? It's just that he's very infuriating. Haha. Morong Feng smiled and said, although you feel that Lin Xian is very infuriating from Lin Xian's point of view, with your personality, if you don't talk to him for a day, he'll be suffering, right? You have to understand each other. He's suffering? Last night, he was secretly chatting with another girl. How can he be suffering? Morong Yu wasn't angry about this. In fact, she knew what she should know. She just wasn't happy. However, she couldn't say where she was unhappy about it. Okay, it's rare that you're all free. It's rare that Lin Xian comes to Tiandu. You guys have fun these 2 days. Morong Feng smiled and said, That depends on whether he's willing. Morong Yu didn't know how much resentment she had towards Lin Xian. She guessed that it was quite a lot. Slap her? You didn't do anything but slap her. Of course she was unhappy. At least they were celebrating a festival. No matter what, they had to give her a gift, right? Okay, she didn't ask for too much. It didn't matter. Lin Xian and Lin Yu walked down. You're coming down. Let's eat breakfast. After breakfast, Lin Xian, you and Xiao you can go out and play. Morong Feng smiled and said, Okay, of course. Lin Xian said. Morong Yu heard this and felt a little better. Who wants to play with you? Morong Yu coldly snorted and walked towards the dining table. Morong Feng helplessly looked at Lin Xian. He couldn't blame Lin Xian. It was his daughter who was arrogant. This was also the main reason. Chapter 1455. Lin Xian helplessly glanced at Murong Feng. His gaze was very clear. Look at your daughter. Murong Feng shrugged his shoulders. What could he do? Women should be spoiled and spoiled. He would think about it when he got his hands on her. Actually, Lin Xian was already used to it. He had a lot of girls around him. What kind of girls did he not have? Tsundra? No matter how tsundra she was still obedient last night. Let's go eat. Murong Feng said. Lin Xian nodded his head and then sat at the table beside Murong Yu. Murong Yu sat there elegantly. Girls like her were very serious no matter what they did. To put it simply, you had never seen her cross her legs, and it was even more impossible to see her make any indecent movements. Normal people would get tired after sitting for a while. They would want to lie down or bend their waist slightly. However, girls like her could maintain a straight posture and read for an entire day without changing her posture. At most, she would change her direction. Little Yu, help me peel an egg. Lin Xian put his hand on Murong Yu's leg and said with a smile. Murong Yu did not say anything. She just silently peeled an egg for Lin Xian and placed it on the plate in front of Lin Xian. Lin Xian smiled in his heart. She was still obedient. However, if Murong Feng or Lin Yu were here, she would definitely not peel the egg. Murong Feng was sitting on the sofa and drinking tea while Lin Yu was busy in the kitchen. Where are we going to play later? Lin Xian asked with a smile. Anywhere. Murong Yu said indifferently and then drank a mouthful of milk. Going to a room? Murong Yu? Go to hell. You said anywhere. Lin Xian shrugged his shoulders. Get lost. What are you talking about? Lin Yu walked out of the kitchen with a smile. We are talking about where we are going to play later. Lin Xian said with a smile. Isn't it good to go shopping or watch a movie? Who wants to go shopping with him? Murong Yu said indifferently. Lin Xian, fuck. Tsundra. No, I have to make her submit tonight. Auntie, I'll go shopping with her. I'll go find a few other friends. Lin Xian said. A few other friends? Murong Yu thought for a moment. Wasn't that Han Chuxue and Ling Ying? Crack, crack, crack. There were already cracks in the cup in her hand. That bastard Lin Xian. That's fine. You nodded. Little Yu, let's go shopping. Anything. Murong Yu said. Aya, why are you interfering with a child's shopping? The two of us didn't go out for a proper stroll either. Lin Xian and Xiao Yu went out for a stroll. You and I went out for a stroll alone. Murong Feng said with a smile. That's true. We haven't gone shopping for a long time. You two go shopping. Let's go after dinner. After dinner, Murong Yu casually changed into a simple set of clothes and went out with Lin Xian. You go. Murong Yu said to Lin Xian. Lin Xian was stunned and looked at her. Aren't you going to find a friend? Go ahead. I'll find a library to read. Murong Yu said indifferently. Lin Xian looked at her beautiful face and rubbed his chin playfully as he looked at her. Murong Yu frowned. Why are you looking at me? Murong Yu asked. I feel that you're different from before. Murong Yu looked at Lin Xian. In what way? In many ways. For example, you're jealous now. And you've also learned how to say one thing and mean another. Murong Yu, then it seems that you really like me. Lin Xian said with a smile. Murong Yu couldn't be bothered with him and walked straight ahead. AI. Lin Xian ran over with a smile and took the opportunity to grab her soft little hand. Murong Yu subconsciously struggled. However, Lin Xian held her hand tightly and she didn't struggle anymore. I'm not familiar with Tiandu. Where is it fun? I don't know. Murong Yu also rarely went out to play, so she wasn't sure about this either. Then let's just walk around. Murong Yu's pretty face, exquisite temperament, and sky-blue hair and irises were rare to begin with. Needless to say, the amount of attention he attracted was unimaginable. As for Lin Xian, the passers-by looked at them and felt that they shouldn't be a couple. The woman was so outstanding and the man looked so ordinary. However, they were holding hands. What was there to be suspicious about? Murong Yu rarely went out, so even the heavens knew that the Murong family's master of the Holy Temple had a daughter who was supposed to be very beautiful. However, not many people knew what Murongyu looked like, and even fewer knew that she had blue eyes or something like that. However, it had to be said that she was indeed very special. On the other side, there were many people crowding around. Ling Ying and Han Chuxue came out to shop. Ling Ying and Han Chuxue were very famous in Tiandu. They were the daughters of the 8 great families. Their appearances were extremely outstanding. Moreover, they often went out to play. In the past, Han Chuxue rarely went out, but compared to Murongyu, she was much better. Moreover, they had a lot of pursuers. The main reason was that there were many pursuers. Coupled with their family background, it was impossible for no one to pay attention to them. I heard that Lin Xian came to Tiandu. Ling Ying and Han Chuxue each held a roasted sweet potato and chatted while eating. Many people followed them. Some tried to summon up the courage to strike up a conversation with them. Some just wanted to take 2 more photos because they knew that they weren't good enough for them. Is that so? Han Chuxue nodded slightly. It seems that they came because of the evil god Fire Palace. I guess they are still there. Ling Ying said, "Hey boss, give me 2 Rugiamos." Suddenly, a familiar voice came from the front. The 2 girls looked at each other. Obviously, they knew what they were thinking from each other's eyes. Then they walked forward. Let me tell you, this kind of small roadside stalls selling things for a few yuan are the real delicacies of the world. Miss, you will follow me in the future. I will take you to try more of these delicious snacks. Lin Xian handed Murongyu a Rugiamo and said, "Anyway, many of Lin Xian's daughters liked to eat roadside stalls because of Lin Xian. Weren't Ling Ying and Han Chuxue the same? Murongyu really didn't eat it because she wasn't greedy. She rarely went out. She only ate 3 meals a day. At most, she would eat some snacks." Murongyu then opened her small mouth and took a bite. "This is medium spicy. How about it?" Lin Xian asked with a smile. Murongyu nodded. "Not bad." Of course. Lin Xian smiled. Just as he opened his mouth to eat, he suddenly saw 2 figures standing in front of him. Chapter 1456. Lin Xian had announced in the group that he was coming to Tiandu, so Ling Ying and the rest knew about it. However, they still thought that Lin Xian was busy, so they did not chat with Lin Xian. Fuck. This Lin Xian is shopping with Murongyu. Ling Ying was pissed. She was not pissed that he was shopping with other girls. After all, they knew a lot of things. "I thought you were busy, so I did not disturb you. Who knew that this bastard was shopping with other girls?" Lin Xian was embarrassed. Murongyu was eating her Rugiamo. When she saw Ling Ying and the rest, she walked over. "You are shopping too?" Murongyu asked. "Yes, let's go together," Ling Ying said with a smile. "Okay." Then they turned around and walked away. Lin Xian was speechless. "No way. God, is this how you treat me? Hey, wait for me." Lin Xian quickly chased after them. Yi Fifan walked out from the dark with his brows furrowed. He only found out about Lin Xian's existence yesterday, so he tried to investigate him. He discovered that not only did Lin Xian seem to have a good relationship with Murongyu, but he also had a lot of pretty girls around him. They all seemed to be on good terms, including the 2 he had just met, Ling Ying and Han Chuxue from Tiandu. However, he wasn't sure if Lin Xian was just friends with the other girls or if they had some other kind of relationship. As a man, he felt that it was not that simple. "Let me get hold of your weakness. I don't believe that Murongyu will not leave you. I don't believe that Uncle Murong and the rest will agree to it." Yi Fifan sneered and then said to the headset, "Continue the investigation. Murongyu is a woman that he must obtain. Last night, this Lin Xian did not leave the Murong family, but what does it matter? How could they sleep together? Could they still be boyfriend and girlfriend? If they were boyfriend and girlfriend, Murong Feng would have already told him that Murongyu already had a boyfriend, so they weren't. As for the fact that they were out shopping, he was indeed envious and jealous. However, hadn't Murongyu already left? Didn't that Lin Xian also chase after him like a dog? Hey. Lin Xian chased after him. "What are you doing? You're not going back?" Ling Ying rolled his eyes at Lin Xian. "Where am I going?" Lin Xian smiled awkwardly. Lin and City. Hurry up and leave. Ling Ying waved his hand. Little Ying, don't be so heartless. Little Chushua talked to her. Han Chushua shook her head. I can't win against her. Lin Xian. Lin Xian, after you finished your business, you went shopping with other girls, right? You didn't tell us, right? Scumbag. Murong Yu muttered in her heart. You deserve it. Little Yu and I were planning to go shopping with you and have fun together. Lin Xian smiled. Teach, really, we bought a Rujiamo on the way. We were going to go to your place. Really. I was thinking of going to see Uncle and Auntie. I've already prepared a gift. Lin Xian then took out the face-retaining pill. What's this? Ling Ying glanced at it. Face-retaining pill. You can ask little Yu. She saw the effect of the face-retaining pill with her own eyes. I'm going to give it to the two aunties, Lin Xian said. Murong Yu. This Lin Xian's ability to adapt to situations was really strong. She didn't know if Lin Xian was going to give them the face-retaining pill, but at least not today. At least, she knew that Lin Xian was going to play with her for the whole day. Scumbag. But she saw through him. He was a scumbag. Lin Xian felt like he was in a difficult position. Face-retaining pill? Ling Ying glanced at it. Is it really useful? She asked Murong Yu. Murong Yu nodded. Yes, it's very useful. Thank you. I'll give it to my mom when the time comes, Ling Ying said. As for why she didn't let Lin Xian give it to her personally, Ling Ying felt that Lin Xian didn't plan to go to her house anyway, so she might as well not let him go. She didn't want to waste his precious time to pick up girls. Then I won't go? Lin Xian asked. Up to you. Ling Ying said. Since I'm here today, I definitely have to go and see Uncle and Auntie. You can give them the gift. Then what gift are you going to give my dad and Uncle Han? Ling Ying asked. If the two aunties take this pill, wouldn't it be the best gift for the two uncles? Lin Xian said with a smile. They were stunned for a moment. It seemed to make a lot of sense. Then let's go and play together. An amusement park just opened there. I haven't played in a long time. Han Chushua's beautiful eyes looked at Lin Xian and asked, Are you going? Of course, risking my life to accompany the beauty. Risking your life? Do you mean accompanying us is torturous for you? Ling Ying rolled his eyes. No, hee, let's go. Lin Xian then followed with a smile. He didn't dare to hug them. But there were people around. Although they were all Lin Xian's women, the world didn't know. If the two daughters of the two big families in Tiandu had the same boyfriend, Lin Xian would be fine, but they might be in a lot of controversy. Although Lin Xian knew that they didn't care, Lin Xian still wouldn't do it if it was unfair to them. After playing for a day, the sky soon turned dark. They went to have dinner together and then prepared to go back. Why don't you go back? Lin Xian said. They looked at Lin Xian in confusion. Let's get a room and play cards, isn't it better? I'll accompany you to your house tomorrow morning, okay? Lin Xian said. Murong Yu didn't hesitate. She had a lot of fun today. She rarely played like this. She just nodded, and then Ling Ying pulled her little hand. Open your sister's room. Go to hell. Murong Yu, what's wrong with getting a room and playing cards together? Why did Ling Ying have such a big reaction? If Murong Yu were to find out that this was how he had brought them to Lin Xian to drink and had sex with the two of them, she would have probably given him a kick. Cough, cough, cough. Lin Xian coughed. Ling Ying glared at Lin Xian. But how could there be such a scumbag? Did he want to have sex with the three of them at once? We'll go back first. Han Chushua said. Bye-bye, I'll be a guest at your house tomorrow. Lin Xian waved his hand. Fuck off. Scumbag. Ling Ying gritted his teeth and then walked away with Han Chushua. Why did she have such a big reaction? Murong Yu asked Lin Xian in confusion. I don't know, maybe she lost a lot of money to me in the past, so she has a grudge against me? Lin Xian said. That shouldn't be, it should be something else. Hey, let's go to your house and sleep tonight. Lin Xian said with a smile. Chapter 1457. That night, Lin Xian gave Murongyu a good spanking. This girl resisted fiercely at first, because she suddenly understood something. This Lin Xian is a scum. However, he couldn't stand Lin Xian's shamelessness. This person didn't even realize his mistake when he made a mistake. 1 second, he lowered his head and said, "Baby, I was wrong." The next second, he pounced on you and pressed you under his body. Murong Feng and Lin Yu were very happy. At least it meant that their baby daughter recognized this Lin Xian. They should be boyfriend and girlfriend. Very good. Little did they know, they weren't boyfriend and girlfriend yet. Early the next morning, Lin Xian yawned and walked down. "Let's go." Lin Yu smiled and greeted him. "Good morning, Auntie." "Xiao Yu, that girl, hasn't woken up yet?" Lin Yu asked. "And she's in a deep sleep." Lin Xian nodded. "In the future, treat Xiao Yu well. This girl is cold on the outside but warm on the inside. In fact, she's very weak inside. Since she has chosen to be with you, then no matter what, as long as you don't completely break her heart, she will definitely be with you forever." Lin Yu patted Lin Xian's shoulder and said, "Auntie, don't worry, I won't break her heart." "Good, remember what you said." "Auntie, don't worry." Murong Yu was still sleeping because she was tormented by Lin Xian last night. Today, Lin Xian went to the Ling and Han family as a guest. After all, it was rare for him to come to Tiandu, so it was natural for him to be a guest. "Young master, that Lin Xian went to the Ling and Han family." Yi Fifan received this news. "With Murongyu?" Yi Fifan asked. "No, it's just that Lin Xian alone. Now that Lin Xian is at the Han family, and young master, I took a photo of a big news." Yi Fifan took a puff of his cigarette and asked, "What?" "Young master, I took a photo of that Lin Xian hugging Ling Ying." Pat the cigarette in Yi Fifan's hand fell. "What?" Then he saw the photo sent to him by his little brother. It couldn't be clearer. That hand was not only hugging her, it was almost on her butt. In the beginning, Yi Fifan had his suspicions. After all, Lin Xian seemed to have a good relationship with them. However, he only thought that they were friends. When Lin Xian visited their house as a guest, he felt that something was amiss. Then he saw this photo. How should he say it? It could only say he had mixed feelings. This Lin Xian was not that handsome. Why did this kind of girl like him? Putting Murong Yu aside, he didn't think that Lin Xian and Murong Yu were boyfriend and girlfriend. At most, they were a little better, but this Ling Ying was not bad at all. Anyway, he couldn't get her. Why did this Lin Xian, so sour? "Fuck you." But Yi Fifan spat. But now there was no problem. Regardless of whether they were boyfriend and girlfriend, Lin Xian was definitely interested in Murong Yu. This was without a doubt. Murong Yu's parents also seemed to be interested in Lin Xian. After all, this Lin Xian was the champion of the Tianwu competition, and at the same time, he had the Art Xian group. So, if he gave this photo to them, then they would definitely not agree with Lin Xian and Murong Yu, right? They should be supporting him now, right? "Tonight, I'll go to Murong Yu's house again," Yi Fifan muttered. As for Lin Xian, he was originally thinking about whether to sleep at Ling Ying's or Han Chushue's tonight. He hadn't cried with them for a long time, but they seemed to have discussed it. Ling Ying and Han Chushue didn't give it to him either. Lin Xian felt wronged. Little Chushue didn't give it to him either. He felt wronged. In the end, Lin Xian could only go to Murong Yu's house. "Why are you here again?" At the entrance of Murong Yu's house, Murong Yu looked at Lin Xian, who was smiling and waving at her. Her whole body was aching. Didn't he say that he would be at Ling Ying's or Han Chushue's house tonight? Good thing. She could rest now. At first, she didn't think it was a big deal, but after being tormented by Lin Xian for 2 nights, she really wanted to rest, and then, this bastard came again. He even waved at her with a harmless smile. "What's wrong? Am I not welcome?" Lin Xian asked with a smile. "Not welcome. But I'm so handsome." "Not handsome," Murong Yu said coldly and mercilessly. "You called me husband very happily last night." "Murong Yu, bastard. Shut up." She gritted her teeth and stared at Lin Xian. "Hee, I'm coming in." Lin Xian then teleported into Murong Yu's house. "There's a guest?" Lin Xian glanced at the car parked in the manor. Yi Fifan. Why is that bastard here again? Lin Xian touched his forehead. Why are you here again? Mu Rongyu asked. I'm here to have sex with you. Mu Rongyu? You can go to the Ling's or Han's house. No. Both of them together can't be compared to you. Lin Xian grinned and said, I'll tell them exactly what you said, Lin Sanjiu said. Mu Rongyu said indifferently and then walked into the house. Hey, wait for me. Is that Yi Fifan here to pursue you again? Lin Xian asked. I don't know. Then I'll make him suffer. The corner of Lin Xian's mouth curled up slightly. Fifan, it's rare for you to have so much free time recently. Mu Rongfeng said with a smile. Yes, it's rare for me to have some free time recently, so I want to take some time to accompany Xiao Yu. Yi Fifan said with a smile. Xiao Yu is very boring. Whether she has time or not, it's better for her to stay at home and read a book. Mu Rongfeng said with a smile. Uncle Mu Rong is right. At this time, Lin Xian followed Mu Rongyu into the house. Yi Fifan took a glance and frowned. This person actually dares to come again? That's interesting. I'll expose this person in front of him, in front of Mu Rongyu, and in front of Mu Rongfeng. Young Master Lin, you're here again. Yi Fifan said with a smile. Yes, I miss Auntie's cooking. I found that after eating here, I feel that everything I eat is tasteless. Auntie's cooking is the best. Lin Xian grinned at Lin Yu. Okay, I'll cook for you. Lin Yu was pleased to hear Lin Xian's words. Mu Rongyu secretly shook her head. Bootlicka. Why can't my mother feel it? No, she must have felt it, but she still enjoyed it. Mu Rongyu couldn't understand. What have you been doing these 2 days, young Master Lin? Yi Fifan asked Lin Xian with a smile. Chapter 1458. Lin Xian leaned on the sofa and put his arm around Mu Rongyu's waist. Mu Rongyu, Yi Fifan. Yi Fifan narrowed his eyes. No way? It can't be true, right? Mu Rongyu was not used to being intimate with a boy in front of her father. I'm going to help cook. Mu Rongyu got up and walked into the kitchen. Lin Xian said with a smile, Nothing, I just played in Tiandu for 2 days. What's wrong? Oh, nothing, I just happened to see young Master Lin when I was playing in Tiandu. Lin Xian nodded, and then? Yi Fifan said with a smile, Then, I found young Master Lin playing with other girls. Really? Lin Xian touched the tip of his nose. That's normal. No, it's not normal. Now I just want to ask, what's the relationship between young Master Lin and Xiao Yu? Yi Fifan said. You can't tell? Lin Xian smiled jokingly. Of course I can tell. Yi Fifan then looked at Mu Rongfeng. He took out his phone and handed it to Mu Rongfeng. He then said, Uncle Mu Rong, this is what I saw at that time. I think it's unfair to Xiao Yu, so I want to show it to you. Mu Rongfeng looked at the photo on the phone. How should he put it? Motherfucker. It's true, this Lin Xian and Ling Tsk. But he also knew and told Lin Xian that they didn't care, as long as Mu Rongyu didn't care. With this Lin Xian's ability and potential, he would definitely stand at the top of this continent in the future. He would definitely be qualified to have 3 wives and 4 concubines. Moreover, Ling Ying and the others were also very outstanding girls. They all took a fancy to Lin Xian, which was enough to prove that this Lin Xian was outstanding enough in all aspects to obtain the favor of those outstanding girls. Mu Rongfeng handed the phone to Yi Fifan and nodded. Okay, I got it. Lin Xian didn't need to read it to know what it was about. Unfortunately, he didn't panic. Little you, Mu Rongfeng shouted. Mu Rongyu wiped her hands and walked over. Dad, what's wrong? What do you think we should do? Mu Rongfeng tapped on the phone on the table. Yi Fifan sneered in his heart. With Mu Rongyu's arrogance, she would never allow this to happen. Mu Rongyu glanced at it. Then, her beautiful eyes looked towards Lin Xian. She snorted and walked into the kitchen. Yi Fifan? That's it? Yi Fifan was completely confused. Lin Xian, little Yu is angry. Why aren't you comforting her? Mu Rongfeng said to Lin Xian. Yes. I'll go and comfort little Yu. Lin Xian then ran into the kitchen. Yi Fifan? That's it? That's it? How could this be? Why did Murong Feng look so calm? Why did Murong Yu snort? He was dumbfounded. Psst. Uncle Murong, this Lin Xian is… Yi Fifan wanted to say something. Murong Feng lit a cigarette and started smoking. Then he indifferently said, I know what you want to say. However, in my eyes, children's matters are their own matters. No matter what that Lin Xian does, if Xiaoyu doesn't have any objections, then we, as adults, won't have any objections. This is because Xiaoyu definitely has the ability to distinguish right from wrong. Yi Fifan? But why doesn't Murong Yu have any opinions? Yi Fifan didn't understand. He was dumbfounded. Doesn't she have an opinion? Isn't she angry? Murong Feng said. Yi Fifan? Yes, she did seem angry. But now, it wasn't a question of whether she was angry or not, right? According to his understanding of Murong Yu, there were only two possibilities. Either she coldly told Lin Xian to get lost and didn't want to say another word, or she directly kicked Lin Xian out. This was Murong Yu. It can't be? He was dumbfounded. Yi Fifan glanced at the kitchen and frowned. Uncle Murong, they are really, Murong Feng said, I don't care and I won't ask because I believe little you can distinguish. As for whether they are a couple or not, you should be able to tell, right? Yi Fifan clenched his teeth. But he couldn't understand. Even if Lin Xian and Murong Yu were a couple, why did she see the photo and, fuck? Fifan understands. Then, Fifan will leave first. Yi Fifan stood up. Don't you want to eat together? Murong Feng asked. No, I still have things to do. Then I will leave first. Then, Yi Fifan clenched his teeth and walked out. In the kitchen, Lin Xian was skillfully cooking. Little Xian, you can cook? Lin Yu was surprised to see Lin Xian's skillful appearance. He was so skillful that he definitely didn't learn it on the spot. Although it was a small matter, it was a special bonus in the eyes of the elders. Lin Xian smiled and nodded. Yes, I used to live with my sister and could only cook by myself. I also learned a little from her. Then, Lin Xian took out a plate of braised prawns. Auntie, try it? Lin Yu was really curious about Lin Xian's cooking. Then, she tasted it and her beautiful eyes couldn't help but brighten. Murong Yu silently pinched a prawn. Because she knew about Lin Xian's cooking, she also liked to eat Lin Xian's dishes. Little Xian, your cooking is so good? Lin Yu showed a surprised expression. Hee hee. Lin Xian smiled and scratched his head. It's okay. Anyway, I used delicious food to win your daughter over. Murong Yu's action of eating the prawns paused. Lin Yu glanced at it. I can see that. Lin Yu smiled and said. In fact, Lin Xian didn't use delicious food to win Murong Yu's heart. It was just that delicious food made their relationship go further, giving Lin Xian many excuses to be with Murong Yu. The main reason was the god domain. Auntie, you go and rest. I will cook for you. Lin Xian smiled and said. I will help you. There's no need for that. Little you will be fine, Lin Xian said with a smile. Okay, don't mess around. Lin Yu patted Murong Yu's shoulder and walked out. Little you, that humph of yours is really nice. Lin Xian then grinned at Murong Yu. Go to hell. Murong Yu gnashed her teeth and said. Hee hee, I am going to show my prowess tonight. Lin Xian smirked. In your dreams. Either go to someone else's place or don't come to my room tonight. You can't enter my room. Murong Yu swore. He definitely couldn't enter. Of course, Lin Xian still sneaked into Murong Yu's room. No matter how she locked the door, Lin Xian had the space attribute. She couldn't do anything. Moreover, Lin Xian's realm was higher than hers. Chapter 1459. The next morning, Lin Xian and an unhappy Murong Yu went downstairs. Little Xian, the time for the god's awakening door has come out. Murong Feng said while sitting on the sofa. When? They asked. 5 days later. So fast. Murong Feng nodded. Although the God's Awakening Door is under the jurisdiction of the Holy Temple, the one who is truly in charge is the Radiant Association. The time is also set by the Radiant Association. If there is anything else you need to do, then hurry up and finish it within these 5 days. Going to the God's Awakening Door will take 3 months. I don't know if the flow of time inside the God's Awakening Door is different from here, but there will always be a way for you to know the time. Lin Xian nodded. I understand. After 3 months, little Shi should be able to walk by then. Yes, because Chu He died, the 11th place Duan Ling Xiao entered the God's Awakening Door. I don't know what will happen inside the God's Awakening Door, but it's very easy for something to happen. After going in, no matter what, you must place your safety as the most important thing. You must not take any risks. Lin Xian and Murong nodded. Lin Xian then asked, Uncle Murong, is the Radiant Association the strongest existence in the human race? Murong Feng shook his head. Not really, but in a sense, you can say that the Radiant Association is a power that has been passed down for a very long time. As of now, according to what I know, there shouldn't be many people left in the Radiant Association. At most, there shouldn't be more than 10 people left. However, the amount of resources they control is something that no one can compare to. Murong Feng paused for a moment before continuing. They possess the richest knowledge of the human race in the world. They know what's in which place and what's in which place. For example, if you want the 9-colored spirit lotus, they might not have it. However, they can tell you where it is, or where it has appeared before. In other words, they have experience. Murong Feng nodded his head. That's right, experience. According to what I know, the members of the Radiance Association are the ones with the longest lifespans in the human race. Of course, they could also be the strongest in the human race. They're definitely in the Heavenly Tao realm, and might even be at the high levels of the Heavenly Tao realm. Once you reach the Heavenly Tao realm, the difference of 1 star might be the difference between the Great Void realm and the Heavenly Tao realm. 1 star in the Heavenly Tao realm might be akin to a brand new realm. To raise 1 star is as difficult as ascending to the heavens. When the time comes, all of you will definitely be in the same situation. Lin Xian muttered to himself, the Radiance Association has the most profound generation. That's right, but they're also doing everything they can for the development of the human race, even though they're still a mysterious organization in my eyes. In the eyes of the world, the 3 major forces were humanity's everything. Lin Xian had once thought so as well. Lin Xian had once thought that the 3 major forces were the pinnacle of humanity. Later on, Lin Xian found out that behind the 3 major forces was the Radiant Association. Then, Uncle Murong, are there any other forces in this world? I'm talking about very strong forces, forces that no one has ever heard of under normal circumstances. Murong Feng nodded his head. Of course there are. In the eyes of the world, the 3 major forces are the strongest. However, this world isn't that simple. For example, although I'm the temple master, it's only a title. Do you really think that I can mobilize the temple's army with a single order? That's what I thought at the beginning. Simple logic. I'm the temple master, but in the entire temple, there are no less than 10 people who have the same authority as me. The same goes for the Trial Union and the Bounty Hunter Guild. In this world, no one is allowed to monopolize power. The temple was conquered by the Murong family and many other families. Naturally, it doesn't belong to the Murong family. It's just that it's in the hands of the Murong family for the past few generations. Murong Feng then said, there are many branch forces among the 3 major forces. For example, that Yi Fifan you saw yesterday. Yi Fifan's father is called Yi Haitao. He belongs to the Anti-Demon League. This Anti-Demon League may seem like a small organization, but it also belongs to the continent. A few core members of the Anti-Demon League have the authority to mobilize the members of the Temple, the Trial Union, and the Bounty Hunter Guild. Lin Xian pondered for a moment. Besides the Anti-Demon League, there are several other forces like this. Lin Xian touched the tip of his nose. For example, the one with the greatest authority in this continent is Uncle Murong. Who's your immediate superior? It's the Radiant Association. Lin Xian roughly understood what was going on. Therefore, this continent wasn't that complicated. Simply put, the three major forces that everyone thought had the highest authority were actually not so. The three major forces also had their own superior, the Radiant Association. After the Radiant Association, there might not be any more. Therefore, the Radiant Association was really the boss of this continent. Uncle Murong, are you sure that the Radiant Association only has a few people? Lin Xian suddenly asked. This, Murong Feng pondered for a moment. I know what you want to say. Since the Radiant Association is our immediate superior, they must be able to command all the other forces. Therefore, they might not be as simple as a few people. After returning from the God's Awakening Door, you might know. According to the previous situation, everyone who returns from the God's Awakening Door has to make a trip to the Radiant Association. Lin Xian touched the tip of his nose. So that's how it is. All right. Murong Feng smiled and patted Lin Xian's shoulder. There are still 5 days. It's not that much time. You'll be away for 3 months. If there's anything you need to do, hurry up and do it. After saying that, Murong Feng walked away. Are you going back to Lin N City? Murong Yu asked. Of course. Actually, Lin Xian didn't have much to do. When he returned, he would accompany little Shi, Xiao Linglong, and Xen, and the rest. After all, he would be away for 3 months. 3 months wasn't a long time, but it wasn't short either. By the time he returned, Lu Yufan and the others should have already entered the Martial God Academy. They should have become existences who could hold their own. As for the other things, Lin Xian wanted to see Little Fairy before going there. However, he didn't think it would be possible. He swore that when he returned, he would definitely find her. Other than that, there wasn't much to do. It was the matter of the Art Pavilion group. And then you can go back. Murong Yu said. Give me a kiss. Lin Xian smiled and moved his face closer. Then, Murong Yu rolled her eyes. I'm going to work. I'll leave when I need to. She heartlessly left these words and left. Lin Xian. Chapter 1460. Lin Xian directly returned to Lin N City. The first thing Lin Xian did after returning to Lin N City was to go to the Art Pavilion group. What? You're giving us your shares? Murong Qing and Luo Chenxi, the two beautiful ladies, sat there and looked at Lin Xian in surprise. Lin Xian nodded. I'll transfer my shares to you first. But aren't you going to the God's Awakening Door? Do you know that you're going to die in there, so you're giving us your shares in advance? Murong Qing looked at Lin Xian and asked. Lin Xian? I say, elder sister, what are you thinking about, damn it? You're so eager for me to die. Even if I'm going to do that, I'll have to give my shares to more people. How can I just give them to the two of you? Lin Xian did not know whether to laugh or cry. Then why are you giving us your shares out of the blue? Luo Chenxi was wearing a black skin-tight skirt. She was simply too tempting. But he really wanted her to hold onto the sink, stick out her butt, and then, anyway, I have my reasons. You don't have to worry or think too much. Just give it to me when I come back. Lin Xian said. Why did Lin Xian give them his shares? Because they held less than 10% of the shares in their hands, while Evil God Fire Palace held 10% of the shares. If he did not give them his shares, Evil God Fire Palace would have more power than the two ladies if they wanted to do anything. Therefore, Lin Xian wanted to give them his shares temporarily so that they could have the absolute right to speak. This way, he would not have to worry about Evil God Fire Palace playing any tricks when he went to the God's Awakening Door. Okay. The two ladies nodded. Then, are you busy? Lin Xian looked at Murong Qing. I'm busy. But then go do it. Lin Xian smiled. Murong Qing. She seemed to understand something. Stinky hooligan. Shameless. Shameless scum. Then I'll go. Murong Qing then walked away. I'm working too, Luo Chenxi said. Lin Xian. Lin Xian smiled and reached out his hand towards her butt. Luo Chenxi? There's no rush. But Lin Xian then clapped. You! Luo Chenxi gritted her teeth. Who asked you to dress so sexy today? I like this kind of thing. Pervert. Luo Chenxi gritted her teeth. Quick, pal. Lin Xian walked out of Luo Chenxi's office happily. How could it not be exciting? Luo Chenxi also knew that Lin Xian would be away for 3 months. Although she was very unhappy with Lin Xian, she was also quite reluctant to part with him. Let's go see little Shirshir. Lin Xian then happily went over to where Linglong Shui and the others were. Big brother. Dragoni obediently flew to Lin Xian's shoulder and shook her little legs. Dragoni seems to have grown up again. Lin Xian glanced at her. Yes, she has grown up, Linglong Shui said. Lin Xian then sat on the sofa. Hot pot again. I say, you guys are really. Every time I come here, you guys eat hot pot. Look at how hungry little Shirshir and little Tian are. Lin Xian laughed. It's delicious and simple. Ling Longyue said after eating a mouthful of beef. That's right, it was indeed simple. They just needed to prepare some ingredients and cook the hot pot base. However, they also had time. The simplicity was not the main reason. The main reason was that they liked to eat. They liked the feeling of eating meat here. Little Shirshir, Daddy will hug you. Lin Xian smiled and reached out to little Shirshir. Little Shirshir was more obedient now. She then reached out to Lin Xian. Lin Xian then smiled and hugged her. Come, little Tianny, Daddy will hug you. Lin Xian then held the babies in each hand and let them sit on his lap. So obedient. Lin Xian gave them a big kiss. When will we go to the God's awakening door? Yirenbing asked. 5 days later. You'll be back in 3 months. Lin Xian nodded. Yes, little Shirshir should be able to jog after we come back. Lin Xian rubbed the little girl's head. Little Tianny should be about the same as little Shirshir at that time. Bing Lingyue said with a smile. Don't bully little Tianny anymore, do you hear me? Lin Xian smiled at little Shirshir. Little Shirshir snorted proudly. I say, Xiao Linglong. Linglong Shui looked at Lin Xian. This little girl needs to be taught a lesson. If not, she will probably be like this little girl. Lin Xian looked at Ling Longyue. Ling Longyue's eating paused. Hey, what do you mean? Ling Longyue was very unhappy when she heard this. What do you think? Sister, I really want to hit him. Ling Longyue was furious. Ling Long Shui shook her head helplessly. It's been so long you still haven't gotten used to it? Bing Lingyue smiled. Ling Longyue wrinkled her nose unhappily. When I leave, I don't know if my sister will come back. If you have the chance, please help me check. All of them nodded their heads. Don't worry. You have to be careful in the God's awakening door. As one of the most mysterious places in the continent, there are too many secrets and dangers there. Don't let your emotions affect your decisions. Linglong Shui said. Don't you know him? Letting his emotions affect his decisions is a small matter. I'm afraid that one day he might die in the belly of another woman. Yirenbing sneered. Hey, don't be like this. Huang Shi has a better understanding of the God's awakening door. Although she doesn't know what kind of place it is, she said that no matter how talented you are, it might be the same. It's hard to say, but you have to be careful. Lin Xian nodded. Don't worry, I know what I'm doing. Moreover, the 10 people who go in are basically my men. There's nothing to be afraid of. The danger doesn't lie in the people who go in. It's the danger of the place itself. Linglong Shui said. There are so many beautiful girls in my world. I don't want to die. Anyone can die, but I have to survive. Lin Xian smiled and placed his hand on Yirenbing's leg. Then, you're planning to have sex with all the girls in Lin and City? Yirenbing asked with a smile. Tonight, I'll have sex with the 3 of you. Together. Lin Xian. Yirenbing laughed out loud. Whoa, brother is going to bump into sister again. Xiao Long Air clapped her hands excitedly. Shameless scum. Ling Longyue gritted her teeth. If you say another word, I'll strip you naked in front of your sister. Lin Xian glared at Ling Longyue. Ling Longyue glared back at Lin Xian. Looks like I was right. This person is not only interested in you, but also your sister. Yi Renbing smiled and looked at Ling Longshui. Ling Longshui looked at Lin Xian. Actually, she knew that Ling Longyue was very beautiful. She would definitely be super beautiful when she grew older. She was also prepared for this. To the devil race, this was not unacceptable. Chapter 1461. Lin Xian was being presumptuous. This was because these girls already knew what they needed to know. They even knew that he had a baby. What they did not know was which girls were Lin Xian's women. After all, Lin Xian was very presumptuous when it came to Ling Longshui. Pooey! Go to hell! Ling Longyu gritted her teeth before glaring at Lin Xian. You can't die. I still have so many wives. Lin Xian smiled as he placed his hand on Ling Longshui's thigh. Is everything fine with the evil fiend temple? Ling Longshui pressed her hand on Lin Xian's hand, preventing him from moving. It's fine. It should be fine. When I return from the door of God's awakening, I should be able to reach the heavenly Tao realm. Lin Xian said. Not necessarily. It's not that easy to reach the heavenly Tao realm. When the time comes, you will know that it's a very, very difficult gap to cross. Furthermore, it's not something that can be reached just with talent. It requires many aspects, such as psyche, soul, sufficient perceptivity, sufficient insights into the heaven and earth. It might even require some opportunities to advance. It's not that easy. Ling Longshui said. Lin Xian touched the tip of his nose. You're making me not want to work hard. Then don't work hard. After all, they can provide for you and protect you. Yi Renbing said with a smile. Actually, I also want it. I'm very willing. Lin Xian nodded immediately before saying, but Lin Xian sighed. There's something I really want and need to do. Although it might not succeed, I really want to give it a try. Lin Xian's eyes sparkled. The girls were astonished. Is it Linya? Bing Linguest. Lin Xian shook his head. I will definitely be able to find little fairy. As long as I have the ability, it's fine. As for that matter, Lin Xian then let out a sigh. Forget it, forget it. Let's not talk about it. Who's going to accompany me tonight? Lin Xian then looked at them with a smirk. Actually, this issue with Lin Xian had existed from the very beginning. And that was to return to Earth. Therefore, to Lin Xian, this was something that he could only think about for the time being. This was because it was too fantastical. At the very least, with everything that Lin Xian had come into contact with, he didn't know how to go to another world. Therefore, Lin Xian could only think about it. So what if he reached the heavenly Tao? Even then, he wouldn't be able to return to Earth. It wasn't that Lin Xian liked Earth. To Lin Xian, this world was much more meaningful than Earth. In any case, no matter where he was, he would be an orphan. However, there were so many people here to accompany him, but Earth has it too. Dongfang Shui. It's been so long. I wonder how she's doing. The girls looked at each other. What was Lin Xian thinking about? Let Ling Longshui accompany you. Yi Renbing yawned and then carried little Tianyi back to her room. Lin Xian looked at Ling Longshui with a smile, then looked at Bing Lingyue. Then, can we go together? The two girls, scram. Cough, cough, cough. The next morning, Lin Xian walked out of Ling Longshui's room happily and stretched. Of course, they didn't go together in the end. However, they were all very fond of Lin Xian. If Lin Xian was a little more forceful, they might have agreed. However, Lin Xian didn't care. He could think about it later. 4 days passed just like that. Lin Xian accompanied everyone in Lin and City. Lan Xingxing and the others were also in Lin and City. 4 days was too short. In these 4 days, Lin Xian really didn't do anything else. He just played with them, cooked for them, played games all night, and went to the beast territory to adventure. For some reason, Lin Xian couldn't bear to leave. Although he knew that he would only be away for 3 months, 3 months was quite a long time. All right, I'm going to Tindu. You don't have to send me off. Lin Xian looked at the girls in front of him. Feng Ling and Wu Yuhan were beside him. Then, you must be careful. When you come back, we will become experts too. Lu Yufan looked at Lin Xian. Lin Xian smiled. I'm looking forward to you all becoming experts. Didn't you say that you wanted to team up and beat me up? Then work hard. I'll be fine. Sit. Can you still chat with us when you go there? Lan Xingxing blinked her big eyes and asked. Are you stupid? That's another secret realm. How can there be a signal? She pursed her lips. Alright, don't be sad. Lin Xian is going there to improve his strength. We should be happy for him. As for us, work hard to improve ourselves. Don't let others look down on us. Zi Qiue smiled and rubbed Miao Xiaomiao and the others' heads. Yes, yes. Lin Xian nodded. Then I'm leaving. Whoosh, in the next moment, Lin Xian and the others disappeared from the spot. On the other side were Luo Chenxi, Bai Xianxian, Leng Wuxin, and Murong Qing. On the other side were Ling Long Shui and the others. These two groups of girls were just watching Lin Xian leave secretly from afar. Let's go. Work hard and wait for him to come back in 3 months. Murong Qing stretched her body. On the other side, Lin Xian soon arrived at Tiandu. He came to the designated meeting place. Little Xinyue, long time no see. Lin Xian smiled at Xiao Xinyue who was standing there. Xiao Xinyue nodded. Long time no see. Xiao Runing glared at Lin Xian. Xiao Ningning, I miss you. Xiao Runing rolled her eyes. Don't think too much. I'm just here to send Xinyue off. I'm not thinking too much. Lin Xian smiled. Xiao Runing, fuck. They were in a great hall, and there were only 5 of them in the great hall of the holy sanctum. I heard that you've reached the virtuality stage? Xiao Runing asked. Yes, I've reached the virtuality stage. You two are trash. Lin Xian smiled. Tisk. Xiao Runing rolled her eyes. I don't know what's inside the God's awakening door. No one knows either. Just be careful when you're there. You guys should take care of each other. Xiao Runing said. Do I need you to tell me that? Lin Xian rolled his eyes in return. Fuck. Xiao Runing was extremely unhappy. At this time, a few people walked in while chatting. Ling Ying, Han Chuxue, Wang Xintong and Murong Yu. They were originally from Tiandu. Wang Xintong was also staying in Tiandu during this period, so they came together. Miss Xiao. Xinyue. When they saw them, they hurried over to greet them. You've become prettier again. Xiao Runing hugged them and said with a smile. Miss Xiao is even prettier, Ling Ying said with a smile. Xiao Runing said, we'll be separated for 3 months. I can use this time to improve myself. Sit. They chatted for a while, then turned to look at Lin Xian. Then, Ling Ying snorted. Lin Xian. Chapter 1462. What could Lin Xian do? It was not that these girls did not like him. It was just that each of them had their own grievances. That was indeed Lin Xian's problem. Hello. Feng Ling greeted them with a smile. Oh, it's Miss Feng. Come, let's chat. Ling Ying said with a smile. Sure. Then, the group of girls left Lin Xian in the cold. Lin Xian, Aya, is the harem in chaos? Xiao Runing smiled and walked to Lin Xian's side. No, it's all because of Feng Ling. Lin Xian shrugged. That's right, they seem to be getting along very well. They could get along very well. But when they saw Lin Xian with Feng Ling, they were unhappy. Aren't you guys enemies? How did you guys get together? Bastard Lin Xian. Stinking hooligan. Damn scum. A big pervert. Who asked you to be so perverted? Xiao Runing smiled. Just you wait. When I come back, I'll teach you a lesson. Lin Xian said fiercely. Sigh, anyway, just be careful. Xiao Runing did not continue with this topic, but said, got it. I'll be leaving first. See you in 3 months. Xiao Runing waved her hand. Everyone, I'll be leaving first. I think someone will be here soon. Miss Xiao, take care. Xiao Runing nodded and walked away. At this time, Zhuge Feng and Duan Lingxiao walked in. Young Master Lin. Zhuge Feng smiled and greeted Lin Xian. Good afternoon. Lin Xian smiled and waved his hand. The two of them sat there and chatted. Duan Lingxiao's gaze was on the other girls. So beautiful. Every one of them was so beautiful. Hello, long time no see. Duan Lingxiao smiled and walked over to greet them. Aren't you in 11th place? Wang Xintong blinked and asked in surprise. She didn't know what had happened. It's all the same. Duan Lingxiao was instantly rendered speechless by Wang Xintong's words. It was a little uncomfortable. Of the 10 people, 9 of them were Lin Xian's men. But so what? After all, he was going there to improve himself. He was already very satisfied to be able to enter the God's Awakening door. He also believed that the God's Awakening door wasn't a place where having more people was useful. Perhaps he would be able to soar. At this moment, Murong Feng walked in. Everyone, are you ready? They nodded. Then come with me. After that, Murong Feng brought the 10 of them to a transmission array, and everyone disappeared from their original spot. When they reappeared, they were on top of a very tall mountain peak. Where is this? They scanned their surroundings in surprise. This is the Radiant Association. Ah? This is the Radiant Association? Lin Xian froze for a moment. To be precise, this is the place where we communicate with the Radiant Association. Of course, it's only a place that I can come into contact with. In a moment, you will meet a senior from the Radiant Association. Perhaps you can ask him about some matters regarding the God's Awakening door. All right, I'll send you up to here. Just go to the highest point. The rest will be organized by that senior. Murong Feng glanced at them. Understood. And remember, you are the future of the human race. No matter how much you can improve, or whether you can improve, it's not important. Your own life is the most important thing. Do you hear me? They nodded. All right, go up. Murong Feng glanced at his daughter, then watched them walk up the mountain. Young Master Duan, your luck is pretty good. Lin Xian said to Duan Lingxiao with a smile. Huh? Yes, my luck is indeed pretty good. I don't know what to say about this matter. I'm the beneficiary, and I'm very grateful to young Master Lin. It's just that I'm quite sorry about young Master Chu's matter. Duan Lingxiao said with a smile. Sorry? No, it's fine if he's dead. What's there to be sorry about? Up to you. Duan Lingxiao laughed and quickened his pace. I didn't expect you to be so weak in such a short period of time. The gap between us is getting bigger and bigger. Zhuge Feng said with a smile. How can you use your realm to explain everything? Lin Xian said with a smile. Let's not talk about it anymore. I wish you all the best in the God's Awakening door. You too. They then arrived at the highest point. At the highest point, an old man stood there, as immovable as a mountain. Greetings, senior. They bowed respectfully. The quality of the people entering the God's Awakening door this time is much higher than before. The old man opened his eyes and swept his gaze across them. Follow me. They followed the old man and walked forward. They arrived at a back garden. With a wave of his hand, a ray of light fell from the sky and landed on the ground. Then a door opened in the sky just like that. It was a very, very big door. Once you step in, you'll find the world of the God's Awakening door. He then took out 10 tokens and passed them to them. These tokens will be useful. Now go in. We're going in just like that? Senior, don't you have any reminders? Lin Xian asked. Once you enter, you'll naturally know everything. The old man said indifferently. All right. They cupped their fists and walked in together. Whoosh! With a flash of light, Lin Xian appeared in a space-time tunnel similar to those in sci-fi movies. As soon as Lin Xian turned around, he frowned. That was because the people who came in with him were not by his side. He was the only one here. Since you're here, then come over. Suddenly, an old man's voice came from the front. Lin Xian frowned and walked over. At the end of the path, Lin Xian saw another spatial portal. It was black, and an old man was standing in front of it. Greetings, senior. Lin Xian quickly bowed. Let me have a look at your token. Lin Xian took out the token that the old man gave him outside. The old man nodded. He then said, after passing through this door, you'll find the world behind the God's Awakening door. Once you're there, you'll need to find a way to determine your time. 3 months later, a door will open at the place where you'll land. This door will bring you back here, and your training in the God's Awakening door will end. Remember, 3 months later, when you step in, it will open. The portal will only last for 30 minutes. If you don't arrive there within 30 minutes, you'll be destroyed by the laws. Lin Xian nodded. I understand. What's the world inside like? Lin Xian asked. You'll know when you get there. As for how to improve your strength and obtain opportunities, you'll understand everything after you enter. Lin Xian nodded. Thank you, Senior. What about my friends? They'll land in a random corner. Whether you can meet them depends on fate. Lin Xian cupped his fists and stepped in. Chapter 1463. When Lin Xian opened his eyes, he saw a forest in front of him. This is the world inside the God's Awakening door? Lin Xian revealed an astonished expression. Shua! In the next instant, a scene appeared in front of Lin Xian's eyes. Lin Xian furrowed his brows. This isn't the Adonis Systems page. Lin Xian was in disbelief. Could it be that he had awakened another system? System Missy, are you there? Big brother, I'm here. Lin Xian touched the tip of his nose. Why do I have another system page? Damn. Lin Xian suddenly saw a watch-like thing on his wrist. Big brother host, I don't know. No need for you, Scram. System Missy? Lin Xian looked at the watch that had appeared on his wrist out of nowhere. Then he frowned. Hey, do you know how to speak? Lin Xian patted the watch on his wrist. This should be something he had obtained after entering the God's Awakening door. As for how and why he obtained it, Lin Xian did not know. Suddenly, Lin Xian realized something. Why did his strength and senses disappear? His realm was gone? What the fuck? His realm was gone? He had become an ordinary person? Why was it like this? Could it be that in the God's Awakening door, no matter what realm a martial artist is in, they will become an ordinary person? No wonder the death rate in the God's Awakening door is extremely high. How can the death rate not be high if you become a piece of trash here? Lin Xian was dumbfounded. Then Lin Xian looked at the sky. It was late at night, he needed to know the time. System Missy, can you tell me the time in this world? Lin Xian said sweetly. The current time is 1:28 a.m. Lin Xian felt that this system was quite useful. Thanks. Lin Xian then looked at the page in front of him. What's the matter? Lin Xian? Suddenly, a second voice sounded in his mind. It was the voice of an icy young lady. Lin Xian glanced at it. If he wasn't mistaken, this should be the watch on his hand. Who are you? Lin Xian asked. I am the guide of the Divine Awakening door. You can call me Lil Bing. So, every one of them has one too. Lin Xian nodded. Then he basically understood. They might need the help of the system to do something in the God's Awakening door. This was because Lin Xian had already seen the contents of the page in front of him. I need to do a quest, right? What if I don't? Lin Xian asked. If you don't do it, 3 months later, there will be a law that will erase the host. If one of the quests is not completed, then it will also lead to the erasure of the law and the heavenly Tao. Lin Xian touched the tip of his nose. So, this was the danger of the God's Awakening door? The dual threat from the environment and the system? Then what is the training that I have to undergo? The system's quest will be the host's training for these 3 months. Other than this, surviving here might also be a type of training. Also, my cultivation, ding. The cultivation of those who come here will be reset to 0 and become an ordinary person. They will also be unable to cultivate. Lin Xian? What the hell? Unable to cultivate? What the hell is this? Originally, Lin Xian thought that they might come to a desolate land filled with demon beasts. But now Lin Xian didn't think so. If one's cultivation was reset to 0 and unable to cultivate, then the chances of survival in a desolate land filled with demon beasts would be close to 0. It definitely wasn't that simple. Then how do I get the opportunity here? Without cultivation, I can't get it. Lin Xian asked in surprise. Opportunity can be exchanged. Host, please look at the exchange list. The interface in front of Lin Xian suddenly changed. Then Lin Xian looked at it. Damn. Law, domain, all attributes doubled, strength doubled, mental strength doubled, additional fire attribute unlocked, additional space attribute unlocked, etc. It seemed like a simple item to exchange, but he could actually unlock additional attributes. Of course, other than these, there were many other things. There was also the number of stars that could be raised. There was an exchange value behind each of them. Lin Xian roughly understood what was going on. This was the so-called opportunity. If you were powerful, you could exchange for other laws here, exchange for other attributes, and unlock new powers. For a martial artist, an additional law, an additional domain, an additional attribute, or even more than one, was simply too great of an improvement. But this shocked Lin Xian. This was the system. This was actually the same as his Adonis system. There was actually a system here? Who gave them the system? Then who gave them the Adonis system? They actually relied on the system to increase their strength. That was really strange. Logically speaking, shouldn't one's strength be trained in an extremely dangerous place? So, if I complete missions, I can obtain system points. System points can be used to exchange for rewards, right? Then how many missions do I need to complete before I can avoid being killed? The system will gradually unlock 10 missions. If the host can complete the mission within 3 months, the remaining time can continue to trigger missions and obtain additional system points to exchange for rewards. Lin Xian nodded, understood. Then, let's trigger the first mission. Congratulations to the host for triggering the mission. Mission details. Earn 100 billion renminbi in a proper way. Mission reward. Awaken to mysterious heaven realm 1 star and obtain 100 million system points. Lin Xian? What the fuck? Earn money? Brother, what was he going to do? No, Lin Xian originally thought that he would have to fight and kill. Now that he was being asked to earn money, this feeling was especially strange. He was a higher virtual stage, and the mission you triggered was to earn money? And, in this world that Lin Xian did not even know what kind of world it was, you wanted him to earn 100 billion in 3 months? Wait a minute. Lin Xian frowned. Earn money? That meant that this world was indeed not a barbaric one. It could even be a world where people lived? Otherwise, why would it earn money? People lived? Could it be another world like Sky Blue Planet and Earth? Filled with technology? When will the next mission be activated? Lin Xian asked. You can activate it now. After all, the first mission is a long-term one. Activate. Congratulations to the host for triggering the mission. Later, the host will obtain a website and become the founder of the website. Please choose 2 girls to serve the host and successfully help them out of trouble and make them fall in love with the host. Mission reward, plus 30 million system points. After 3 days, regardless of whether the mission is completed or not, the next mission can be activated. At the same time, the host can continue with the previous mission. Please purchase a mobile phone immediately and obtain a mobile phone number. Lin Xian? Chapter 1464. That's right. Lin Xian was dumbfounded. There were 2 dumbfounded things. First, it was this mission. Shared boyfriend? This mission was for him to pretend to be someone's boyfriend and make the girl fall in love with him? What the fuck? Bro. This was the awakening door. He was here to fucking train himself. How did he trigger such a muddle-headed and inexplicable mission? Second, by a phone? In other words, the world behind the God's awakening door might really be a new continent, one that was similar to Sky Blue Planet and Earth. Lin Xian sensed that the spiritual energy in the air was very thin, which meant that this continent might be similar to Earth. What did that mean? Not everyone was cultivating. Perhaps it was the same as on Earth, where 99% of the people were just ordinary people. He did not know that cultivation really did exist in reality. It was just that there were too few people who cultivated. It meant that they could not come into contact with that world. Of course, there were also demonic beasts, but they were very rare. Basically, they could not be encountered. Those that were encountered were monsters that had been asleep for hundreds or thousands of years. Of course, there were also some scary things like ghosts and vengeful spirits. These were real. But because the era was different, in a world with such weak spiritual energy, it was destined that the cultivation of martial artists would not be high. Therefore, Lin Xian roughly understood why the cultivation of these strong martial artists would be reset to 0. Think about it, a higher virtual stage martial artist would be a god in a place like this. An absolute god. You could rule the world by yourself. For example, if a higher virtual stage martial artist from Sky Blue Planet appeared on Earth, then he could rule the world by himself. Therefore, although Lin Xian had not come into contact with it, he already had a rough idea of the situation in this world. Wait, System Lady, will the others trigger the same mission as me? Ding, that's not it. 10 people will trigger completely different missions. However, the difficulty of the missions is the same. Lin Xian nodded, that's good. Otherwise, Lin Xian was really worried that the girls around him would trigger a shared girlfriend system. That would be fucking scary. Now, go and buy a phone, right? Lin Xian rubbed his chin. He had no money. He had to make money. However, before he started making money, he had to understand this world. In fact, it was very simple to understand this world. He just needed to have a phone to understand it. Then Lin Xian took a look. He didn't know where he was, so he could only walk forward aimlessly. He didn't know where Murong Yu and the others were. They should be as confused as he was. Soon Lin Xian saw a highway. This fucking world was similar to Sky Blue Planet and Earth. There were highways and cell phones. That was easy to accept. Since there's a highway, if I'm unlucky, I might be very far from the city. Lin Xian pondered for a moment. It's late at night now. In fact, it's quite easy to encounter cars on the highway. If we can just hail a random car, no matter which city we go to, as long as we can enter the city, everything will be fine. Lin Xian pondered for a moment, then walked to the side of the highway and walked forward. It was very dark, so dark that you couldn't imagine it. Lin Xian didn't have any cultivation, so his vision was just like an ordinary person's. However, Lin Xian thought for a moment. He had a fucking Adonis system. This was something that no one else had. It should be quite useful, right? Moreover, he had battle memories in his mind. Although his physique might be that of an ordinary person, he was definitely not ordinary. Because he didn't have any cultivation, Lin Xian couldn't activate his spiritual power. He only needed a little bit of cultivation to activate it. Unfortunately, he didn't have it. But fortunately, everyone was the same. Everyone was an expert. In such a place, without cultivation, they were quite powerful. Nothing would happen. On the contrary, it made Lin Xian feel more assured. At this moment, Mu Qingya was driving a red sports car, speeding on the highway. I'm on my way now. I'll be back to Jiangnan City in about 2 hours. She had a Bluetooth earpiece in her ear and stepped on the accelerator. I said I don't go on blind dates. I don't need one. That's it. I'm driving now. Then she turned off the Bluetooth earpiece. Suddenly, she saw a person standing in front of the high beams with his arms open as if he was trying to stop a car. She was dumbfounded. Squeak! In the dark night, a sudden braking sound pierced through the sky. Lin Xian was startled. Damn it! So fast. The car was going at least 200 miles per hour. What could he do? He saw the high beams from afar. With the high beams and Lin Xian's current vision, he couldn't determine the speed and distance at all. Lin Xian didn't notice it until it was very close. Damn it! She was driving so fast. The car stopped about 3 meters in front of Lin Xian. Hiss! Mu Qingya frowned and touched her forehead. The braking was very fast, but it caused her to hit her head. It wasn't serious, but she was very angry. She quickly drove the car to the temporary parking lot on the highway. Click! Mu Qingya opened the door and got out. Are you crazy? She stared at Lin Xian in front of her angrily. Lin Xian looked at Mu Qingya in front of him. Damn it. So beautiful. This was definitely the beauty of the Adonis system's mission. But it seemed that in another world, the Adonis system didn't trigger any mission. This woman had a noble and cold feeling. She was wearing a very formal white-collar suit. It was black with a white shirt inside and a professional skirt. It wasn't too short and revealed a pair of straight and beautiful legs. She was definitely as beautiful as Ling Ying and the others. Her delicate facial features, cold and clear eyes, and cherry lips were especially perfectly inlaid on this face. What kind of feeling was this? It was the kind of feeling Linya had. Of course, it was the kind of feeling Linya had when she was in Yashen group, not the gentle feeling in front of Lin Xian. It was fucking magical. Mu Qingya realized something at this moment. In the middle of the night on the highway in the wilderness, there was a man in front of her. If he had bad intentions, at this moment, she quietly put her hand behind her back. Yes, she had a fruit knife with her. She didn't mean anything else. It was just for self-defense. There was also pepper spray, but it was in the bag. Beauty, I'm sorry. I had no choice but to stop the car. Do me a favor. Lin Xian said helplessly. What? Mu Qingya frowned. Where are you driving to? No matter where you are going, just go to a city with people. Can you give me a ride? Lin Xian looked at her awkwardly and said, Mu Qingya? She was confused, very confused. A man appeared on the most remote highway dozens of kilometers away from the nearest city in the middle of the night. How did he get here? Did he walk here? Who would believe that? Could it be that he came here in the middle of the night to kill someone and then abandon them? Chapter 1465. Mu Qingya secretly clenched her hand that was holding the fruit knife. Dangerous. Very dangerous. He was young, but he wanted her to give him a ride in the middle of nowhere? How could she dare to do that? But if she refused, would he get angry and kill her? No, before he killed her, he would definitely have sex with her. Damn it. Mu Qingya, you are a calm woman. You should know what to do when you encounter this kind of situation. You know, think about the previous cases. You have to calm down. I'm going to Jiangnan City. Are you coming with me? Mu Qingya asked again. Jiangnan City? Lin Xian's eyes widened. Jiangnan City? Lin Xian shook his head. Nothing. I'll go. Take me there. Get in. Mu Qingya tensed up and got into the driver's seat. A luxury car. A rich woman? Lin Xian sat in the front passenger seat and looked at the car. He was afraid that he couldn't get this car without 30 million yuan. Hearing Lin Xian's words, Mu Qingya broke out in a cold sweat. It was over. He knew that she was rich. Didn't that mean if she acted like she had a lot of money, then a normal person would definitely want more. Then she would have a chance to live. Not bad. She's only worth a few 100 billion yuan. Vroom. The sports car started and sped forward. Lin Xian sucked in a breath of cold air. Did he just casually meet a rich woman of this level? She was beautiful with long legs and a kind heart. And she was freaking rich. Then, can you lend me some money? Lin Xian asked. Mu Qingya frowned. Lend? This person was trying to eliminate her psychological defense against him. How much? Mu Qingya asked as she drove. She used her fingerprint to unlock her phone. She was smart enough to turn on the lights in the car for fear that Lin Xian would see the light on her phone. 10,000 yuan. Is that okay? Lin Xian asked. 10,000 yuan? She was surprised. Shouldn't he be blackmailing her for hundreds of millions? I just want to buy a phone and have a meal. After all, Lin Xian had no realm here. He still needed to eat. Right now, he was very hungry. He hadn't felt this way for a long time. All right. Mu Qingya nodded and dialed the number out of the corner of her eye. Why are you so straightforward? Lin Xian was shocked. What a kind sister with long legs. Sob, sob, sob. I'm touched. There are still many good people. Hey, what are your hands doing? Will you give me the money? Lin Xian glanced at her other hand. Drive carefully. Don't get distracted, use both hands. Ah, Mu Qingya was startled and dropped her phone. I'll get the money for you, but I suddenly remembered that I don't have any cash. Mu Qingya said, It's fine. Will you buy me a phone when we arrive? Then transfer the money to me? All right. She didn't care about anything now. She could only go along with him for the time being. Otherwise, if he was unhappy, she would be in danger. As for why he only asked for 10,000 yuan to buy a phone, she wasn't sure. It was the first time she had encountered such a thing. Lin Xian was very comfortable to meet such a kind and beautiful sister. Well, what's your name? Lin Xian asked. Mu Qingya. Nice name. Mu Rongya nodded stiffly and didn't answer. It was over. The phone fell. She couldn't get through to him. There were still 3 hours to drive to Jiangnan City. She didn't know what would happen to her in these 3 hours. My name is Lin Xian. Nice to meet you. Lin Xian said with a smile. Mu Qingya nodded. Hey, slow down. Slow down. Lin Xian couldn't help but shout. He didn't have a realm now. If she drove too fast, he would be dead if something happened. Mu Qingya just wanted to get to Jiangnan City as soon as possible. But he asked her to slow down, so she had to slow down. Do you have a cigarette? Lin Xian asked. Yes, it's in the glove compartment in front of you. Lin Xian opened the glove compartment and took out a pair of black panties. Lin Xian? Damn, you didn't do it in the car, did you? Lin Xian was shocked. My sisters. Mu Qingya didn't dare not to answer Lin Xian. It was over. It was over. If he saw this kind of thing, would he suddenly be lustful and then, it was indeed her sisters. As for why it was in her car, that girl liked to play. She drove her car and had fun with her friends. When they were drunk, they had a competition of whose panties were prettier. Then she threw it in her car. You have a sister? Your sister did it with someone else? Lin Xian asked in surprise. The world of the rich was crazy. I don't know. Lin Xian took out a pack of cigarettes and frowned. Soft? What? Lin Xian lit a cigarette and tried his best to suppress the excitement that came from his suspicion. Ahem, Mu Qingya coughed, drove to the slow lane and opened the window a little. You don't smoke. Then why do you have a cigarette? Damn it. I need it when I have dinner with a client. Mu Qingya said obediently, but her tone was cold. After all, this girl was like this. I see. Lin Xian nodded. Miss Qingya, you said you were going to Jiangnan City, right? Yes. Mu Qingya nodded. Is there Yanjing here? Yes. This person was so strange. Lin Xian swallowed. Is there Shanghai? Yes. Lin Xian, is this Earth? Mu Qingya? This person was mentally unstable. It was too dangerous. She was too dangerous. Lin Xian? Lin Xian shouted. Mu Qingya trembled. Although she was a strong woman and wasn't afraid of this kind of man, she was really helpless in this situation. Lin Xian sat there in shock, the hand holding the cigarette trembling. He returned to Earth? This was Earth? After passing through the god's awakening door, it was Earth. He couldn't control his shock and excitement. Earth. He was back. And he could go back again. He could go back in 3 months. That meant, if he could do something, he might be able to travel back and forth between Sky Blue Planet and Earth. Was it possible that he could do it without becoming a god? This? Little Shui, Lin Xian murmured. He left Earth and arrived at Sky Blue Planet about 3 years ago. If the timeline was the same, then 3 years had passed on Earth. How was she? When he left, his heart was shattered by Xinyuan Qingtian of the Xinyuan family. He fell from a cliff and then transmigrated. Before that, Dongfang Shui was taken away by the Dongfang family. Xinyuan Qingtian had been coveting Dongfang Shui. Now he was back. But Chapter 1466. Lin Xian's brows furrowed tightly. The cultivation realms on Earth should be the same as on Heavenly Blue Planet. It was just that normal people couldn't cultivate. Even the names of the realms were the same. However, Lin Xian didn't know what realm the person with the most powerful spiritual power on earth was at. And he didn't have a realm right now. If he wanted to find Dongfang Shui and go to the Dongfang family or the Shenyuan family, he needed to be at least at Mystic Heaven Realm. He knew that those two families had Mystic Heaven Realm cultivators. Little Shui, wait for me. I'll be back. Lin Xian clenched his fists. Miss Qingya, what year is it now? Lin Xian asked. 2020. Lin Xian's mouth gaped open. The timeline was the same. It was 2017 when he fell off the cliff. Lin Xian secretly clenched his fists. I'm fucking back. 3 months, that's enough. He only needed to earn 100 billion to reach Mystic Heaven Realm. Perhaps he would also be able to trigger other missions and increase his realm. Lin Xian didn't know why Heavenly Blue Planet was related to Earth. It was Earth that had passed through the Divine Awakening Door. He was too shocked. This Divine Awakening Door, what on earth was that door? The Light Association, what secrets were they hiding? Or could it be that they didn't know either? Lin Xian didn't believe it. They must know something. He felt like there was a huge mystery shrouding this place. Lin Xian exhaled deeply before taking 2 deep puffs of his cigarette. After smoking one, Lin Xian lit up another one. What does your company do? Lin Xian asked. Holy fuck. A rich woman was right in front of him. If he could work with her, then perhaps it would be easy to earn money. Quite a lot of industries. Novels, games, clothing, cosmetics, luxury goods. Our main business is clothing and luxury goods. Impressive. Your father founded it? My father founded a novel and game company. I'm in clothing and luxury goods. She said. Holy fuck. That's impressive. Can I work with you? Lin Xian asked. It's just that I have an idea that requires investment. It should be able to earn tens of billions, maybe even more. How much? 1 billion? Mu Qingya knew that he wanted to blackmail her, but he still said it in such a dignified way. This man was scheming. All right. Lin Xian? He didn't quite understand. Why did this big sister agree so easily? 1 billion was a huge sum of money. Even if he had the money, he should at least know what to do before making a decision. How strange. You're not a liar, are you? Lin Xian asked doubtfully. Mu Qingya? She was only temporarily submissive in order to survive. Lin Xian scratched his head. What a strange little sister. You don't want to listen to the content of the project? Tell me about it. Mu Qingya said. Hey, you're sweating. Turn on the air conditioner? Yes. Hey, this is hot wind. Mu Qingya was going crazy. Lin Xian was also going crazy. Why was there something wrong with this little sister? Are you crazy? Lin Xian glanced at her and asked. Mu Qingya was about to refute, but then she stopped. She didn't dare. Why was her life so hard? If she had known, she would have stepped on the accelerator and killed this bad guy. Give me your hand. Lin Xian said. Mu Qingya frowned and then reluctantly handed over her right hand. Lin Xian then checked her pulse. Although he didn't have a cultivation level for the time being, his medical skills were still there. He just couldn't use some medical skills that needed to be combined with spiritual force. Why is your heart beating so fast? I don't know. Lin Xian glanced at her. I see. You agree with everything I say. Like me? Mu Qingya? Ha, she smiled awkwardly. But, you're really sick. Lin Xian frowned. Heart disease. Lin Xian was surprised. Congenital? Mu Qingya was surprised and then pulled her hand back. Go to sleep first. We'll arrive in Jiangnan City in 2 or 3 hours. Take a rest. I can drive. No. She hurriedly refused. He would drive? God knows where he will drive the car to. Then she would be doomed. You don't trust my driving skills? Lin Xian asked with a smile. Take a rest. She took a long breath. Lin Xian then leaned against the car and closed his eyes. Mu Qingya looked at Lin Xian out of the corner of her eye and then quietly reached for her phone with her left hand. Do you have a boyfriend? Lin Xian suddenly asked. Mu Qingya quickly pulled her hand back. You should be 24 or 25 years old, right? You don't have a boyfriend yet? Oh, that's right. A girl like you has such high standards. No man is worthy of you, and it's hard to fancy you. You don't lack money or power, so you have to find someone you like. Lin Xian nodded and pondered. Tell me, what major events have happened on Earth in the past few years? Lin Xian then asked. 3 years was not a long time, but it was not short either. For example, the popularization of smartphones was just a matter of a moment. It could really change a lot. Mu Qingya thought that there must be something wrong with this person's brain. People with brain problems were the most dangerous. It seemed that there was nothing wrong with him now except for talking. But he was really dangerous. Nothing serious. Of course. Mu Qingya sighed and thought for a while. If there's anything serious, it's that there seemed to be a hole in the sky last year. I vaguely saw someone flying in the sky. That's all. Lin Xian frowned. Someone flying in the sky? Heavenly Master? Is there anything like a demon beast? Lin Xian asked. He's really sick. This person is really sick. Hey, you really have a heart disease. Lin Xian looked at her and said. I know. Can't you cure it? Go to sleep. Mu Qingya was really annoyed by this person. But she didn't dare to not reply or speak harshly. She was afraid that he would get angry and kill her. First slap, then kill. I'm not going to sleep. Chat with me for a while. Lin Xian wanted to know more about Earth from her. Along the way, Lin Xian learned a lot from her. In fact, there were not many changes. She probably didn't know much about the world of martial arts. In the eyes of ordinary people, this world was just an ordinary one. There was no such thing as martial arts. That was the plot in TV dramas and novels. In fact, it was not. Maybe your desk mate or someone in your school was actually a martial artist. You just didn't know it. You just hadn't come into contact with another world. Soon, they arrived at Jiangnan City. But Mu Qingya was very uncomfortable. She wanted to find a place to call for help, but it was 4 o'clock in the morning. It was late autumn and dawn might not come until 6 o'clock. So, there were very few people. She didn't dare to call for help if there were 1 or 2 people. Chapter 1467. Lin Xian's gaze swept over everything. It didn't seem much different from 3 years ago, except that there were more things, more prosperous, and taller buildings. Because Lin Xian used to live in Jiangnan City. He met Dongfang Shui by chance. Later, Dongfang Shui often came to Jiangnan City to play with him. Later, Lin Xian went to one of her private residences with her. It was also at that time that their feelings for each other fermented, and then they had sex. In the end, Lin Xian hung up. The mall is still here. Lin Xian looked at the Suning Square in front of him. It was very far from where he used to live because he didn't have much money at that time. This was the city and he couldn't afford to rent a house in the city. But what he was happiest about was that he could go shopping in the city when he was free. It was very fun and there were a lot of long legs. But at this time, only the street lights were on. Occasionally, there were a few shops with lights on. After all, it was too late. Bang! Mu Qingya got out of the car. She lived nearby. It was too dangerous for her and her sister to live alone. But she knew that at this time, there might be some shops open and there would be people, so she might find a chance to get out of danger. Are there any mobile phone stores open now? Lin Xian scratched his head and asked. No, but I know a store that is open 24 hours a day. Although it doesn't sell mobile phones, it sells mobile phones. Mu Qingya stood there and said, Okay, please take me there. Mu Qingya then walked over there. Then, they saw a shop that wasn't too big. Welcome. A salesperson yawned and looked at them. When she saw Mu Qingya, she immediately became energetic. This woman was not simple at first glance. Lin Xian glanced at her. I want to buy a mobile phone. Okay, come over here. You can choose by yourself. Is there any model that you are interested in? Mu Qingya was about to sneak out when Lin Xian glanced at her and said, Recommend me one. Mu Qingya gritted her teeth and then walked out. No, it seems like this person is deliberately restricting my freedom of life. This person will definitely not let me leave him even half a step. His phone was still in the car. Even if he took it out, he definitely wouldn't have the chance to make a call. What to do? This is pretty good. Mu Qingya pointed at a phone that cost more than 10,000 yuan. It's too expensive. Lin Xian shook his head. Mu Qingya? Keep pretending. That works too. The salesperson was stunned. This woman looked so beautiful and noble. How could she be with an ordinary man? She even bought him a phone? Could this man be her younger brother? He couldn't possibly be her boyfriend, right? If he was her younger brother, how could he not have a phone? How could he not be wearing branded clothes? What was he wearing? Lin Xian glanced at it. 5,000 yuan. He borrowed 10,000 yuan. He wouldn't rent a house for the remaining 5,000 yuan. He would stay in a hotel and slowly earn money. He should be able to survive. Lin Xian had been poor on earth and didn't know how to earn money. As a result, when Lin Xian returned here, he was traumatized. He felt that he might not be able to survive. Although he had become an existence on Sky Blue Planet, now that he had lost his cultivation, he couldn't do whatever he wanted here. He could go to jail. Okay, this one. Please wrap it up. Mu Qingya then said to Lin Xian, see if there's anything else you need. I'll pay for it. Then she and the salesperson walked a few meters to the side where there was a pen. Mu Qingya quickly took the pen and wrote 2 words on her palm. 4,999 yuan. Then she saw Mu Qingya's hand on the counter. The word, help, was written on her palm. She covered her mouth and looked at Mu Qingya. She saw a trace of pleading in her eyes. That's 5,000 yuan. Lin Xian said. But, yes. Mu Qingya quickly withdrew her hand. Please wait a minute. This phone seems to be a second-rate phone. I seem to have taken the wrong one. Please wait for a minute. The salesperson hurried away and called the police. When she came back, she gave Mu Qingya a look. Mu Qingya let out a long breath. After buying the phone, they walked out. Mu Qingya didn't want to walk out because the police were already there. They would be here soon, but she couldn't find a way to delay it. Suddenly, she saw a barbecue stall across the road. Her eyes lit up. I'm hungry. I'll treat you to barbecue. Do you want to eat? Lin Xian's eyes lit up. Of course. Then the two walked over and ordered a bunch of barbecue. Of course. Aren't you hungry? Lin Xian ate the barbecue happily. Okay. Mu Qingya nodded. Meanwhile, the shop assistant kept looking at them from the opposite side, paying attention to where they were going. Hello, may I ask? You're finally here? It's the barbecue stall across the road. It's that man and woman. The woman seems to have been held hostage by the man. She wrote, help, on her palm, and I called the police. The plain-clothed officers looked over. Bastard. I hate this kind of people the most. On the other side, Lin Xian grinned. It smells so good. Mu Qingya replied with a grunt. All of a sudden, a few figures ran over. Don't move. They pointed their guns at Lin Xian from all directions. Lin Xian? Gulp, he swallowed the barbecue. What? Lin Xian looked at them in confusion. Put your hands on your head. Lin Xian? No, what did I do? Shoot your head. Qin Yijuan shouted loudly. Lin Xian held his head bitterly. Come here. Qin Yijuan pointed her gun at Lin Xian and said to Mu Qingya. Mu Qingya quickly ran behind her. Qingya? She looked at Mu Qingya in surprise. Yijuan. Mu Qingya felt wronged. Damn it. Qin Yijuan gritted her teeth and glared at Lin Xian. Cuff him. Then, the miserable Lin Xian was handcuffed. Is there anything dangerous on him? Sir, I didn't see anything. Take him back. Hey. Why did you arrest me? I'm not a prostitute. She's not a prostitute. Lin Xian shouted. You're a prostitute. Bastard. Mu Qingya gritted her teeth. Qingya, what's going on? Qin Yijuan frowned and asked. On the way here from Tianning City, I met him on the highway and then, She told Qin Yijuan what happened. I see. Don't worry, leave it to me. Go back and rest. You've been driving all night. Don't you need to take a statement? No, go back. But you must punish him severely. No problem. Chapter 1468. I'm innocent. I'm innocent. Why did you kidnap me? Why did you kidnap me? Lin Xian had a miserable look on his face in the interrogation room. Why did I kidnap you? How dare you kidnap the CEO of Jiangnan City's Musher Group? You'll be in jail for a long time. Lin Xian? What the hell? Even now, Lin Xian was still dumbfounded. Click. At this time, the door of the interrogation room opened and Qin Yijuan walked in. Boss. The two men quickly stood up. Get out. I'll interrogate this person myself. Qin Yijuan said. Yes. Then they walked out. The CEO of Musher Group is a good friend of our boss. Now that she's been kidnapped, our boss must be furious. This kid is done for. Shu, lower your voice. Don't let our boss hear us talking about her. Just watch. Lin Xian looked over. This woman was also beautiful. But he had lived on Earth for more than 20 years. Why hadn't he met such a beautiful woman? Why were the two living people so beautiful when he came back? This girl's skin wasn't that fair, but her facial features were really exquisite. She had a valiant aura and seemed to be on par with Mu Qingya. However, if Lin Xian had to choose, Lin Xian would definitely choose Mu Qingya. That kind of girl was Lin Xian's cup of tea. Qin Yijuan sat in front of Lin Xian and took out the interrogation book. Wife. Qin Yijuan? I'm asking for your name. Wife. Bang. Qin Yijuan slammed the table angrily. Kid, be honest. Wife. Bang. She stepped on the table and a crack appeared on the table. Lin Xian. Fuck. She's not bad. Speak, or I'll do it. Lin Xian looked at her legs. Your legs are so white. Lin Xian grinned. You. She was shocked. Have you given up on struggling? Qin Yijuan sneered and sat down. No, I didn't do anything. Why did you bring me in for no reason? I'm going to sue you for violating my freedom. Nothing? She had already secretly written a message asking for help on her palm, and she didn't do anything? Qin Yijuan glared at Lin Xian angrily. Lin Xian, what the heck? That woman? It can't be, right? Did she think that he was the criminal who had kidnapped her? But he was such a pure and kind person, yet he was treated as Lin Xian felt wronged. It's a misunderstanding. Lin Xian said hurriedly. Misunderstanding? Then tell me what kind of misunderstanding it is. I hope you can cooperate. If you cooperate well, you can spend less time in jail. Lin Xian? I still have to go to jail? Tell me your name. Lin Xian shrugged. Lin Xian. Home address. Jiangnan Street, Jiangnan City, Unit 1, Building 3, Unit 202. Qin Yijuan sat there and used the computer system to check. Why don't you tell me the truth? That house is not signed by you. I'm a tenant. Lin Xian. Qin Yijuan frowned and checked. Address from 3 years ago? The most recent one. Recently, I've been wandering the streets. The world is my home. The sky is my blanket and the earth is my bed. Bang! She slammed the table angrily. Tell me. It's true. Also, can you stop slamming the table? You're so strong my heart aches. Phew. Qin Yijuan took a deep breath. Where's your ID? Lost. I really lost it. Otherwise, why would I borrow money from Miss Qingya to buy a phone? I lost my phone and everything. Also, I really didn't kidnap her. Lin Xian shrugged helplessly. Zhang Ming. Boss. A man walked in. Help me check the personal information of Lin Xian, the tenant of this address from 3 years ago. Yes. Then, Qin Yijuan looked at Lin Xian with her beautiful eyes, walked to the door, and locked it from the inside. What are you doing? Lin Xian was shocked. Qin Yijuan twisted her neck. What am I doing? If you don't cooperate with the interrogation, I'll beat you up. Hey, it's against the rules to beat a criminal. Lin Xian hurriedly said. Rules? I'm the rule. Then, she walked to Lin Xian and lifted Lin Xian. I'll ask you one last time. Kidnapping Qingya, do you belong to some organization? Who's your boss? Is he in Jiangnan City? Lin Xian, I said I didn't kidnap her. Fuck you. Are you scolding me? Just you wait. Lin Xian said angrily. But isn't this bullying? Whoosh. Without hesitation she lifted her leg and swept it at Lin Xian. Lin Xian? What a shrewish woman. Whoosh. Lin Xian's hands were cuffed, but he dodged backward. Not bad, you're not simple. Qin Yijuan rushed to Lin Xian and greeted Lin Xian with a military boxing move. However, even though Lin Xian's hands were cuffed, he still easily took her blows. Qin Yijuan was shocked. The people in front of the surveillance camera also widened their eyes. Damn, this person is so strong. Head didn't even hit him once? That person's hands are still handcuffed. Very strong. Very strong. An ordinary person can't have this kind of strength. No wonder Head wants to interrogate him personally. He must be a member of some organization. Damn. Then, they widened their eyes to see Lin Xian pressing their heads under his body. Their hands and legs were all restrained by Lin Xian. Let go. Qin Yijuan kept struggling, but she couldn't muster any strength. This person was so strong. Are you bullying me? I won't let go. Lin Xian's position was just right against her. Then he purposely pushed forward. Qin Yijuan? You. I'll kill you. She roared angrily, but she couldn't break free from Lin Xian's restraint. Lin Xian let out a naughty laugh and held her nai with both hands. He suddenly exerted force. Qin Yijuan? I'll kill you. I'll kill you. Qin Yijuan shouted angrily. Bang! Two people broke through the door and barged in. Let go. They pointed their guns at Lin Xian. Lin Xian, let go. Lin Xian then let go of Qin Yijuan. She stood up with her hair disheveled. Give it to me. She directly grabbed a gun from one of them. Click. The gun was loaded. Hey, Head, don't be rash. They were suddenly shocked. Phew. Qin Yijuan took a deep breath. Handcuff him to the chair. She gritted her teeth. She wasn't done with him. Then, Lin Xian was handcuffed to the chair. Head, we found it. One of them handed the information to Qin Yijuan. Qin Yijuan took a deep breath and glanced at it. It was a person in the photo, which meant that it was indeed him, but she frowned. Died 3 years ago because he fell off a cliff while climbing? Chapter 1469. Qin Yijuan was shocked. That this person was dead? Then who was the person standing in front of her? Wait, Qingya said that she saw this person stopping cars on the highway. Standing alone in the middle of the highway in the middle of the night, it was scary. Plus, with this information, could it be, gulp, Qin Yijuan swallowed. Oh no. How could there be ghosts? How could there be ghosts in this world? Plus, he was dressed like a normal person and his body wasn't dirty. The only explanation was forgery. He forged a death certificate for himself. That was to say, he had a secret. Plus, he wanted to kidnap Mu Qingya. He must belong to an extremely scary organization. He even forged a death certificate to make him disappear from the world. He must not be simple. Plus, he defeated her easily even when he was handcuffed. She had the right to be suspicious, but there were some suspicious points. First, with his ability, he didn't need to go through so much trouble to kidnap Mu Qingya. He could have just taken her away. He wouldn't make such a mistake. Second, if he forged a death certificate, why did he tell her his original identity? So annoying. So strange. Lin Xian was stunned by her muttering. Damn. Yes, in this world, he should be dead. Even if no one found out that he was dead, it was strange that he didn't show any signs of activity for several years. Obviously, the Xianyuan family forged a death certificate for him. Did he fall off the cliff and die? Who are you? Qin Yijuan wasn't in the mood for revenge now. She didn't want to take revenge on this bastard for standing up for her. To be precise, she wanted to make a big deal out of this Lin Xian. If she could get some information from him and get him sentenced to death, that would be the best way to vent her anger. I'm just an ordinary person. If you're not dead, why do you have a death certificate? Qin Yijuan stared at Lin Xian. Actually, I did fall off the cliff that year. The heart-burying cliff is thousands of meters deep. Lin Xian. And then? When I woke up, I found that I was blocked by a tree branch. At the same time, I found that there was a cave behind the tree branch on the cliff. So I went in, and then I found that there was a skeleton from many years ago in the cave. In front of the skeleton, there was a cultivation technique called 9 suns squeezing. Divine technique. I went through the cave, and behind it was a paradise. I cultivated the divine technique there for 3 years. Now that I came out of the mountain, I lost my ID card and no money. Qin Yijuan? Motherfucker. You don't want to talk, right? Qin Yijuan then said, lock him in. Spus. Hey, you can't do this. Lin Xian was then bitterly locked up. Lin Xian felt terrible. He still had a mission. Boss, that man. Qin Yijuan sat in front of the computer and said, all of you are to work overtime tonight. No one is allowed to leave. Go through all the information on that Lin Xian. Boss, my wife has given birth. A man said aggrievedly. Another man picked up his cell phone. What? My wife made me a cuckold? I'm coming over. Another man clutched his stomach and ran to the toilet. All of you come back. Qin Yijuan shouted, then pointed at them and said, this is a big case. If it's solved, all of you might get first-class merit. A person forged a death certificate. Say, if the case behind this is investigated, look at Zhang Ming, he has already started investigating. Forged a death certificate? My stomach doesn't hurt anymore. What? My wife is done? Then I'm not going. Then, a group of people worked overtime like crazy. Boss, there's nothing special about this person. They went through all the information on Lin Xian. Before that, he was just someone who didn't even go to high school. His junior high school was just an ordinary junior high school student. After graduation, he started working. He washed cars, worked as a networker, and served dishes. If there's anything special about him, it would be that he swept the floor of Shaolin Temple for 3 months. The house he rented was only 300 yuan a month. He never got into a fight, never committed a crime, and I don't think he had a girlfriend. That's right. This was Lin Xian's life on Earth. It was so bitter that it couldn't get any more bitter. It was a pure loser. There's another point. He was actually an orphan. Qin Yijuan frowned. If you said that there was no problem, there was indeed no problem. But now, it felt like there was a big problem. A forged death certificate, a pure loser, disappeared for 3 years, and became so powerful. 3 years of blank. What happened? Can you find anything else? Does he have any friends? Friends? He has one. He's been with him for a long time. Zhang Yang, his junior high school classmate. He's also a loser. Let me Well, he's now working as a security guard for the Mu Group. Mu Group? Qin Yijuan frowned. Why did he feel like so many things were inexplicably linked together? Boss, if we can't find any evidence, what he did doesn't constitute a crime. We have to let him go. Zhang Ming said. That's right. What Lin Xian did didn't constitute a crime. Lin Xian didn't threaten Mu Qingya. Secondly, he didn't cause any physical harm to her. Thirdly, he didn't rob her or rape her. He even borrowed money to buy the phone. So, he had to be released after 48 hours. Damn it. Damn it. Qin Yijuan was very unhappy. Why did she feel that this person was a big case? Okay, go back and rest. Qin Yijuan put on her coat and left the police station helplessly. She had to find Mu Qingya. If she wasn't asleep, she could talk to her about the details. Lin Xian lay there with his eyes closed, feeling very helpless. Normally, he could cultivate, but the system made it so that he could only recover his cultivation by completing tasks. So, He couldn't cultivate now. Fuck. It's really full of misfortunes. But there's no evidence. I can only be detained for 2 days at most, right? Anyway, I didn't do anything. They won't be able to find anything. Thinking of this, Lin Xian went to sleep comfortably. The next morning, Qin Yijuan and Mu Qingya came to the police station together. Qingya, you slept with me last night. I've already told you about this Lin Xian. Do you have any other details? Mu Qingya shook her head. I thought about it carefully. Maybe I'm too sensitive. He didn't do anything to threaten my safety. Mu Qingya looked at her and said, You didn't feel threatened at all? No, it just felt weird. It was as if he used to be an earthling, or he hadn't seen the world for a long time. That's the feeling. Mu Qingya pondered. Chapter 1470. Hearing Mu Qingya's words, Qin Yijuan thought of Lin Xian's words. Could it be that this person had really cultivated for 3 years? But how could she believe such nonsense? Yijuan, what's wrong? Did you find something? Mu Qingya took a sip of hot water and glanced at Qin Yijuan. Qin Yijuan shook her head. No, on the contrary, this man is a loser. Mu Qingya tidied her hair and stood up. Maybe I'm too sensitive. I'm going to the company. Call me if you need anything. But then Mu Qingya walked away. So annoying. Qin Yijuan scratched her hair and went to the room where Lin Xian was kept. Qin Yijuan leaned against the wall and looked at Lin Xian. Sister, let him go. Lin Xian stood up and looked at Qin Yijuan. Do you think you can still get out? Qin Yijuan took a sip of tea and said, Tell me what crime I committed. I didn't rob or threaten anyone. I borrowed money to buy the phone. What crime did I commit? Be careful or I'll sue you. Lin Xian glared at the woman. So beautiful. He didn't waste his time last night. Click, Qin Yijuan opened the door. Let's go. Lin Xian walked out and glanced at her. Wait and see. You've wasted my whole day. I'm the kind that costs hundreds of thousands of yuan per minute. Lin Xian said. Come on, you poor bastard. You borrowed money to buy a phone. Then she threw Lin Xian's phone to him. Lin Xian touched the tip of his nose. See you later. Lin Xian didn't want to stay here any longer and quickly ran away. Boss, didn't you suspect him? He hasn't been here for 48 hours. Why did you let him go? Zhang Ming asked in confusion. Humph. Qin Yijuan smiled. Don't worry about it. Why did she release Lin Xian? Don't forget who she was. Lin Xian's phone was already bugged and tracked by her. She didn't believe that she wouldn't be able to find out if anything happened to him. Lin Xian walked on the bustling street. His head hurt. I only bought a cell phone and forgot to borrow money. Fortunately, I ate some skewers last night, so I can still hold on for now. I wonder, did Xiao Shui change her phone number? Lin Xian picked up his phone and muttered to himself as he walked forward. He was a little excited. Then, Lin Xian dialed the number that had been hidden in his memory for a long time. The number you have dialed does not exist. Lin Xian sighed. I'm just looking forward to it. Now, it was very clear. Earn money and share the boyfriend quest. Lin Xian sat down on a bench by the roadside and turned on his phone. Then Lin Xian got a website and entered it. Lin Xian had the highest authority. Lin Xian took a look. What did it mean? If the girls needed to pretend to be a boyfriend, they could come to this website and send a message. Lin Xian selected 2 and went to do the quest. Of course, he had to make the 2 girls fall in love with him. Lin Xian took a look. Not a single one. Hey, system, do I need to advertise? No. If you do, the girls will automatically know about this website in their minds. Hey, can I borrow some money? I'm hungry. System? Lin Xian felt that it was very difficult for him. Why did he feel that nothing was as easy as on Sky Blue Planet after coming to this world? Maybe it was because he didn't have the strength. Mu Qingya was sitting in her office reading some contracts. After all, she was the boss of a big company. At this time, someone opened the door and walked in. Mu Qingya raised her head to take a look. She was confused at first. Why didn't someone knock before entering her office? Then, "Mom, why are you here?" The person who came in was a well-maintained woman. She must have been very beautiful when she was young. But because the people in this world didn't cultivate, there were many traces of age on her face. "Why are you still in the company today? I arranged several blind dates for you. They are all sons of business tycoons or the most outstanding boys of your generation. Don't work today. Leave it to your assistant. Hurry up and change your clothes for the blind dates." Mu Qingya had a splitting headache. "Mom, I don't want to go on blind dates." "Don't want to go on blind dates? Qingya, how old are you?" "You're 25. Most people have children at that age. It's not like you can't find a boyfriend. Your father is not in good health. You should find a boyfriend and get married. We don't lack money and don't need to earn much." Zhang Ting came over and packed her things. Sigh. That's right. This was what gave Mu Qingya a headache. 25 was not a small age. Earth was different from Sky Blue Planet. On Sky Blue Planet, people could have realms and slow down aging. But here, everything was normal. But she really hadn't met a boy she liked. Blind dates? Yes, those boys were indeed outstanding and there were many who pursued her. But what could she do if she didn't like them? "Mom, I have a boyfriend." Mu Qingya could only find an opportunity to dodge it. "What? You have a boyfriend?" Zhang Ting was stunned. "Yes. I just found a boyfriend 2 days ago." "How is he?" Mu Qingya said, "Not bad." Zhang Ting looked at her beautiful daughter. "Daughter, don't lie to me." "No, Mom. I'll take him home tonight to show you and Dad." Mu Qingya said, "You young people like to find someone to pretend to be your boyfriend. You suddenly have a boyfriend. Don't tell me you're also." Mu Qingya, "No, Mom. Don't worry." "Then call him now. I want to hear it." Mu Qingya, "He's at work and probably doesn't have time. He only has some time in the evening." "What does he do?" "He's entrepreneur." Zhang Ting glanced at her daughter. "Take him home tonight." "Okay." Then she walked away. Mu Qingya took a long breath, sat on the chair and rubbed her temples. What could she do? She opened her beautiful eyes, which were cold and helpless. Then she quickly turned on the computer and entered a website. Seeing the phone number on the website, she dialed it. "Hello." On the other side, Lin Xian stealthily used his wallet to pay and was eating fried noodles. "Are you the customer service representative for Shared Boyfriend?" Lin Xian bit off the fried noodles and nodded quickly. "Yes. I need to pretend to be a boyfriend. I only need to have a normal appearance, but I need to be very cultured and know all kinds of business information. It's best if I have some talents. Do you have any?" The task is started. The host will receive various talents such as and. Lin Xian swallowed. "No problem," Lin Xian said. Chapter 1471. Lin Xian didn't expect it to be Mu Qingya. How could there be such a coincidence in such a big place with so many people? Mu Qingya wouldn't think it was Lin Xian on the other end of the phone. She didn't know what Lin Xian's phone number was. Lin Xian asked, "When?" 7 o'clock tonight. I'll wait for you in room 3 of Yixian restaurant at 6 o'clock. I have something to tell you in advance." Lin Xian took a sip of noodles and nodded. But Mu Qingya frowned when she heard the sound of noodles being slurped. "Just a friendly reminder. My parents aren't ordinary people." She said this sentence. "No problem." Lin Xian. "What's the reward?" Mu Qingya asked. 100,000. She frowned. It was not that she couldn't afford it, but 100,000 for pretending to be her boyfriend? Isn't it a bit expensive? Mu Qingya asked. She even wondered if he was a scammer. "We are the best of the best. As you said, your parents aren't ordinary people. It's a test for our staff. I promise you that our staff can make you have no worries at all. Your parents-in-law will like you very much." Mu Qingya thought for a while. But since they dared to ask for so much money, it proved that they were confident. "If you can do it well, I'll give you 5 times the reward." "Okay. See you at 6. Mu Qingya hung up the phone. Lin Xian ate up the noodles, paid 8 yuan and walked away. Do I need to be talented? Do I need to know how to do business? My parents-in-law like me, but that's not what they need. Lin Xian had a lot of experience meeting his parents-in-law, so he knew this. At 6 o'clock in the evening, Mu Qingya waited for Lin Xian in room 3 of Yi Xian restaurant. She had bought the gifts herself. She would pretend that her fake boyfriend bought them. Her parents liked all of them. As a daughter, she knew very well. Knock knock knock. Come in. Mu Qingya said lightly. Then the door was pushed open and Lin Xian walked in. Hello, why are you here? Lin Xian was stunned when he saw the cold and beautiful woman in front of him. Mu Qingya? Was this person poisonous? How could it be him? Did he not look at the almanac for the past few days? Wasn't it because he was talented and skilled? Know how to do business? What the hell was this? Why is it him? Could it be that he had planned all of this? Otherwise, how could it be so coincidental? But that website, it's impossible. How did you? Lin Xian touched the tip of his nose and said, I know what you want to say, but everything is so coincidental. Don't you think it's coincidental? I just finished building my website and was preparing to start my business, and you became my website's first customer. Mu Qingya hurriedly took out her phone to check. The website was registered yesterday. This? I'm convinced. Then how did he know about this website? Right? It seemed that the website's advertisement popped up when she was surfing the internet. Did this person finish building the website and the advertisement in a day? Phew, Mu Qingya took a deep breath. Really? Then it's you. It was too late now. She had to go home at 7 o'clock, and it was 6 o'clock now. Could she just find a random person on the street? Since this person in front of her had built the website, he must be better than her finding a random person, right? If I serve you wholeheartedly, I'll deduct 5,000 yuan from the 100,000 yuan reward. The remaining 5,000 yuan is the money I used to pay you back for the phone. Lin Xian smiled. Anything is fine. Mu Qingya nodded. It was too coincidental. But she didn't think Lin Xian was a liar or a scammer. If he wanted to kidnap her, why did he have to do this? He could just do it in the middle of the night. There was no need to go through so much trouble. Everything was a coincidence, but the coincidence was a little scary. Then do you meet the requirements I gave you? Mu Qingya asked. Mu Qingya had a splitting headache when she saw Lin Xian's expression. I'm versatile. I can do anything you can think of. Lin Xian said. That's not important. How about business? It's okay. My company has a market value of about a few 100 million yuan, maybe more. Mu Qingya? Where did this idiot come from? A company with a market value of tens of trillions, and he wanted to borrow 5,000 yuan from me to buy a phone? Was this person crazy? What's the tax rate of a company? Mu Qingya asked. Lin Xian touched the tip of his nose. What do you mean by going public? What's GDP? Mu Qingya? She could randomly pick up a random person on the street. At least he knew about GDP and going public, right? She was speechless. Mu Qingya gritted her teeth. You want to take orders from me? The Mu family is a business family. My parents will definitely ask you some questions. If you can't even answer these questions, how can you pretend to be my boyfriend? Mu Qingya was about to explode with anger. Then let me ask you, what's the ultimate purpose of bringing your boyfriend home? Lin Xian asked. Mu Qingya frowned. To satisfy my parents. By the way, if I can satisfy your parents, they won't want me as their son-in-law. As long as I can do this, you don't have to worry about the rest. You! Mu Qingya took a deep breath. She had no choice. Should she call her mother and tell her that her boyfriend couldn't come today because of something? That wouldn't do. She would like her. Damn it. It would be in this bastard's hands. Forget it. Then your clothes will have to... Lin Xian waved his hand. No. Do you know what contrast is? First, I'll leave a bad impression on my parents-in-law. Then, I'll quickly change their impression of me with my talents. I've done my research. You don't have to worry. Mu Qingya, phew, I'll believe you for now. There was nothing she could do even if she didn't believe him. There were two important things now. First, they couldn't let their parents know that they were pretending. Second, they had to satisfy their parents so that they wouldn't let them go on blind dates anymore. But why did it feel like everything was falling apart? Sigh, so be it. Let fate take its course. This is my information. You have an hour to memorize it, including when we met, how we fell in love with each other, what my hobbies are, and what I hate. Mu Qingya handed a stack of information to Lin Xian. Lin Xian, where's your information? Mu Qingya reached out her hand. Lin Xian, male, 23 years old, 20 centimeters. Mu Qingya, are you crazy? Orphan, junior high school, came out to work in junior high school. This is my information. You can make up the rest. Mu Qingya, phew. She took a deep breath. She was in a bad mood. What kind of sin had she committed? Oh, you have a younger sister? Lin Xian flipped through the information and his eyes lit up. Chapter 1472. For a pervert like Lin Xian, a sister was the best. Sister. This elder sister was so beautiful. She was the CEO of a big company. She was beautiful, rich, and beautiful. The younger sister was definitely not bad either. She was the most fragrant sister-in-law. I've talked to her. Her name is Mu Feifei. Baboon? Mu Qingya? Shut up. Lin Xian coughed. Okay, it's about time. Lin Xian. You're done? Almost. Mu Qingya? Be serious. This is very important to me. Mu Qingya said. I know. Don't worry. Phew, Mu Qingya had accepted her fate. What else could she do? There was no time to find someone else. Let's go. We'll see in the car. Then Lin Xian got into her car. You're so rich. This car must be worth tens of millions, right? Lin Xian sighed. It's none of your business. Mu Qingya was very upset. Hey, I'm your boyfriend. I have the right to know something about you. Mu Qingya started the car and nodded. 50 million. Lin Xian, damn. I say, do you upper-class people like such expensive cars? How shallow. Don't you men only like beautiful women? Mu Qingya glanced at Lin Xian. She couldn't refute that. Lin Xian put his hand on her leg. What are you doing? Mu Qingya shouted coldly. I'm your boyfriend. You don't want us to not do anything intimate at all, or do you want us to suddenly react violently and arouse suspicion, right? Mu Qingya, good girl. Lin Xian put his hand on her leg and didn't take it off. I'm serious. This is very important to me. You have to be more careful. Lin Xian nodded. He wanted to smoke but found that he didn't have any. He had no money. Right now, Lin Xian didn't have a single cent on him. Do you have any cigarettes? Lend me some money. Why? I'm going home soon. My mother doesn't like men who smoke, Mu Qingya said. No more. Let's go. Lin Xian. You don't remember? Got it. Mu Qingya? Forget it. She then started the car and sped towards her home. Soon, they arrived at a villa area. The security in this villa area was definitely better than almost any other place, not to mention other places. The car stopped in the garage of a huge 3-story villa. Mu Qingya took off her sunglasses and walked out. Carry it. She handed the gift to Lin Xian. Lin Xian took it, and Mu Qingya held Lin Xian's arm, and the two of them walked to the gate. Sister, you're back. Brother-in-law too. Before the gate was opened, Lin Xian heard a voice coming from inside. It sounded a bit like Lu Yufan. Then the gate of the villa was opened, and a beautiful girl with 2 ponytails ran in front of them. The girl had obviously deliberately styled her hair in 2 ponytails, but it was really pretty. Lin Xian glanced at her. Sure enough, the sister was so beautiful, so the sister must be pretty. Although she was the sister, she wasn't 16 or 17 years old. She was probably 20 years old. She was very tall, had fair skin, was beautiful, and was rich. She was fragrant. Hello, sister, brother-in-law. Mu Feifei then bowed. Lin Xian, her acting was a bit fake. Mu Feifei then looked at Lin Xian. Then she glanced at Mu Qingya. What was this sister doing? If you're looking for a fake boyfriend, you should at least look for someone super handsome and classy. Why does this person look so ordinary? No, if she was pretending to be you, she should at least wear a suit or something. What was the meaning of this casual outfit? What brand was this? Also, why did this person keep staring at her chest? Lin Xian smiled and reached out to rub her little head. Mu Feifei, brother-in-law, give me the thing. Mu Feifei reached out to take the thing in Lin Xian's hand and walked in. Your sister is quite pretty. She doesn't look like a girl who would take off her underwear. Lin Xian looked at Mu Qingya with a smile. Get lost. Mu Qingya said grumpily. Lin Xian shrugged and then the two of them walked in. The living room was huge, beautiful, and magnificent. A middle-aged man was sitting on the sofa, looking at his phone. There was tea on the coffee table in front of him, and a woman was busy in the kitchen. They should be her parents. Mu Qingya called. Mu Hao raised his head and looked at Lin Xian. He frowned. His daughter's boyfriend disappointed him a little. He was dressed ordinarily, had an ordinary temperament, and didn't look very handsome. But what was a little special was that he exuded a sense of confidence. This feeling made Mu Hao feel that he was not simple. There was no other way. Lin Xian was an existence on Sky Blue Planet. How could Lin Xian not be confident in front of these people? Dad, this is Lin Xian, my boyfriend. Mu Qingya took Lin Xian's arm and introduced him. So, Lin Xian smiled. Mu Hao nodded. Yes, have a seat. Okay, uncle. Lin Xian then sat next to Mu Hao with a smile. Mu Qingya was nervous to death. At this time, Zhang Ting walked over. You're here. She looked at Lin Xian. Her expression was similar to Mu Hao's. Both of them frowned. They knew their daughter's sunshine very well. This kid looked ordinary at first glance. Was there something special about him that attracted their daughter? Or were they just acting? Working overtime boyfriend? She didn't know. Hello, Auntie. Lin Xian stood up and said with a smile. What do you want to drink? Zhang Ting asked with a smile. Anything is fine. Lin Xian said with a smile. Okay, Auntie will get you a cup of tea. Zhang Ting then walked away. Mu Feifei sat not far away and looked at Lin Xian. Her sister's fake boyfriend was quite brave. Ordinary people would not dare to come to her house if they knew that he was pretending to be her boyfriend. Mu Qingya was nervous to death. Zhang Ting poured a glass of water and handed it to Lin Xian. Thank you, Auntie. Your name is Lin Xian, right? Lin Xian took a sip of water and nodded. Yes, the Xian from the Great Waves. How long have you known Qingya? Lin Xian, a year. We just confirmed our relationship a while ago. Oh, Auntie, your daughter is really hard to woo. In order to woo her, I feel like I've been reborn. I was curious at first, but after seeing Auntie today, I understand Uncle's difficulties. It must have been harder for Uncle to woo Auntie than it was for me, right? Mu Qingya? Bootlicka. Oh no. Chapter 1473. Mu Qingya knew that her father hated those who flattered and bootlicker the most. As for this Lin Xian, just because of those few words of flattery, he was directly thrown into a small dark room by his father. However, Zhang Ting enjoyed it very much. After all, she was a woman. Of course, she was also a businesswoman. She didn't take these words seriously. Boy. Mu Hao put down his phone and then looked at Lin Xian. Uncle, what can I do for you? Lin Xian looked at Mu Hao with a smile. Your tricks won't work in my Mu family. Mu Hao took a sip of tea and said lightly. Mu Qingya sighed in her heart. This money was wasted. If he couldn't do it, she shouldn't give him the money. Damn it. Mu Feifei looked at Lin Xian with her beautiful big eyes. Was this the fake brother-in-law that her sister found? Lin Xian said with a smile. I understand what Uncle means, but do you think what I said is unreasonable? Mu Hao? When he heard Lin Xian's question, the cup in his hand trembled subconsciously. If he said it was reasonable, it meant that he agreed with what he said, which contradicted what he just said. If he said it was unreasonable, wouldn't it be saying that his wife was not as good as his daughter in front of his wife? Although she was his biological daughter, he could say anything as a husband, but he couldn't say that his wife was not as good as his daughter. Even if Zhang Ting knew it in her heart, he couldn't say it. What a sneaky boy. Mu Qingya was also stunned for a moment. It wasn't until she saw her father sitting there with an expression as if her mother had asked him who he would save if she and her daughter fell into the water that Mu Qingya realized the profound meaning of Lin Xian's words. He is a master. Mu Feifei originally thought that this was it. However, at this moment she changed her mind. But it was over. So what if he was a master? He had already put his father in a difficult position. If he was unhappy, his father's impression of him would definitely worsen. At this time, Lin Xian said, "I'm sorry, uncle. I might have been a little nervous. I shouldn't have said so much." Obviously, he had solved the problem that he had created for Mu Hao at this time. Mu Hao let out a long sigh of relief. "Well, it's normal to be nervous. But I heard from Qingya that you're the boss of a big company? The boss of your company is nervous even when meeting his parents. You haven't been through enough training." Mu Hao said, "It's over." Mu Qingya was a little desperate. Her father was already making things difficult for Lin Xian, which meant he was not qualified. Lin Xian said, "Uncle, you're right. However, I think that even the head of state would be nervous when meeting the parents. It's like holding your daughter's hand for the first time but not knowing how to say it." Zhang Ting stopped talking anyway, so she let them talk. Then she said, "I'll go and prepare the meal. Feifei, come and help me." "I understand, dear mother." Mu Feifei then walked over. Lin Xian looked at Mu Qingya with a smile and said, "Qingya, you go and cook too." Mu Qingya certainly guessed what Lin Xian wanted to say to her father alone. But she was afraid that something would happen if she was not here. "I'll accompany you. The kitchen is too crowded. But I just want to eat the food you cook. If I can eat the food cooked by you and Auntie, I'll be so happy. Isn't that right, Uncle?" Lin Xian looked at Mu Hao with a smile. Mu Hao's impression of Lin Xian was not very good. However, this kid did not seem to be simple. In fact, he was not nervous at all. In fact, he was very relaxed and he seemed to be very confident. Then he would like to see where this kid's confidence came from. "Daughter, go and cook." "Oh." Mu Qingya then walked away. Lin Xian sat next to Mu Hao with a smile and then took out a cigarette. "Uncle, here you go." Mu Hao saw the cigarette that Lin Xian took out and swallowed a mouthful of saliva. However, he subconsciously looked at the kitchen with a nervous expression. "Don't worry, Uncle. When Auntie sees it, you can say that I forced it on you. I think Qingya's boyfriend is here as a guest. Auntie won't blame you for smoking. Even if she wants to blame someone, she will blame me," Lin Xian said with a smile. Mu Hao looked at the cigarette in Lin Xian's hand. He was not in good health and the doctors strictly forbade him from smoking. Therefore, Zhang Ting was very strict and even threatened him. If she saw him smoking, she would go back to her mother's house. But he was dying of craving. Think about it, a man in his 40s who had been smoking for 20 years. If you asked him to quit smoking, he would rather die. Therefore, Lin Xian could guess how much he wanted to smoke. Mu Qingya had mentioned this to Lin Xian before. Even if she didn't mention it, Lin Xian could see it with his fingers. And he had just quit smoking a month ago. Of course, it was impossible for him to not smoke for a month. He had to find a chance to smoke secretly. However, this opportunity was not easy to find. The company didn't need him anymore. He was now at home watching TV, computer, phone, and recuperating. Zhang Ting was watching him all day long, so now there was a great opportunity in front of him. Lin Xian said that the ultimate purpose of meeting the parents was to satisfy the parents of the woman. Money, power, house, and car were all material things. Even if all these were material things, the purpose was to satisfy the other party. Lin Xian didn't rely on these things because the Mu family didn't lack these things. Lin Xian relied on grasping the weakest point of each of them. "Aren't you afraid of making your aunt unhappy? If your aunt is biased against you, I don't care." Mu Hao said, "Uncle, don't worry. Aunt is only worried about your body. I have a way to cure you. Come on. Mu Hao took Lin Xian's cigarette, and then Lin Xian lit it for him. He took a breath comfortably. Boy, to be honest, I don't have a good impression of you. Mu Hao took another puff and said, but Qingya and I are true love. Are you sure you're not her fake boyfriend? Lin Xian shook his head. Of course not, we are true love. Don't I know my daughter? I've never heard of a boyfriend who suddenly popped out. Don't think I don't know where your confidence comes from. Your confidence comes from the fact that you're not her real boyfriend. You're not afraid of failure. Even if you fail, you'll only lose the money you didn't get. This is your confidence. Lin Xian was secretly shocked. But, as expected of an old fox. Lin Xian shook his head. That's not true. If you don't believe me, I can sleep with your daughter tonight. I've already done that with her. Lin Xian scratched his head and said with a smile. What? Chapter 1474. Hearing Lin Xian's words, Mu Hao slammed the table angrily. What's going on? Zhang Ting shouted from the kitchen. Mu Hao quickly kicked the cigarette butt under the sofa. Nothing. Mu Hao replied. He only took 2 puffs of the cigarette, but he was already feeling so good. Boy, what did you just say? Lin Xian said. I said, your daughter and I have done what we should do. Impossible. I know my daughter the best. You want to touch her when you're not married? Dream on. Uncle, what era are we in now? No matter how cold your daughter is, it's the same in this era. That night, I took her out for dinner. She drank a little too much, so I took advantage of the situation and… What the fuck? Mu Hao grabbed Lin Xian's collar. Hey uncle, don't be like this. It's really nothing. Lin Xian hurriedly said. Phew. Mu Hao took a deep breath and let go of Lin Xian. What evidence do you have? He wanted to be sure of this matter. If his daughter really had sex with him, with his daughter's character, she would definitely have fallen in love with this person, and she would have loved him so much that she would die for him. Your daughter has a birthmark on her left breast. Mu Hao? Lin Xian asked Lin Xian in the car if she had a birthmark or mole on her body. Lin Xian said that if she told him, her parents would accept him as their son-in-law. Mu Qingya was desperate at that time, so she told Lin Xian. Boy, is this where your confidence comes from? Lin Xian shook his head. No, my confidence comes from the fact that I'm very outstanding. Oh. Mu Hao looked at Lin Xian. Tell me. Lin Xian said, Uncle, actually what I said is not true. I just want to ask you one thing. Do you want Auntie to be as beautiful as she was when she was 27 or 28 years old? Mu Hao? What do you want to say? I can do it, Lin Xian said temptingly. Which man wouldn't want to? Zhang Ting was already in her 40s. No matter how well she maintained herself, the traces of time had already climbed up her cheeks. To be able to give birth to such beautiful daughters, she was already very beautiful when she was young. Bullshit. It seems like you're not telling the truth. Mu Hao snorted coldly. His impression of Lin Xian was very bad. Lin Xian took out a face-preserving pill. Fortunately, Lin Xian's interspatial ring was still on him. There were still a lot of things inside the interspatial ring. Although Lin Xian didn't have any spirit energy to activate the spirit artifacts, there were still a lot of treasures inside. Uncle, I'm preparing to set up a company. The company will sell something that breaks the current technology. It can restore a woman's appearance to its most perfect state. Of course, the company will definitely not be able to develop such a level of skincare products. At most, it can restore a woman's appearance. But I can restore Auntie's appearance to that of a 27 or 28-year-old. Lin Xian. This was Lin Xian's second plan, to restore Zhang Ting's appearance to its most beautiful state. In this way, Zhang Ting was naturally very excited. As for Mu Hao, as Zhang Ting's husband, how could he not be excited? The most important thing now was to let them see the results. Lin Xian knew that they would definitely not believe it. This thing had already surpassed the knowledge of people on Earth. Get out of here after you're done eating. Mu Hao said angrily. Lin Xian, Uncle, I've already told Qinya that I'll sleep here tonight. Lin Xian knew that Mu Hao had a lot of opinions about him now, but it didn't matter. The more prejudice he had now, the bigger the contrast when he saw the truth. Don't even think about it. I'll make the decision. You and Qinya can stay here. Mu Hao stood up. Suddenly, he frowned and sat down with his hand on his heart. Uncle Mu also has congenital heart disease? Lin Xian asked. Qinya told you? Lin Xian, Uncle, give me your hand. Mu Hao ignored him. Lin Xian then pulled Mu Hao's hand over and a silver needle appeared in his palm. Following which, Lin Xian pricked Mu Hao's hand directly. What are you doing? Mu Hao turned pale with fright. Uncle, don't move. This is the last needle. When Lin Xian pricked his hand with the last needle, Mu Hao's slightly painful heart instantly felt better. The moment Lin Xian pricked his hand with the last needle, he felt better. It was because of Lin Xian's acupuncture. Mu Hao revealed an incredulous expression. Moreover, this feeling of relaxation was something he hadn't felt in a long time. Previously, when his heart didn't hurt, he would still feel a sense of heaviness. That feeling was that he couldn't use any strength no matter what. Otherwise, he would feel that it might hurt. But now, this feeling that he hadn't felt in a long time was that his heart didn't hurt even if he used any strength. That's right, this feeling was very real. He didn't think that it was because of his sudden improvement. It was really because of those few needles. It wasn't that Mu Hao hadn't seen Chinese medicine before, but it didn't have much effect. This kind of congenital heart disease was the most difficult to cure. But now, Lin Xian pricked him with a few needles and he actually felt a sense of relaxation that he had never felt before. How could he not be shocked? Kid, what are you doing? Medical skills. Lin Xian pulled out the needles from his hand. Mu Hao frowned. I've seen many old Chinese medicine doctors. How can your medical skills be better than theirs at such a young age? Lin Xian said with a smile. Chinese medicine is also divided into different levels. For example, those old Chinese medicine doctors are just ordinary old Chinese medicine doctors. They do know medicine, but what they know is only the surface of true medical skills. So what you said just now, Lin Xian nodded, so what I said just now is true. It's just that you haven't seen it before, so you don't believe me. That's normal. No. Mu Hao shook his head and looked at Lin Xian asking, Are you a martial artist? Lin Xian looked at him, Uncle, you know? Mu Hao nodded. I've seen it once, so I understand the existence of martial artists in this world. I've even seen so-called powerful martial artists to treat my illness. They can't do anything? Mu Hao nodded. They can only control it, not cure it completely. Lin Xian, I have a way. You do? It's not like I didn't feel it just now. Your body should feel very relaxed right now, right? Mu Hao nodded. I haven't cured it yet. It'll take some time to cure it, but I can definitely cure it. I can also cure your daughter's heart disease. Lin Xian said. Mu Hao trembled all over. Good. He looked at Lin Xian and nodded again and again. He originally thought that Lin Xian was a liar and had a very bad impression of him. But now, he knew that he wasn't a liar. He personally felt it, so his impression of Lin Xian improved again. But the thing that could make people look like they were in their late 20s. Was that true? In the kitchen, Qingya, to be honest, Mom is not satisfied with your boyfriend. Mu Feifei quickly said, Oh, Mother, it's not easy for sister to find a boyfriend. What's there to be dissatisfied with? Isn't it fine as long as it's a man? Ugh. Chapter 1475. Zhang Ting really didn't think highly of Lin Xian. He looked ordinary and had a glib tongue. She didn't have a good impression of him. Huayu and his father will come over later. You should spend more time with them. Lin Xian will stay somewhere else. Zhang Ting said, Mom, Lin Xian is my boyfriend. Then break up. Zhang Ting said, And I don't like Huayu. Mu Qingya said, The Hua Group is one of the top 500 companies in the world. It's even more powerful than our Mu Group. That Huayu is also very outstanding and handsome. He's a good match for you. We've already agreed on this marriage with them, but who knew that you would suddenly have a boyfriend? Huayu is more capable than him, and the Hua group is thousands of times more powerful than his company. He's a better choice for you. Let Lin Xian go home after dinner tonight. Zhang Ting didn't give her any face at all. Mother. Mu Feifei shook Zhang Ting's arm. Shut up. Don't talk nonsense. Cut the vegetables. Mu Feifei pouted and looked at Mu Qingya, indicating that she had no choice. Then Zhang Ting walked out with a frown. Did you smoke? She asked Mu Hao. Mu Hao quickly shook his head. No. Then Xian, did you smoke? Lin Xian nodded. Yes, Annie. Zhang Ting said unhappily, don't smoke here in the future. Got it, Annie. Zhang Ting then walked into the kitchen. You're finished. Now that you smoke, it's impossible for Mother Empress to like you anymore. Mu Feifei walked over and looked at Lin Xian. Lin Xian touched the tip of his nose and looked at the beautiful girl. Go cut the vegetables. Mu Feifei? I'm being bullied. Mu Feifei went back to the kitchen, aggrieved. Boy, I'll help you talk to your aunt. I don't care about anything else. If you can cure Qingya's heart disease, I'll definitely approve of you. Lin Xian smiled and nodded. Uncle, don't worry. I'm her boyfriend. Of course I care about her. But does Uncle believe me? Mu Hao said, I know my own body best. Those few needles you gave me are something I've never seen before, be it Chinese medicine or Western medicine. I believe in you. Sure enough, the person who can pursue my precious daughter is definitely not simple. I was blind before. Your confidence is justified, but what? But I hope that if you get together with my daughter, you can treat her well. After all, I don't know what kind of person you are. Lin Xian nodded. Of course. Uncle, are you giving this to Auntie? If you give it to her, she'll have a lot of opinions about you now. If it's as you said, that women love beauty by nature. This is something that no son-in-law can give her. She'll change her view of you. Also, Mu Hao said, maybe you think she's a little mean, but in fact, she's too considerate of Qingya. She knows that I'm not in good health, so she has to find a good family for Qingya. Only then can she rest assured. Lin Xian nodded. Don't worry, Uncle Mu. I know. Nice. He might be able to sleep in the same bed as beautiful little Qingya tonight. This mission made her fall in love with one of them. Wasn't it on the right track? At this moment, there was a knock on the door. I'm coming, I'm coming. Mu Feifei ran over and opened the door. Feifei, long time no see. A handsome man in a suit smiled at Mu Feifei. Yes, long time no see. Hello, Uncle Hua. Mu Feifei greeted him and walked away. Lin Xian frowned. Haha, Brother Mu, how are you recently? You should be much better. A middle-aged man walked over with a smile. He and Huayu frowned when they saw Lin Xian. Why is there a man here? Feifei, is this your boyfriend? Huayu asked in surprise. Lin Xian stood up with a smile and stretched out his hand. Hello, I'm Qingya's boyfriend. Huayu frowned and shook Lin Xian's hand with a smile. Zhang Ting and Mu Qingya also walked over. Hi, you're here. Wash your hands and come to the table. The dishes are ready. Thank you, Auntie. Auntie, this is the best facial mask I brought for you. The company just developed it and there are only 100 sets in the world. The effect is very obvious. You'll look like you're 18 years old after using it. Huayu handed it over with a smile. Thank you. Take a seat. They sat at the table and Lin Xian sat next to Mu Qingya. Mu Qingya was helpless. Qingya, I didn't hear you say you have a boyfriend. Huayu smiled at Mu Qingya, this beautiful woman. Before Mu Qingya could speak, Zhang Ting said, we just had a relationship. I brought him back to see. We just had a relationship. Huayu smiled in his heart. It didn't matter. My name is Huayu. Brother, where are you working? He didn't even ask for Lin Xian's name, which showed how arrogant he was. Anyway, no matter where he was, he couldn't beat him. Lin Xian smiled and said, I don't have a job at the moment. I'm preparing to start a business. Xian, didn't you say you have a company? Zhang Ting asked. Yes, I do. It's just a small company. Let's not talk about it. Hua Yu smiled and said, "What are you going to do? Maybe I can help." Lin Xian smiled and said, "You can't." Hua Yu narrowed his eyes. Mu Hao coughed dryly. This guy really didn't care about other people's feelings. But Zhang Ting was displeased. Mu Qingya kicked Lin Xian. Mu Feifei opened her small mouth. Did this sister pretend to be her boyfriend give up? Did he start to let himself go? Haha, I should be able to help, right? What industry do you plan to enter? The pharmaceutical industry or the beauty industry? That's just right. The Hua Corporation's main business is cosmetics, skincare products, and medicine. Many of the medicines we launched have received international acclaim. Some of them have even become the most widely used medicine today. How can you say that my company can't help you? Hua Yu smiled and said. Lin Xian took a bite and said, "We're not on the same level." Oh. You mean you've just started and can't reach the level of the Hua Corporation? Lin Xian shook his head. I mean, your company's technology is not on the same level as mine. Naturally, it can't help much. Everyone? That's right. They were all dumbfounded. But Mu Hao was a little better. He didn't understand why Lin Xian was so stubborn. Why was Lin Xian so stubborn? Hua Yu's question was meant to humiliate Lin Xian and make him compare himself to him. Of course, Lin Xian was aware of this little trick. Why should he give face? Anyway, Lin Xian didn't like him. Haha. Hua Yu's father, Hua Tian, couldn't help but laugh. Brother Mu, this kid is really brave. But I've seen a lot of armchair strategists. It's easy to say. I said, your things can't be compared with mine. Lin Xian said again. Chapter 1476. The smell of gunpowder at the table instantly rose. When they heard that Lin Xian was Mu Qingya's boyfriend, the smell of gunpowder had already begun to brew. Now, it was Lin Xian who started it. But if he didn't start it, the other party would. Lin Xian simply asked them to skip this part and started it himself. Lin Xian, right? I don't know where you get your confidence from. My Hua Group's pharmaceutical industry is ranked in the top 20 in the world. Are you the boss of one of the top 10 companies? Hua Tian said with a smile. Mu Qingya kicked Lin Xian under the table again. Lin Xian shook his head. No, but to be honest, in this aspect, even if you are the world's top pharmaceutical company, you can't compare with me. Ha, Hua Tian laughed. Brother Mu, this young man is interesting. Zhang Ting frowned. In Hua Yu's eyes, Lin Xian was a clown. He drank too much. Sorry, I'll send him back to rest. Mu Qingya hurriedly said. Hua Yu said with a smile, Don't worry, young Master Lin, right? What products do you have? Let us see. For example, can you cure cancer? Lin Xian nodded. Yes, my company will develop it by then. I will also develop drugs for AIDS. These two incurable diseases can be cured by taking the drugs directly. Ha, hearing this, they laughed. Lin Xian was their source of joy. Where did this idiot come from? It was really funny. Enough. Zhang Ting let out a shout. To be honest, she was also embarrassed. After all, this Lin Xian was Mu Qingya's boyfriend now. Then Zhang Ting glared at Mu Qingya. Mu Qingya felt wronged. Brother, if you can't do it, let's go. I'll give you money, don't make trouble. Young Master Lin, your joke is really interesting. Lin Xian took a bite of the food and said lightly, Who's joking with you? Lin Xian, eat more food. Zhang Ting looked at Lin Xian and said, Auntie, let me talk to him. I want to see what other shocking things young Master Lin can say. Hua Yu said with a smile. Zhang Ting shook her head. To be honest, it wasn't that Zhang Ting was deliberately targeting Lin Xian. No one would believe such words no matter where you went. Everyone would definitely think that you were bragging. If Mu Hao hadn't experienced Lin Xian's medical skills in advance, he would have angrily kicked Lin Xian out. This was very normal. No need, I'll send you back first. Mu Qingya said coldly as she looked at Lin Xian. Lin Xian smiled and said, Qingya, you're my girlfriend. You know whether I can do it or not, right? Mu Qingya's head hurt. I know. You can do it, all right? Mu Qingya sighed in her heart. Brother-in-law, you really drank too much. Go and rest first. Mu Feifei said. Lin Xian smiled and then reached out his hand to take out the face-retaining pill. Let's not talk about other things first. Young Master Hua, how is your company's beauty industry? 13th in the world. Then can your company's skincare products, such as the mask you gave Auntie just now, really restore her to 18 years old? Lin Xian asked. No way? You believe such words? But it can definitely make the skin very good. I can guarantee that. Hua Yu said. Then I can. Lin Xian then handed the pill to Zhang Ting and said, Auntie, after you take this thing, the crow's feet, acne marks and other things on your face should disappear in a few minutes. Your skin can return to your 20s. Zhang Ting frowned. But Hua Yu was holding back his laughter in his heart. Let's not talk about the fact that there is definitely no such thing in this world. You actually said crow's feet and acne marks in front of her. What an idiot. Yes, Zhang Ting's face didn't look very good when she heard this. But of course, she wouldn't say it out loud. Her impression of Lin Xian was absolutely terrible. He liked to boast and talk big. How good could such a person be? She didn't know what was wrong with her daughter. Why did she like such a person? Zhang Ting pinched the face-retaining pill. Is this a medicine? Lin Xian said, kind of, but in my definition it should be a skincare product. Auntie, you will know when you eat it. Mu Qingya frowned. What was this Lin Xian doing? Was he crazy? Why would he let his mother eat anything? Zhang Ting then ate it without hesitation. It must be fake. If it was useless, she could directly kick him out. She didn't have to be embarrassed to kick Lin Xian out. Mu Qingya and Mu Feifei showed worried expressions. Of course, Mu Qingya was worried. She didn't know Lin Xian at all. They had only met twice. Auntie, are you really going to eat it? Zhang Ting was not afraid. At most, it would be a little harmful. Could it be poisonous? And your face? Hua Yu showed a surprised expression, but he couldn't help laughing in his heart. At this moment, black water began to flow out of the pores on Zhang Ting's face. Zhang Ting touched it and was shocked. Then she screamed and ran to the bathroom. Mother. Mu Feifei hurried to follow her. Boy, do you understand that this is murder? Hua Yu pointed at Lin Xian and said angrily. Mu Hao glanced at Lin Xian. He was very confident. Don't worry. What murder? Everyone is here. What are you worried about? Mu Hao said. Mu Qingya felt that she shouldn't stand on Lin Xian's side. She wanted to tell Lin Xian to go out. After eating it, black water flowed out of her face. It was too scary. Let's eat, Mu Hao said. Lin Xian then said, this is a normal phenomenon. It's just detoxification. Detoxification? Hua Yu sneered. In the bathroom, Zhang Ting's heart was beating fast. She even wondered if she was disfigured. She quickly washed her face and Mu Feifei handed her a towel. Zhang Ting wiped her face and then closed her eyes. Am I disfigured? Zhang Ting asked in fear. Mu Feifei glanced at her and then widened her beautiful eyes. To be honest, Zhang Ting was very beautiful. Otherwise, she wouldn't have had two beautiful daughters. But after all, she was in her 40s. Wrinkles, crow's feet, and some flaws on her face had appeared. If she didn't wear makeup, it would be obvious at a glance. At first glance, she was quite beautiful. But now, Mu Feifei looked at her own skin and her mother's skin in the mirror. She was completely stunned. The wrinkles were gone. The crow's feet were gone. Even her skin was not inferior to hers. It was so delicate. Mother Empress, for words. Zhang Ting's body trembled. Shocking, to the eye? It's so delicate. Mu Feifei opened her small mouth. Oh my God. It turned out that that person wasn't lying. He was really powerful. He really didn't put the Hua group in his eyes. It was her. Everyone had misunderstood. What? Zhang Ting opened her eyes and then her beautiful eyes widened. This is my face? Chapter 1477. Zhang Ting looked at her face in the mirror, fair, smooth, rosy, and lustrous. All around, the crow's feet were gone. She felt that her skin was not worse than her daughter's. Mother Empress, your skin, wow. It's so smooth. Mu Feifei touched it and was stunned. This is really my skin. Zhang Ting opened her mouth wide, revealing an expression of disbelief and surprise. Mother, the wrinkles and crow's feet are gone. Now, when you go out with me and sister, others will really think that we are sisters. Damn, didn't you say that we are sisters when we go out? Zhang Ting rolled her eyes at her and then stared at herself in the mirror. She really felt like she was dreaming. She could not even dream of such a thing. It was too magical. Hee, now we must be sisters. But, Mother, that Lin Xian isn't just spouting nonsense. He's telling the truth. Zhang Ting nodded and looked at herself in the mirror. I misunderstood him. With this ability, the Hua group definitely can't compare. With this ability, if this thing can be mass-produced, he can even sit in the position of the richest man. Zhang Ting muttered to herself. That's right. How much did women spend on countless cosmetics and skincare products? However, this thing could directly save the money on skincare products. A person in their 40s or 50s could have skin in their 20s or 30s. How exaggerated was that? If this thing were to spread, it would be a sensation among women all over the world. At first, I thought he was boasting. It turns out that it's true. Mother, he really has a lot of confidence. It comes from himself. He really doesn't care about the Hua group's things. Zhang Ting nodded. He conquered something that the whole world couldn't conquer. Then, if the cancer and AIDS that he mentioned can also be cured, and if it can be cured by taking medicine, then Zhang Ting's body trembled slightly. Then he can definitely become the richest man in the world. No matter what, they looked at the truth. And now Lin Xian had given them the truth. Moreover, no matter what he said, it sounded too far-fetched and impossible, so they felt that he was bragging. However, the truth was right in front of them. Even if he couldn't cure cancer and was bragging, these skincare products could actually make her wrinkles disappear. Her skin looked like it was in its late 20s. It was simply invincible. Hee, Mother Empress, then do you approve of sister's boyfriend? Mu Feifei said with a smile. But in his heart, he was already scheming. Well, in any case, he was just pretending to be his sister. If such a powerful person were to follow him, wow. Invincible. Should I seduce him? Yes, of course. Originally, I had a big problem with him because I thought that he talked without thinking. But now, he really has the ability to do so. He might even bring a new face to the world. Moreover, he is Qingya's boyfriend. I misunderstood him. Of course, I approve of him. Zhang Ting nodded. Moreover, as long as this person was ambitious, he could become the richest man in the world. Outside, Huayu looked at Lin Xian jokingly. Lin Xian was eating silently. Mu Qingya bit her lips and lowered her head. She wanted to tell her father everything. Brother Mu, is sister-in-law okay? Hua Tian asked at this time. She should be fine. Didn't Lin Xian say that it was detoxification? Huayu said, Uncle Mu, detoxification is not like this. It's too scary. Then he looked at Lin Xian and said, if anything happens, you will go to jail. At this time, Zhang Ting came over with Mu Feifei with a smile. Mu Qingya quickly stood up and turned to look, then, she was stunned. Mom? Zhang Ting smiled and said, Xiao Xianha, this thing is really amazing. Look at Auntie's skin. When she stands next to Feifei, they are like sisters. What? Huayu stood up with his eyes wide open and looked at Zhang Ting in disbelief. Where are the wrinkles? Where are the crow's feet? Mu Hao also glanced at her. This wife is so beautiful. Isn't she in her 20s? Oh my God. Isn't this too happy? Suddenly, his wife in her 40s became 26 or 27 years old. Don't you think he is happy? Is his sex life dead? This Lin Xian, what he said is absolutely true. Mu Qingya's little mouth was wide open. She looked at this strange Lin Xian with her beautiful eyes. Lin Xian stood up with a smile. "Ha, Auntie, then you have to tell me who is the older sister and who is the younger sister. If you don't know, people will think that Fei Fei is the older sister." Ha, Zhang Ting's smile was simply too happy. "It's Qingya's blessing to have a boyfriend like you. It's also our blessing," Zhang Ting said with a smile. "No, no, no, it is my blessing to have a girlfriend like Qingya," Lin Xian said with a smile. "Huayu? This, come, sit eat," Zhang Ting said with a smile. "Huayu, you sit too." Gulp, Huayu swallowed a mouthful of saliva. Lin Xian sat down and said, "So, young Master Hua, I am not boasting. It is just that I am not interested in the things of your Hua group." Ha! Huayu's face turned ugly. Mu Qingya sat there in shock and looked at Lin Xian with her beautiful eyes. "Who is this person that I met on the way and thought is a gangster? He is so strange and mysterious." "You said that you can develop a drug to cure cancer?" Hua Tian snorted coldly. "You don't believe me? Of course. Then let's wait and see. Please go back," Lin Xian said with a smile. "Let's go." Hua Tian then walked away with Huayu. When they reached the door, both of them were stunned at the same time. "But what the fuck? Why are they leaving? What the fuck? But they can't go back now. Father, what should we do now? If his thing is really useful, then our Hua group, let's listen to his bragging. This kind of thing can never be mass-produced." But it has definitely broken the new face of the world's technology and technology. Sigh. Hua Tian sighed. Inside the room, "Ha, Xiao Xian, come eat the braised pork." Zhang Ting was really satisfied with Lin Xian now. "Thank you, Auntie. Your cooking is really good." "I made it," Mu Feifei said. "It's just so." "Mu Feifei, brother-in-law, don't be like this." Mu Feifei rolled her eyes. "Xiao Xian, did you develop this thing?" Zhang Ting asked. "You're tuning in to the Dreamy Chapters YouTube channel. We're so grateful for your support, and don't forget to subscribe to join us on this incredible journey through captivating stories. Your generosity through donations truly makes a world of difference, as it's the primary source of revenue that allows me to expand and enhance this channel for you. Thank you from the bottom of my heart for being a part of this adventure.